two 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 two.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. We are here on the Sunday. It is crunch time. It is round 10, the first round of day 2. And players have got 2 more rounds before the cut to that all-important top 64. How are you feeling, Nadir?
Excited. Day 2 is always something to remember because this is when players are looking at their points, making sure they are checking out with some of their older opponents to see how their tiebreakers are doing. Yeah, it's a high-pressure moment now as we approach day 2. So X number of players after accumulating a certain amount of points get to participate in day 2. Even if you don't make top cut, there's still the top 128 mat and sleeves that players are able to win. So still a decent amount of commiseration for those who don't make top cut, but top cut is of course what we're looking forward to. Into top cut is top 64 for this one. Next round will be the penultimate, no, the final round of Swiss, the bubbles, and we'll be picking something on the edge of making it to that top cut spot. But for now, this round, we've got another interesting deck, right?
Yeah, we do. We have a Light Sworn versus a Fire King Snake Eye. So a little bit, Fire King Snake Eye was like neck and neck with pure Snake Eye for quite a while, I'd say, and then it's like slowly faded away. But we've got a player to bring it back for you today in this round 10 feature match.
Our Scottish locals representative here, Graham, is participating in this feature on the Light Sworn strategy. Played him in a mirror match the other week. He won. So the superior Light Sworn duelist is now here to show us what his deck can do. Kind of a similar version that we saw as the last Light Sworn duelist with the dragons. But Nick has won the dice roll here. And he is, as mentioned, Snake Eye Fire King, also utilizing Kashtira cards. How do you feel about this? Because that definitely just squeezes out a lot of non-engine, right?
Yeah, I quite like having more. I mean, I quite like having more like engine cards in my deck if I can. So having different engines, having different ways to push through hand traps is quite cool because the unicorn by itself is quite threatening. It's going to cause some trouble for your opponent if they don't deal with it. So it's nice to have things outside of your normal push, I'd say. I quite like it.
So he didn't add with unicorn, right? Because he already, I think he hard drew the birth, which he's discarding now, correct?
No, that looks like another planet to me.
Was that another planet?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, now
okay, now we're searching. Maybe it's playing around Droll or something?
Yeah, this is quite common. You want to like use your most important search as your first one, if you can. So Nick deciding that he would rather... I mean,
well,
it doesn't actually matter.
On the field spell, actually, so...
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, I don't
so
really
we're going to see the Draco
achieved.
sack line here. Turn 1. I think this basically just makes Apollousa, right, before committing to your normal or your original Sinful Spoils.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I quite like it because you've kind of naturally got the level 7 with the Dival Star, so pairing it with any of the Kashtira monsters, then you get 2 level 7s, and then if it's Unicorn, then you've got Birth as well, and then you can get a 3rd level 7 to make Apollousa with your Draco Sack tokens.
Yeah, pretty strong as you can do all of this without your normal, and then that Masquerena being used as fodder for the summon can easily be brought back later with Flamberge, so... Yep, that's 4 materials on the field here. And no Nibiru, as this is the check here just before we make the link 4. And there it is.
One thing I find quite, I get a bit paranoid is, you know, Apollousa protects you from Nibiru, but it doesn't protect you from like Nibiru plus, like Ogre or Imperm or something.
Oh,
so
wow.
if your opponent's got those 2, they can just hold them right until the end of the turn. Safe
it's really
that they'll
weird,
resolve.
right? Because Nibiru is really strong when paired with things. And I think maybe there was like an argument perhaps last format where you could hold Nibiru with a negate just before they equip with Savage Dragon, for example. But nowadays, you're kind of just playing a lot of Link monsters. So holding the Imperm to then chain Nibiru to Apollousa or whatever, I don't know how much I really like that anymore because you still cycle through your deck so much that waiting until the end doesn't feel like you've actually hit that choke point in the same way that you would with a full field of negates, for example.
Yeah, it's interesting because the best thing about the Snake Eye deck is all the follow-up it has. So some players, you know, if you Nibiru their field, then that's kind of it. Whereas with the Snake Eye deck, they're going to come back at you next turn. So you're under pressure to take a lot of advantage of it.
So Diabellstar gets the Sinful Spells, and then the Poplar gets the Divine Temple. So both spells in rotation here. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna see like the ultimate full combo possible in Snake Eye, especially involving the Kashtira card. So this is gonna be something really difficult to break through.
Yeah, we're gonna end up with all three engines coming into play because there's still that original face down, which can be used to get the Ponix even after all this has happened. This is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, let's see if he also plays the Harbinger. He does indeed play Harbinger, so I think this should also probably get to that point as well. Yeah, this is a truly formidable field here, especially the Spell Negate is massive, since Lightsworn is generally like monsters and spells, and there's just a lot of powerful ones, talents, Charge Light Brigade, of course, Solar Recharge. Really good things to stop with Harbinger.
Yeah, we're gonna go through like all the field spells. That's kind of sick.
Yeah.
I like
Visa Starfrost on for Wing Beasts or something, right? Or for fire monsters.
I mean, normally you when you play a deck that runs field spells and you cycle through them, you just put one on top of the other. But Snake Eye gets that extra value by being able to send the field spell and then activate a new one first. Yeah, it's very cool.
Oh, okay. Doolittle Chimera, generic fire monster here. Yeah,
I've seen this a lot in the Fire King build because when it gets destroyed, you get to add a fire monster back. So because you're destroying things a lot with Fire King's effects, you can get that Kirin back to your hand or something like that. It's a pretty neat card to use. It's also a Link 2 you can bring back with Princess.
I see. All right, so what do you think? You go Fire King Island, destroy the Doolittle, add back then special Sacred Garunix?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you actually add back. I think the ideal plan is I don't know if you can go through Sunlight Wolf when you've got an Appaloosa, but I've seen the deck go through Sunlight Wolf a lot, so you end with a Kirin in hand and a Hope Harbinger and a Princess in grave, and sometimes the Blow Whale on the field as well.
The what?
The rank 4.
Ah, okay.
Well, Link 4 even. The one that people made, when people were sort of debating whether to run Phoenix or Zelantis but this is a different kind of Link 4 that has, when it's destroyed, you can summon a Link 2 from your grave, so it's a different way of getting back IP, and it's a fire monster, so it's very easy to destroy.
I see. All right, well, here comes the Sacred Garunix here, destroying the Poplar. And then there's your Kirin access now.
So Kirin, yeah, you get to destroy a card from your deck, which I feel like back in the original, days of Yu-Gi-Oh!, destroying cards from your deck was probably not a good thing. But nowadays, destroying a card from your deck is absolutely wonderful. Get to choose a card's effect to activate.
Yeah, I think Ponix did so much for this deck because Fire King Island was a support card for Fire King back in like 2015-ish, or I want to say. Shining Victories, actually. I think it was played with Cosmo, if you remember. You could destroy the ships in your hand. Yeah,
I love doing that. That was so much fun. And then you could also get rid of the island, then you destroy them all on the field and summon more monsters again.
Yeah, and you also have the protection effect of the Ritual Sanctuary, sorry, the Fire King Sanctuary off of the Ponix. Because some ways to like out the field is, just get rid of the Fire King Island. But there's like so much protection involved here with your Sanctuary. And then everything else also floating in the process, like Princess, which is still yet to be summoned here. Do we just not go through Princess?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I mean, it's not as a massive a downside as you would think. When you hear someone say, okay, if you destroy your whole field, that sounds like it should be a downside. But it's Fire Kings. They don't mind being destroyed. They'll come back again. They'll start destroying opponents' cards. I'm not sure why Nick's got an SP on the field.
Yeah, I was going to say we might be lost in the sauce right now because I feel like that's something you want to end on, and we have to commit a lot here just to get into our Princess to bring back. We've already resolved the Flamberge, correct?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometimes when you have too much stuff and you haven't quite mapped it out beforehand and you're not doing the standard like one card combo, you can get a bit confused as to what's what. It's a doubly linked Nightmare Phoenix there. You gotta love it.
Oh no, we're just gonna link away the SP Little Knight. Is there a way to retrieve it?
Gonna extra link our opponent.
Maybe we can scale the SP.
Yeah, you don't get the on-summon effect. But yeah. I mean, Poplar has to scale a fire monster.
Zenkai Diabellstar to scale Poplar, okay. Yeah, fire locked as well here, so going up into Phoenix probably?
No, I think this might be the whale.
Oh, you play whale in this version?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, it synergizes really nicely with the Fire King
That's fair.
cards.
So this Apollousa is also indestructible by battle, which is really strong, because being able to just normal summon an attack over is usually a way to out a low material Apollousa. But with the Nightmare Phoenix co-link to it, it's actually protecting it from battle here. Let's see if Graham actually attempts to play through this. I mean, if your opponent does like full combo like this, you know, we talked about like potentially hiding information.
Yeah, this is like super mega full combo, isn't it? But on the other hand, like, if you're playing a Lightsworn deck, you're probably not playing that many hand traps, so...
Yeah, there's just no space. You just need that gas. Oh,
you're going to be going second into full combos every game almost, right? Or every other game, because if you're not going to stop your opponent, they're just going to do this. So you've got to be playing. You can't just... Your plan can't be to concede. I am as shocked as you are that result, I must say.
Playing around Talons?
This feels like a prime target to negate. You know, it's like 2 cards.
Yeah. Okay, Apollousa will not be negating Imseti. Interesting.
This seems like
here.
the best value negation for Apollousa that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Okay. So what do we have in terms of disruption here? We can go Flamberge, summon out Masquerena. We got 2 Apollousa. We got double pop with Amblo and Princess.
Yeah, you got Kirin in your hand, which will trigger Garunix in the grave. And
then that can get to Arvata, right?
Yeah, and when the whale's destroyed as well, it will bring back a Link 2 from the grave, so you can bring back the SP as well.
We're looking at like 7 disruptions here,
yeah, you can summon the Masquerena back. I don't know what you make, though, when SP's already been used.
Is this like a Lightsworn pen summon?
Yeah, yes it is.
I'm really curious about the choice of the positioning here.
It's just putting it in different zones. I don't know why you put it in different zones to your opponent's cards, because none of them are imperms, but, you know.
I do quite like the pendulum style that Graham's approaching here. I mean, there's nothing to stop the King Sark, I guess. I mean, you could, if you really want to, like bring out the Masquerena into, I don't even know what do you summon with Masquerena? Because we went through SP.
Yeah,
for some reason.
I don't think anyone's playing Nightmare Unicorn these days, so...
Ooh, discarding Vice here. I can't quite see what he discarded with Imseti, but Vice's Grave Effect does special summon a Lightsworn from the grave. So we'll see if that was a Lightsworn he discarded. Probably a Wolf, knowing Lightsworn players. Unless you always draw a Wolf without the recharge and vice versa, so it's never you never really get fully satisfied like that, do you? Do you think before discarding it's worth summoning Imseti? Just so you have that guaranteed field presence, and it means that you know it doesn't start any chains or anything.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You just get it on the field first, because if your opponent's going to interrupt and destroy your King Sarcophagus, you might as well have a monster in play.
Gosh, there's it just feels like so much here. We could go battle phase and clear the Nightmare Phoenix. Well, is Phoenix protected from battle as well, or is it? I think it's the whole co-link, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's a bit rough. Photon Lords, potentially, to negate.
Well, keep in mind, you have the King Sarcophagus, right? And I think if you're...
Yeah, we can use the spell effect.
Yeah, that just sends things to the graveyard.
Gosh, I wonder if like going to the battle phase first here before committing to this effort was the play.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of stuff that requires main phase, so just saying the words battle phase to your opponent will probably prompt a lot of things to happen.
Yeah.
It's like a magic trick. You just say battle phase and your opponent goes, I've got to do all these things. Wait a minute. I'm going to link... Oh, is this going to be Underworld Goddess, maybe?
Underworld Goddess using... doesn't feel like a high value.
I don't know, here. But like I don't know what else sort of interrupts your opponent.
He is checking his opponent's field here, so
yeah, that looks like an Underworld Goddess.
I guess like Sephir makes the most sense, although Sephir is kind of checked by Apollousa. Although we have lost our battle phase protection. Okay, so we can use the I think that was Imseti. What was the other name there? Is that a Happy?
Yeah. Doesn't Underworld Goddess do some more irritating things?
I think it negates all monsters in the grave, right?
Yeah, it has a graveyard interaction, like stops things from being summoned from the grave, does it?
Yeah, negates well, yeah, that's a second effect, but the on-field effect now is it just like basically imperms everything.
Yeah, it negates all monsters, face-up monsters that your opponent controls at the moment, I think.
I'll double check in a second, but yeah, it's I'm just gonna double check if it stops the spell here is the most important thing. Because the King Sarcophagus giving the send effect when attacking is pretty relevant. This feels like a huge overuse of our resources for essentially like 3 cards, right? Like we got a King Sark, the discard, and the Zephyr. Nick feels like... I just feel like Nick has maybe overcommitted a bunch here.
Well, he's still got a lot of things going on. He's still got the Apo.
Yeah.
Still got the Kirin.
He's a lot more at risk now.
Still got the Whale. And the Princess. Like, the issue, I guess, is a lot of these interruptions are like monster-based almost, so you do maybe run out of space on your own field, so you might have to use them in a non-ideal way. As if you had 10 monster card zones. Here
I'm trying to think of like the ideal situation for Graham's hand at this point. Like, the Regained isn't ideal to draw.
He can
Dragon
activate
Link
it
from
now.
the hand would be really good. Negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Okay, cool. So the King Sark is still online.
And what does it do? Does it stop things from being summoned from the grave?
Well, it also can't be... it's unaffected by card effects unless it's targeted. And then when your opponent activates a card effect that specials a monster from the grave, you can negate the activation.
Which, there is at least one in Lightspawn, right?
Summoning from the grave?
Yeah, well, there's loads, actually. There's Wolf, Phallus.
I guess including itself, yeah, that would work. That's true. This is decent synergy here. We got a Chaos Dragon with the Branded Regained. So we get a draw, and digging further here is really, really powerful. We got a couple of things out the deck, and top decking a charge would be massive.
Yeah, maybe Graham's just going to wait, because obviously it's better value if you can to get the... shuffle back one of the black or white dragons.
Yeah, to get an extra card in hand and follow up for next turn, but it's a lot to deal with. You have to clear this, and you also have to make sure that they don't have any follow-up. It's going to be quite hard, I feel. But we are going to go to battle phase now.
He actually made it into the battle phase, and this King Sark is going to put in work. Oh, maybe it's not going to put in work. I didn't think your monster got sent to the grave with King Sarcophagus.
No. It's, did he just crash or something?
Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't... Am I right in thinking King Sarcophagus, it just sends the monster to the grave when it battles?
Yeah, it does. But the Underworld Goddess is negating it. I just thought it was bigger.
But it doesn't negate King Sarcophagus.
Oh, yeah, true. We went over this. Yeah, the monsters is negated, not the King Sark.
Yeah. I'm a little confused.
Okay.
Graham looking like he's in main phase 2 now. Hovering over that SP. It's always a little sad to make SP without being able to use the banish effect on the summon. But needs must, I suppose.
What did he make this with? The
2
Wyver
dragons,
Burster?
the Safer and the Wyver Burster.
I feel like he should have made Striker Dragon
Yeah,
first.
I was going to ask, is it common everyone runs Striker Dragon?
I do. Because it's just because then your Chaos Dragons allow you to make Hieratic Dragon with essentially 1 card.
Yeah.
And you would have got the bonus banish effect here, and you can banish Fire King Island because I don't believe Sanctuary protects from the banishing your field spell.
No, that's right. It doesn't.
And if you banish Fire King Island, you pop the whole field.
Yeah, I mean, popping the whole field is less powerful than it sounds.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's probably worth it just to get rid of the island, and you're gonna have to chug through all of your opponent's interactions at some point.
Okay, we're activating Princess now on the summon here. We're gonna go and destroy the our own Ash and the Collapse Serpent here. I'd love to be able to check a couple of conditions here, because I'm wondering if we can if SP Little Knight is chained here, if we still destroy with Princess. Let me have a look.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm guessing not, because Graham's activating Little Knight, targeting Ash and itself. So the wording on cards nowadays, so if it says destroy both of those targets, then it would not destroy anything, and if it says both of them...
So Promethean Princess is destroy them, and if you do. So that means...
Oh, so them is like the sort of unspecific, so...
And then the if you
they don't have to both be in play.
Yeah, but then I guess it just won't summon itself?
No, it does, because destroy them means it needs to destroy at least one. If it says, like, destroy both of those targets...
Yeah, but it's an if you do.
Yeah, but, like, so them is still considered to have happened as long as at least one of them is destroyed.
Okay, and if you do being simultaneous here,
yeah.
Which means B will happen regardless of A, I suppose.
No, it has to destroy at least one.
Okay.
But as long as it destroys at least one, it comes back.
You were my conjunction teacher. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Tom.
Yeah, the number of times I've just sent people that old Yu-Gi-Oh article that says conjunction, what's your function?
Yeah.
To go through it, just be like, just read this.
They all work that way anyway, sequential, except specifically also is the one that isn't if B happens, do A, or vice versa, and stop.
Yeah. But it happened, like, it did confuse me the first time I read it, like, how one thing can, like, have to have the other thing to happen, but they're considered to happen at the same time. But that's just how the game works, I guess.
Yeah. Do we have more names here? Oh, is that Ringworm?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we have a Ringworm in rotation now. Is Graham playing multiple Horus monsters?
He's just 2 so far.
I think he would have, like... No, he's only got Happy and Imseti. Okay, he's just sending another copy here just to discard that Ringworm.
Because Gold Sark is 3 times per turn, right? Oh, King Sark is 3 times per turn.
Yep. What's the last card in hand? Is that a Corridor?
I'll take your word for it. What's that?
Looks like a Nemesis Corridor. Yeah, it returns a Banish card, specials itself, then you can use the effect to add... Well, it doesn't actually add anything. That's Flag that does that. Corridor, this just lets you make Colossus, which, I mean, doesn't really achieve anything. Colossus...
Oh, is it a Thunder?
Yeah, so you can you can do interesting plays with Colossus access in multiple decks using the Nemesis monsters. You can add with Primal Banshee into Flag, then that gets you Corridor. You can search this off of Cupid Pitch was a popular way to get to this.
Oh, that's super cool.
Colossus Pass here looks pretty rough.
But yeah, I don't think it's going to do the trick, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you can go like Typhon maybe and like bounce something, but even then that seems very weak just now. It's quite redundant in this situation. I feel like Nick has a lot going for him on the field here, and it's just a case of dealing with SP Little Knight and then Colossus, and you should be okay.
Yeah, when you pass and your opponent's still got 5 monsters, you feel like something's not gone quite right.
Ain't in his favor here.
Is the Nemesis Corridor a fire?
No, Corridor is a wind.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's just making Heater to clear a bit of space.
Yep.
And the Flamberge is a very clean out to basically anything, but in this case it's nice to out Colossus. Colossus used to be an absolute tyrant, and now it's just like, Flamberge, I'll just put it away. You know, it used to be so difficult to get rid of. But now you're just like, yeah, I'll just put it in the Spell and Trap card zone, no biggie.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way to say that the game has progressed to the point where you can easily deal with targeting, non-targeting effects, unaffected monsters in multiple different ways. We've seen Underworld Goddess played here, which deals with unaffected monsters. Flamberge just deals with indestructible monsters.
Yeah, it deals with literally anything, the Underworld Goddess.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Snake Eye is so powerful, right? It's just a Swiss Army knife that can handle almost any and all situations quite easily, just off of pure engine pieces, so that's why it's really strong that way. So we try to dodge with SP Little Knight here off of the Flamberge, but it's not really going to matter too much as we still go to the battle phase. SP Little Knight remains on the field. We attack over. There should be enough damage on the field here, I believe, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming Nick's done the maths.
I mean, even if it's not, game, like, you've just got so much still. Well, I suppose like you've used quite a significant portion of your extra here, but this is more than enough. Is there something we're missing here? Is there a Necrogarna discarded off of King Sark at some point?
Oh, a Saronir draw.
Okay, that's actually huge. We do get to live one more turn here. Nick has actually progressed through the extra deck quite a lot, so there isn't too much to actually end on anymore. But banishing to send...
Yeah, I mean, this can happen, right, when you've just gone through your whole extra deck.
Yeah. In the damage step, we get to Saronir send the Lebellion from the deck to the grave. We can't really use it unless we draw another Bestial. A Magnamut would have been crazy there, I suppose, but it is what it is. So we could go into Dragonling on the next turn. I think we're out of cards, but on the positive side, we have King Sark that's face up, which means that all of our Horus monsters are alive for the next turn. So bringing those back and doing some kind of like rank 8 play, or just clearing a bunch of monsters with the King Sark itself will be quite strong. So Nick has to try and navigate into a way to actually prevent Graham's follow-up here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's left in his extra deck to deal with.
Yeah, like what can you actually make here? I mean, I think you can like...
He's looking at Selene, Phoenix.
I don't know. You still, to be fair, there's still a lot going on here. You've got Princess for next turn, Ambler Whale, Phoenix.
You got the Flamberge coming back.
Yeah, the Fire King Island is gonna get you into a Kirin or something if you need as well. There's still a lot here, which is a little concerning time-wise. I feel like maybe Graham's in a situation where it is better to just call this one here and then try and win game 2, because then he has to go to game 3, and that's going to feel kind of rough with not a lot of time left on the clock here. He is down to no cards, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, he's got that second hand.
We've got Dragonling coming off the top of the deck here, trust me.
I mean, we've got multiple things coming off. Nick's still going. He's using the island. Not sure what other cards he wants. Oh, you can destroy Kirin from your hand. If you destroy Kirin from your hand, that will destroy the King Sark, but he's chosen not to do that, so he can hang on to the Kirin in his hand.
I think you really do need to get rid of King Sark here. That seems like...
well, when it's like the only thing your opponent's got left, it makes sense to destroy it if you can. Oh, but you can do it anyway with the Garunix. If he's got another Kirin in his deck. Or maybe make a Hope Harbinger. I don't know, there's so much going on.
Yeah, Hope Harbinger doesn't really alter either.
Does it negate spell activations, or spell you can destroy effects or activations?
Okay, so this is where the this is where things are rough now, because this was your only follow-up. Banishing with Regain to get another draw, get a Dragonling.
Well, he's got a Safer in his grave to get Lebellion back.
Yeah, okay, so you can go add Lebellion, and then Lebellion can get a Magnamut, and then that doesn't do much.
What is Nick, like, I don't know what his plan is anymore. He's just summoning, he just wants an achievement, you know, just to summon his entire extra deck.
There's like 3 cards left in there.
I think there's like 1.
There's not much left with this Selene, right? Like, it's just gonna bring... Well,
he was pointing at Heater.
Is there a spellcaster we can bring? Well, you can bring back Heater, because that's the special summon in defense, funnily enough. Oh, I think he was just making space for his SP Little Knight returning in the end phase, right? Because he definitely wants the Flamberge. Wait, what's going on here?
He drew Lebellion. Yeah, he just conceded, I think.
Yeah, I think Graham probably just scooped that one up.
Lebellion's a bit rough, because you already have one in your graveyard that you can just add to your hand, so...
Yeah.
It's like the one card that it doesn't really do much. Maybe it was a Judgment Dragon he was hoping for, just destroy the whole field, you know.
I think ultimately I'm really worried about the timer now, because even in a best case scenario, Graham's deck is going to take a while to like get going and start like playing. The positives is that his opponent doesn't have a lot of hand traps, because he has crammed in so many engine pieces, so there will be a chance to like maybe push through some of the basic stuff he might have in his side here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if players are that well prepared for Lightsworn. I don't know, did you face anyone who just had a couple of Light Imprisoning Mirrors in their side deck?
Yeah, I don't know what Imprisoning Mirror will be there. I don't expect any soul releases, but there's just like generically like good stuff here. Evenly matched Ash Blossom, Book of Eclipse even could be good going second, though you do tend to end on like mostly Link monsters. It's not going to do too much against something like Seals or Apollosa. But yeah, I think like the issue here is if your opponent gets to go first with the best deck and just does the complete and full combo, and you've drawn things like Regained, which aren't ideal, it just seems like time-wise, you know, maybe it's winnable if they fumble a lot, but that's a bit of a risk to take when you use 30 minutes of the clock to try and break a field that was almost unbreakable, really, especially for Lightsworn in that scenario. I think if we had like some good extenders like Dragonling, that would be really good. We did have the baby dragons. They put in a little bit of work, but we did mention as well, I think making a Link 1 first to give you the extra deck summoning requirement of SP Little Knight to banish the Fire King Island could have maybe did a little bit of work.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, and as well with Lightsworn, you might be dependent on what you're milling for certain things, so you can't necessarily tell how your hand's going to pan out, because there's always that chance that you could activate a charge of the Light Brigade and mill 3 wolves, or, you know, something very silly could happen. So maybe you just keep going in case of that, but you're right, like, sometimes not showing your opponent what you're playing is a benefit.
Waiting for that top deck to get charge of Light Brigades is really strong, you know. Let's have a look at Graham's side deck here. I don't think you'll be putting in too much going first, as long as you can play and resolve your cards. I think is really important.
Yeah.
Talents maybe could come in potentially for going first. Call by, but yeah, there's not a lot here cited for going first. He's citing Aegis, which is cool. It's a Lightsworn card we haven't really seen. You don't really play in this version of the deck because you're just kind of dragon heavy. Mm-hmm. But it is a cool card when it's milled. It's a trap that sets itself from the grave, and you just get a negate out of it. Let's head on over to the table and see what our players are going to do for game number 2 here.
You mentioned Necro Gardener, but there is a super Necro Gardener in the side deck here.
A super Necro. We're not talking about the rarity here. We're talking about electromagnetic turtle.
I want to see what the what that side deck for.
Oh, this is really cool. We've got Dragonling in hand, and we've got the Chaos access here. Oh, maybe we didn't have Dragonling.
Adding
Dragonling. Sure. All right, this is really cool. We'll see if we can. Wait, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I was going to say, safe it's not a Lightsworn, sadly.
He was showing him what he sent there. Okay.
How did he?
Yeah, so he's normal summoning the Dragonling.
But how did he get the Safefoot in play?
Oh, wait, we just normal summoned twice.
Yeah, that does look like that's what happened.
Right? We didn't because you can't special summon Dragonling unless you have a Lightsworn in your graveyard.
Yeah, I'm a little confused how that's...
Okay, let's try and rewind this real quick. That was definitely 2 normal summons, right?
Yeah, I don't know. There's no other effective dragon. Like, you have to have a Lightsworn, right? And that's a Safefoot and not a Lightsworn, so... So we'll just check. Oh, I think the judge has just caught it now. So we're just going to go back for a second.
Okay, we have informed staff about this, so we're going to rewind here and
maybe with the next master rule you'll get 2 normal summons.
I think,
but not yet.
I believe you should have 1 normal summon per main phase.
Oh, exciting!
Give going second a little bit of a boost.
But what if you're running? Do you still get your second main phase if you're running Runics?
No, that deck is trading -1 battle phases instead.
Yeah, but do you? I'm not actually sure of the rules of like whether you get a main phase 2 if you skip your battle. Do you get a main phase 2 if you skip your battle phase?
No, it goes straight to end phase.
It does. Okay. Yeah.
Because you need to be able to enter your battle phase to get a main phase 2.
Yeah, I mean it's never like relevant because there's never a reason to have your main phase 2 except for Nadir's funny idea of having 2.
There's some cards that activate main phase 2 only, isn't there?
Yeah.
Is there? Maybe. I'm sure there is.
Yeah, you can run. There's a couple of old cards that skip your opponent's main phase 2, or skip your opponent's main phase 1. So maybe we should side that against Runic.
By the way, we've passed on a Collapse Servant in defense. Do
you think he's not running Striker Dragon?
Let's have a look, actually.
That must be the case, right? Because otherwise, if you had Striker Dragon, you could just link.
Zombie, Infernal Blade, Banshee, Chaos. Yeah, he's actually not playing a Link 1 Dragon. That's rough. Oh no.
Because making Striker Dragon.
I think he's got the stream jitters, unfortunately. Look at that powerful hand shuffling. I'm never gonna let him live this down. Gonna bring this up at locals every week. Graham, what are you doing?
It's the rules of being on the stream.
Yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately.
Your friends at locals are watching at home.
But yeah, I think Nick is in a pretty good spot. It shouldn't be too hard to fight through this. We've got Fenrir plus Ash, and, well, nothing dramatic has to happen now. Lightsworn is not really renowned for playing too many hand traps. Graham is citing Nibiru. Probably not a card you play going first.
This isn't far off 8,000 on the table,
just
right?
by itself.
Yeah, you just activate. I mean, if the Poplar was in attack mode, it would be 8,000 for sure.
Has Lightsworn won a game on stream? Like a game?
A game? Did it lose 2-0 to Melodious?
Too old, right?
I can't remember.
This is so unfortunate.
And it definitely didn't in our little feature, so...
Oh, wow, yeah, you're right. It's lost 3 times this weekend.
At 0-5 in
I'd like
games.
to apologize publicly to the Lightsworn community. Your legacy is being destroyed.
Legacy of Destruction, yeah.
Yep.
Well, it was Light of Destruction, the original set, right? And the new one is Legacy.
Yeah, that's where we got the Lightsworn support with Dragonling, which we haven't seen resolve, I think. A special summon effect, anyway. But actually, I did it against you. That card is so good. It's just unfortunate we didn't draw it. I'm trying to think what he could have done differently here, because he had to normal summon this effort to get access to the baby dragons.
Well, he added Dragonling.
Yeah, he added Dragonling because I guess he thought like Dragonling can summon itself if you have Dragonling in the graveyard.
But I mean, I guess it depends what was in his hand. Otherwise, we'd have to know.
Oh, he didn't banish the Collapse Serpent. We're going for the Flambird scale instead. It doesn't really matter. You have 17 different ways to do this, but I think getting rid of the Collapse Serpent completely is just better than scaling it, right?
Yeah, probably.
We are having a good time today, Nick.
Just enjoying himself on the feature match.
Yeah. Is this just game on the field right now? Diabell, Fenrir.
I mean, Anima's 0.
25, 24, 30.
That's not quite. I don't know how much Ponix has, actually. Is Ponix enough?
The Ponix for game is...
Has Ponix got 100? Because it only needs 100.
Well, it's smaller than an Almirage summoning condition, I know that. Yep, GG. There it is. All right. That is the
oh, is that Wolf and Fellis as well? Oh, no. I think you just have to discard the Dragonling in your hand. Do you need a different Lightsworn in your grave, not a non-Dragonling Lightsworn?
No, you could have done it if he goes normal summon Sephir, pitch Dragonling,
and then add another
Dragonling. Unless Sephir adds a different attribute. I always mix it up with Chaos Space, but I'm pretty sure you can just go Sephir, pitch Dragonling, get Dragonling, special Dragonling, play the game.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that was definitely a way to combo there, unfortunately, and then you can get those. Maybe you can get the Wolf and Fellis out of your hand because you got Weiss, which can stack the what's it called? But Minerva doesn't search. You get the Punishment Dragon. Anyway, there was ways to play through that. I don't think there was any disruption on Nick's hand, but there's definitely ways to have, made that a little bit more playable. But I suppose when you have 2 normal summons in your mind, you can go for the greedy line. Mistakes happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's easy to do, I guess, when your normal summon just immediately got put away and he got a little confused.
Yeah. I think, was it against one of the casters once on a feature match? I think I normal summoned Tour Guide after Lava Goleming. You do forget these things, right? Because, in the moment of the stream and stuff, feel nervous, the jitters, and Day 2, high pressure environment like we've talked about at the start. Remember, there's a lot of action still to take part. We got top 64 today. We have the final round of Swiss coming up next, which is going to be, hopefully we'll pick up someone around X2-1. And that means we can get a real nail biter of who's definitely going to top. I think X2-1 should lock it for 64. And who's most likely, I don't think X2-1, X3-1. Yeah.
No, definitely not, yeah.
Yeah, so it should be an exciting bubble match for next round. We'll try and find someone on that record.
Yeah, it's a really big achievement for a lot of players. Like, I know everyone at home, you know, you watch it all, and then after, you know, the last round of Swiss, then the 64, and you keep watching until the final. But like when you're here, like making the top cut is a massive thing to do, and it should really be celebrated if you make it in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big event. It's one of the bigger events this year for our UK players. So a lot of people will be putting their heart and soul into deck building for this one, pulling out all the stops to get that prestigious achievement of being the champion of the UK. So a lot of good action incoming. But first, before that, we're going to take a little break here to give you a player interview with Nick, talk a little bit about the Fire King version, and get his general thoughts on the match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back. This is our player interview. Nick, you are the winner of our round 9 feature. How are you feeling?
All right. My opponent's deck bricked game 2, so quite straightforward. Nice and easy win.
He actually didn't brick. He just played that incorrectly. If you remember with the normal summon, he still had plays.
Yeah,
with
well,
the Dragonling.
I was 2-zone. I looked at my hand, which had no interruptions. So I was just
really.
Like, hopefully he doesn't combo here. So I didn't even catch the second normal summon.
That's a shame. He definitely had a way to get to Minerva, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So yeah, how's your builds? Because I think you're one of the fewer players running the Fire King variant.
So for the past 2 weeks, I've not done much testing to be fair, but for the past 2 weeks, I've just been playing the Fire King stuff because it's better into the Rogue matchups, and it smashes Tempai, and there's Tempai everywhere here. So I'll do that. And then on Wednesday, I watched a YouTube video from someone else, so shout out Nesh for the idea. And he basically just put the cash engine in with it and just play all gas. You go first, you open the cash engine, the Viking engine, and the Snake engine. It's impossible to lose. Yeah. So I kind of took his idea and then just changed it a little bit to suit the UK meta, and it's performing incredibly well so far. I'm absolutely god-handing people.
It's interesting that you mentioned the Rogue matchups, because I think sometimes at a national you expect like maybe a little bit more of a varied playing field. Have you seen a lot of mirrors or Snake Eye in general so far?
Last year at Nats I built just to beat Kashtira in the best deck, and then didn't play any of that. So this year I was like, right, Rogue,
it happens,
and all the other stuff. Tempai I expect to be popular because it's so cheap and purely. So I've got cards for both them matchups, and then the rest of the stuff is like mirror focused. I've played 4 Snake Eye mirrors and won 3, and the only one I lost is where I lost the dice roll.
So it's not actually too many, I think, 4 rounds. It's about just almost half, but yeah, there is like a decent amount of variety there. You mentioned about just putting like tons of engine and gas into your deck. I guess the concession there you make is that you don't have a lot of hand traps. So has that felt like something you've been missing, or just play through it? Or
all the other pure Snake Eye players have built their decks so that when they go first, they have full combo with Ash, with talents, cross out, and things like that, push the players through. So when I'm drawing hands and I've got like 1 hand trap, it's not really going to be effective enough. So a lot of the time I'll just hold like imperms and things like that to my own turn and try and play through it that way. So going second into the mirror match is quite spooky sometimes. But again, it's all gas. Fenrir is a hard carry, and just like if you just draw Fenrir, you like get through 2 interruptions pretty much every time without stress. So
yeah, that's really cool. I saw you also are playing the Dracosac play, which is, you know, just 2-card combo gets you into Apollousa, then you can commit to your normal summon. That's been pretty strong, I assume.
Yeah, that was actually the only time it came up so far in the tournament. The Dracosac, I used it once against Dynamorphia to pop a...
Dynamorphia. Interesting matchups, yeah.
But I drew against that, so that was pretty embarrassing.
Really? Okay.
But Dracosac is there for skill drain in the mirror matches as well. But realistically, if your opponent skill drains you and you have to use your Witch plus your Kashtira card, you probably lose regardless. So you kind of just have to eat. If they draw the non-engine like that, you just have to eat the loss, which will happen yesterday.
All right. Last question. Is it coming home?
Football's coming home.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. We have the final round of Swiss coming up, and we'll hopefully find a nail-biting bubble match for you. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We have lots more action for you today. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the UK National Championship 2024. My name is Nadir. I'm going to be telling you a little bit about the prize wall this weekend and the different public events that are taking place at this tournament. So first and foremost, let's begin with the Friday. We have a major event going on, which is the 3 versus 3 tournament. Players can take part in this event as part of a team and pool their points together to try and get some of the available accessories at this prize wall. Now, what are these accessories? Well, for different points, all the way up to a grand total of 80, you can get a giant card Diabell Star and even Wanted as well. 2 very popular and relevant cards this format, which players will definitely be trying to get their hands on. Now, over the course of this weekend as well, there'll be different sizes and different formats as well for these public events. We've got regular constructed, but of course there's the all-popular 2010 Time Wizards format, and even 2005 as well, which is on offer throughout this weekend. There's a lot of things that you'll be able to check out here. There's water bottles, sleeves, deck boxes, bunch of different mats, and like mentioned already, the amazing giant cards that are available this weekend. Further than that, we've got the points that players have been gathering over the course of this last year and last season at the local level, which is the Bliss Cup tournaments that have been taking place throughout the year in the UK. Thank you so much for listening into this little deep dive of the public events and prize wall. We'll be back with more coverage very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of UK Nationals 2024. You might see a photo opportunity here behind me. For players who are here this weekend and present, want to make some memories and take pictures, can do so here. But also tomorrow we've got a special announcement that's going to be made for all participating game stores throughout the Bliss season. If your store took part in the Bliss Winter Cup, your store will be called out. Players representing that store can come here, take a picture, and win some OTS packs as part of their photo opportunity. Hello and welcome back to the final round of Swiss. This is the last chance to qualify into that top 64, and from then on it is a single elimination. No more opportunities to redeem yourself. This is the X2-1 feature we have here. 22 points between them. Basically need to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, 22 points each. Let's just, 22 points between them. I don't think no one will be making the top cut. 11 each.
Minor spelling mistake. All right, so yeah, they have 22 points each, meaning that X2-1, that will guarantee a top if the winner wins their game, and from there they get to proceed into top cut. So all or nothing, everything to play for in this game. Yeah,
win and in, as we like to say sometimes. You got to win it. I mean, for these players, I guess it's like they were almost on the bubble. As we said, the top 64 is single elimination, but for this round as well, it's basically single elimination. If they lose this, they're not going to be able to continue into the tournament. So let's see who can take it down.
We've got some pretty cool decks as well. Don't forget, as always, we are going to be checking out Melodious Voiceless versus
Tenpai.
Tenpai, yes, that was the cool one.
I mean, you heard it right. It is Voiceless Voice featuring a little melodious package. I think this is a fairly cool thing to do. A lot of people, you read Ostinato and you think, I get to fusion summon from my deck. I'm going to put that in my deck. That sounds like a great card to have. So why not?
Wow, we're actually opening it as well. No Ash Blossom either. Let's see what the full combo looks like in this. But I mean, you do just have like full combo, right? Like if you have Diviner Ostinato. So
yeah, it's reminiscent, I'd say, of people running things like Brilliant Fusion in their deck.
Now you're speaking. Yes.
Now I'm talking your language.
Brilliant Fusion.
You just get to...
Is that back?
No, I don't think so.
Isn't it? Okay.
I don't even think by today's stand it would be as strong. But
I think they can bring
it
it back, but just get rid of every Gem Knight monster to make it legal.
Okay.
That would work.
Or just make you use 2 Gem Knights.
Yeah. If we get rid of all the tuners, we could bring back Halkify Brex, for example. There's technically I wouldn't see an issue with that. But anyway, we've got Ostinato coming down here, Fusion summoning, and we're gonna have 2 bodies onto the field here. We'll see what kind of variant combo he's going for, because we've seen people approach Ostinato in multiple different ways. So Ethan might have something a little bit different for us.
I don't think
Have a look at his extra deck here.
Yeah, I don't think it's a massively different from...
You say that, but there's a difference between Apollousa, Masquerena, Vortex, and 3 fusions, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's too different from Voiceless Voice. I think this is kind of like a little starter engine. You distract your opponent a bit.
Distract them.
Yeah, you say, aha, you thought I was playing Melodious, and then they interrupt your Melodious cards, and then you hit them with the Voiceless Voice engine.
So this is the overlay here, Absolute Dragon.
Yeah, there's about 10 Melodious cards in the deck compared to significantly more Voiceless Voice cards. Oh, is that the... I haven't seen that card used in a long time.
Well, Absolute Dragon.
Yeah, maybe I've not been watching enough Melodious combos.
You link away the Absolute Dragon, it floats into Vortex Dragon, puts an extra deck monster into your extra deck, so it's a live negate now. And you go Chain Link 3 with your Concerto, trigger all of these monsters, revive, special, and that gives you the bodies that you need, sets up your Pendulum skill, and well, after that we can then proceed to do another 1-card combo if you really want to. I mean, we saw some people incorporating this in Snake Eye because this is just such a powerful card. Ostinato just being able to do all of this alone, and then you can just overlay into Infernal Banshee, search Snake Eye Ash, normal summon. Lots of different ways that people have been adapting this.
Yeah, this is super cool. I mean, it's like you just you do something and then you do your other deck almost. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the neat parts of 1-card combos per se. If you mash them all together, then you can end up with multiple 1-card combos in your deck.
So this is a Pendulum.
Provided you have the extra deck space. Yeah, that's Exceed the Pendulum, which specials a spellcaster, I think, from your hand. And we also establish Apollousa before our normal summon, remember. So 2 negate Apollousa, Vortex Dragon, and we haven't committed our normal summon yet. So let's see if we have Diviner. Okay, pre-prep. It's so good when you just have like gas like this, you know. It's just 2 cards doing so much just by themselves. It's really powerful.
Yeah, it's really neat because I guess if you're not making a huge use of your extra deck, like I'm not sure you do in the Voiceless Voice
Yeah,
deck,
exactly.
it's more focused on ritual summoning. So you think, how can I use more of my extra deck? Because I'm imagining, like in Snake Eye, do you really want to have to run like multiple Melodious Fusions and a couple of Odd Eyes cards?
Is that
Pendulum
a Pendulum Diviner?
Yeah, that's allowed.
That's okay, all right, let's go. I mean, this is probably the biggest and most powerful voiceless field you'll see.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Really going all in with this here with the Trias Hierarchia, attributing the Diviner. Got a rank 4 to end on as well. We can probably set up like well, actually, we've already used did we use Masquerade? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, Masquerade is gone. But I don't know, like, what do you make with your 2 level 4s?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I thought maybe they'd be used as fodder for something like Dino Mundo later with another ritual, but I suppose not. Here comes Low. That's gonna get your spell. It's going to get your Voiceless card, and then on your opponent's turn, you have your Skull Guardian protecting all light monsters. Is Vortex a light monster, actually? I can't remember if the spell protects light monsters or ritual light monsters specifically, but yeah, generally Voiceless also, just by itself, you know, the pure version, I suppose, you just have like so much... I suppose the words would be, yeah, just protection, right? Like you have like this big Skull Guardian, which is an Omni Negate, and then you have Low, which can bring itself back, and then you can Ritual Summon again during your opponent's turn if you want, or also placing the Trap face up onto the field. Voiceless always like looks, I guess, less threatening than it actually is, until you have to actually deal with the pop, the negate, and all of the protection on top of it. Plus, factoring an Ostinato, I mean, how do you beat this, right?
Yeah.
Like Dark Ruler or bust?
Oh, huh? Here comes the Ogre. Is Ogre, are we going to, like, nip? Ogre nip?
Was there, like, no opportunity to Ogre until now?
What forced out the Appaloosa?
Wait, yeah. Was there... Oh!
Here it is. The almighty Ogre Nib. And there's no Pendulum in the extra deck at the moment.
Yeah, we can't negate with Vortex because we pen summoned out. Wait, what? Why did the Ogre...
I think he used Ogre. Oh, this is even better, because I think he Ogred the barrier, and then Nib goes Chainlink 2. Sorry, Appa is Chainlink 2.
Chainlink 3 Nibiru, yeah.
Chainlink 3 Nibiru.
Yeah, because Appalos is once per chain, remember, so you can't negate.
And not only that,
again.
but yeah, the Appa is not going to resolve to negate the Ogre even, because it won't be on the field. It can't lose any attack points.
Yeah, you cannot reduce your attack points to negate the Ogre, so this Ogre Nibiru combo is getting... I don't think there's a better combination of cards here to actually play through this.
There's serious like mind games playing the Ogre first, because your opponent could just let it resolve.
Yeah, exactly.
But then
it's a big risk,
like, what if they don't have Nibiru? Then you just let them activate Ogre? Like, that's crazy.
I think best case scenario, you are supposed to just go Nibiru, the Appaloosa, then you Ogre the Appaloosa, and it, you know, like you said, you don't get to negate because the attack can't reduce from the Ogre, causing it to leave the field on resolution.
Oh, I think.
But in the negative of that is that they still resolve barrier. So this is a little greedier, but you actually get maximum value out of the 2-card disruption.
No, I think that is what I think the barrier already resolved. I think he did it the other way around. I think it was Nib, Chain, Ogre.
Oh, was it? I guess he revealed it off camera. We didn't get to quite see that.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Oh, I'm a bit confused why Nib isn't on the field.
Why is Nibiru not on the field? Maybe they're just counting up the attack stats just now. All of this could have just been prevented if we just didn't pen summon 2 refrains. Like, we could just leave 1 in the extra deck. Your Vortex is live, you know?
I guess, not everyone's playing around Ogre Nib.
I feel like you should, right? I mean, there's no reason not to. What do you gain by having the extra body? Because we know that you're going to have your full Ritual Voiceless setup. Is it Ritual fodder maybe that you need?
I guess it's just a rank 4 on the field.
It's actually still not that bad, by the way. I mean, Ethan still gets to put down the Skull Guardian here.
Like, yeah, he's still going to have the Voiceless board.
Yeah.
Like, there's still going to be a low, and your opponent's just 2 cards down.
Oh, is this a Magnamut in the end phase as well? No, it's in response to the low summoning itself, I think.
By a low. Yeah, and that turns off the negate.
3 hand traps is how you beat this, apparently. Wow, unbelievable.
Yeah, that's really well used by Ryan, and I mean, that's devastating Magnamut. It's going to add you a 10-pie monster as well.
Yeah, you can get
But
white if you need.
Still has his normal summon in the bank.
Yeah, we pendulum summoned the Diviner, didn't we?
Normal summon after all this.
Let's see if there's a 4th hand trap in play. Probably not, right? I mean, you would. I think you would hand trap your opponent early if you have that many, rather than just letting him cook for this long and then go for the Nibiru chain.
Do you risk like a Dynamondo as well? No. Okay.
Well, what can he do about Dynamondo?
Well, you can get dropleted on Dynamondo. Bad things can happen. You can get caught by the grave on Dynamondo. Like, you're taking your powerful field and condensing it into one monster. It's always a little risky. But the upside is, like, multiple extra searches, which might be relevant.
It's hard to tell what Ryan is playing, I think, from this angle, right? Magnemite in the main could potentially give away that it's 10 pi to Ethan.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who won the dice roll. Obviously, if your opponent won the dice roll and let you go first and had a Magnemite in their deck, you're thinking this is probably 10 pi. But I expect, I mean, we can't see it on the screen here, but 99% sure he'll be searching a 10 pi monster.
If Ryan won the dice roll and chose to go second, then obviously I guess that is the big reveal. But then at that point it begs the question, why would you not, like, you know, leave a refraining in the extra to negate with Vortex? Because you know that 10 pi plays like a lot of hand traps, and I would be very suspicious as to how they, like, what would your hand possibly be? Like 3 field spells and, like, you know. Oh, we have Imperm as well. Nice, awesome. No Sangan summoning, unfortunately. Do we have enough to keep playing here? Was this searched off of Magnemite? It must have been, right?
Well, it might. I don't know because we didn't see it. So you might have had that plus another dragon. If you already had that, you'd search a Chundra maybe.
Yeah.
Chundra really powerful here because it'd let you go straight into a 10, but this isn't going to be a 10. Seals pass.
There's no way. Can we attack over the Skull Guardian? Is it too big?
I think the Skull Guardian goes to 4,100 attack if you control low.
Okay.
And I think there's something that means you can only attack the Skull Guardian as well. I'm not sure if it's low or if it's the barrier.
We can't even deal with the token. We can't attack low because of the spell, I believe.
Yeah, and the token's probably massive. It was like a 5 monster token.
Yeah. Why are we activating that in the Imperm column? I guess you can't target anything anyway.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun. If you know you can't be Imperm, just put things in the Imperm column.
Just flexing. All right, well.
Oh, here comes Schuberta. Schuberta's a neat interaction with the seal, which is a little bit not obvious when you first think about it, because normally you can't stop your opponent from using graveyard effects just by banishing it, things that activate in the grave. But in this case, because seal's going to tribute itself
another ogre
for a cost. What's he ogreing? Probably the barrier.
Just full of hand traps, I guess. That's what the issue was.
But yeah, so seal tributes itself for a cost and won't activate unless it's in the grave at the start of the next kind of time it could activate in new chain link. So if you use Schuberta or Didi Crow or a Bestial in response to its effect, if it tributes itself, then it won't be in the graveyard when it wants to activate, so it won't get to special summon a dragon monster.
Yeah, it's an interaction that I think there was like a rule change on it, right? Because I remember there was like a thing that was relevant a little bit, sort of a few years ago, where if you discard for cost, like a Twin Twister or a Phoenix Wing Windblast, if your opponent like DD Crows the discard, they won't trigger because it doesn't. I think the correct term is it isn't in the activation location.
Yeah, I mean, cards
like that.
Cards have to be in the right place in order to activate.
Yeah, so it's really huge as well, because getting rid of the seals when tributed for cost is, as you said, really good because it denies that follow-up.
So the seal itself would still resolve, but it looks like the Schuberta has not been used. Okay.
What did we use the Skull Guardian on?
Ogre?
We negated Ogre and then we chained seals. Why would you... Okay. Ooh, another Imperm as well.
Imperm on Schuberta.
Not protecting Schuberta. And we got Saravis in the hand. Wow. That's really powerful.
I'm interested, like, why not just chain the Schuberta? What are you holding it for?
I think he maybe just doesn't know that interaction, right?
Yeah, but no, I mean, why not just chain the Schuberta to the Imperm? Like, are you holding it for something later? Like, if you banish everything in your opponent's graveyard. No, he chained Saravis to Imperm, right?
Yeah, but he's chaining the Schuberta now.
Well, why would you chain the Cerevis then to negate the imperm?
Yeah, that's a good point. Because, yeah, you're getting the value out of the Schuberta anyway, right?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe this is all in the same chain,
was
isn't it, by the way?
Yeah, I think Schuberta was. Imperm must have been chained to Schuberta. I think that's what was going on.
Yeah. Does he still get the seals here? He does, right?
I don't know the order of the chain links.
Yeah, we're not sure if he's doing this on... Okay, so he does still get the seals here. He could have avoided this, admittedly. But maybe not with the imperm, I guess.
Well, no, because the imperm got negated. I don't know, there's quite a lot going on, so it can be quite difficult to decode from the commentary box.
He would have used it in response if he had chained it, right?
But yeah, I don't think he did. Yeah.
Anyway, like long story short, he just didn't get didn't realize that you could just do that with Schuberta to get the max value there. But we're gonna tribute low here, bring back the Skull Guardian now. We have another imperm. Do you need low to make them untargetable?
I'm not sure out of what if barrier or low makes them untargetable. But I think regardless, there's going to be quite a lot of damage coming in.
No level 14 synchros to make with the Chandra, unfortunately.
It's not. I don't think you let the Chandra go into the battle phase, no? You can just use the... What's the trap called? Radiance?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just use Radiance to pop it.
What's Chandra's damage step ability again?
That's the one that summons, yeah. So if you go into the battle phase and start attacking Tenpai monsters, you could be in for a little bit of trouble. So it's normally best practice if you can.
Looks like Dynamundo's being made here.
Yeah, just to clear them.
That's a big token. You can just rely on that alone. Dynamundo is a link monster as ritual support, which you'd think is quite antithetical in the sense that ritual monsters feel very difficult to summon in general. So then using it to link away is quite rough.
But yeah, this is a super powerful link
does Dynamundo shuffle?
I think if you use a
ritual.
Yeah, as a material.
I thought it banished, actually. Just pretending it's SP Little Knight.
I mean, it might
really
be
powerful. That's a scoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scooping that one up there. Wow, that was honestly quite a scary moment. I'd feel like if I was comboing off that hard, my opponent then holds quite well, actually. I think he held that pretty well with the Ogre Nibiru combo. I'd be thinking it might be out of options, but
yeah,
made it actually look like redundant, to be honest.
Yeah, that was like triple hand trap, Ogre Nibiru, and then also
still had everything.
Magnuma on the low is like really powerful.
Yeah.
But I guess that's the beauty of like mixing and matching the two engines. You get all the power of one engine to deal with a couple of hand traps, and then the other hand traps come in as well to try and deal with your voiceless voice engine. But I guess between them you had enough monsters floating around to put up some solid interruptions for your opponent's turn, and that was enough.
Yeah, I think it could have been a little bit different if we weren't so greedy on the pendulum summon. If we kept the refrain in the extra deck, I think that definitely could have changed the outcome of that game, because then Vortex would still be online. Let's take a little look at the side decks here. Sorion on Tenpai will probably still go second. I mean, he's got another copy of Nibiru. Dimension Shifter, I think, is that good against Voiceless? It's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's very strong. I mean, against the it shuts off Ostinato as well. So.
I love that he's citing Threatening Roar, for the mirror match. Ethan here going first. Got Simmel Archfiends in his side deck.
What does that do?
I was hoping you would tell me. Okay, Simmel Archfiends in the extra deck, in the side deck. Not much for going first, really. I don't think you need to side too much for going first, right? Do you think enemy controller is for going first? Just put a Tenpai to defense? Probably not, right?
That sounds pretty powerful to me. You got to stop those Tenpai monsters attacking. You can use it in the battle phase. I'm here for it.
I quite like Econ. It's been around for a while, especially going second, using it to like dodge targeting abilities and then take something. It's really powerful after all this time as well. Meta across every single facet of Yu-Gi-Oh! From Duel Links to Master Duel, so
I was just using it to change battle positions of monsters.
That is the simple way to do it, yeah. Do you know the input code?
Left, right, A, B? I don't know. I can't remember what I used to, what they said.
Yeah, so I mean, we talked a little bit about the side decking or the permission of first and second and Tenpai for game 2 and 3. I mean, speaking to one of the Tenpai players earlier during the player interview, did mention that, well, you should just go second regardless, even if it's post side. Let's get on over to game number 2 here.
So what do you think? Who's going first?
I guess we'll find out. Ethan appears to be, yeah, there it is. Starting off with a Saphira, no Ostinato this time. I think Tenpai players just naturally want to go second. There isn't like too much of a crazy thing you can do by choosing yourself to go first. The question really comes, I suppose, is if you win one of the games, do you side for going first or going second? Droll and Lockbird being used here. Wow. Prepared for the voiceless matchup. Droll's kind of fallen off out of the meta a little bit recently, but Ryan has opted to side it for, I guess, specifically this matchup, right?
I mean, it's super annoying for voices, isn't it? Because they want to search like multiple times.
I mean, I guess it's not that relevant now. He's just hard drawn all the pieces here.
Yeah, but you say that, but I mean, Low can still get Barrier if you want, but you don't get a search from Barrier.
Yeah.
You don't get a search from Skull Guardian, so it's cut off like multiple cards.
Yeah, I feel like Tenpai are probably going to be okay with just dealing with a single negate.
Yeah, exactly.
We know that Ethan doesn't have any hand traps in his deck, right? Like, it's just full of... actually, there's a couple in here. It's mostly engine pieces, but yeah, only like 5 hand traps.
No, I'm seeing a lot, right? There's Ash.
Oh, there's more. Oh, I didn't see the ghost
Morna,
cards. Okay,
Ogre, Vela.
there's a decent amount. Yeah, there's about 10 of them here, plus the imperms, 12 or 13. How do you fit all of this into 40 cards? Oh, he's playing 43,
I
but
was
still.
gonna say, you play more than 40. That's the secret sauce.
Yeah.
You want to fit all your favorite cards in your deck?
Do you think 40 is like outdated game theory at this point?
I've never played more than 40.
Ever?
In my life. No, I have. Yeah. Only to play grass or something. But I'd never be like, oh, I can't figure out what to cut, I'm going to play 42. I'd be like, I'm going to play a 60-card deck for grass or something.
I like playing a 41st talent occasionally.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it's like just the old school mentality of consistency is key, less cards, more power. But I think in this day and age, you know, there's just so many engine requirements that have creeped into the decks nowadays, isn't it? The percentage chance of drawing Gem Knight Garnet is not that high, but if your deck has a lot of undesirables, then it starts to feel bad, I think, when you play 40. There's a world where, like, you could argue, like, Dragon Link when it was at its peak, for example, playing 50 plus was like correct.
Like, I'd believe it, but I guess I wouldn't know. How would you decide on the number? Why do you know 40's right rather than 60 or somewhere in between?
Well, I suppose the higher card count you go, you dilute the bad cards to draw.
So you play 60 then?
Yeah, so you go up to 60, but then you maintain the number of extenders and hand traps and defensive cards you play, so you're still technically keeping up the ratio of engine pieces to non-engine.
I'd respect it if people said you want to minimize bricks and increase, like, and keep the ratio of engines, so I'm going to play 60 cards. I would respect that, but a lot of people just play a random number between 40 and 60.
Because I like it.
Yeah, they just come to, yeah, I don't know how people will arrive at that. But
I mean, that's just as powerful of a theory, right? Just, I like it, Smile.
Yeah.
I'm quite down for that.
It's like a very human thing to do. You can't decide what your favorite cards are, or on the last day, you're like, I really wanted to have this card in my deck, I really wanted to play this talent, so I put it in. I just felt like it, which at the end of the day, like, the difference is very minimal, so I don't think it makes a huge difference.
So anyway, what we had here was we had the main deck Zoroark's monster being activated when your opponent summons a monster, and then that brings out the Ritual Zoroark, who has a built-in summon negate ability, so it's actually really powerful to prevent more Tenpai monsters from being special summoned from the extra deck.
Yeah, it can negate summons which don't start a chain, or which aren't during a chain. So if your opponent just tries to synchro summon, you can just straight up negate that and banish that monster.
It's called built-in.
Yeah, I mean, Zoroark is, like, really powerful. I'm not sure exactly if you use a Tenpai monster as Chainlink 1 to synchro summon. I think you can negate that with Zoroark, right? Because it says immediately after this effect resolves, you synchro summon.
Oh, you mean Ritual Zoroark? Oh, good question. Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
But it's all kind of moot, because I think
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Ryan's
We went
just
to the end
passed,
phase.
yeah.
Soravis gets shuffled away, and then we draw back, and Ethan is going to continue here. This is like the weak thing with Tenpai, isn't it? I mean, just one. You have all of this non-engine you can throw at your opponent, but at the end of the day, you still need to push through your play, and without Sangan summoning, you're so vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the other thing, I mean, just going second does put you at a disadvantage a lot of the times. You've got to think your deck's got to be so much more powerful.
Oh, is this during the battle phase? Oh my! Ash Blossom on Sangan summoning. Sorry, not Sangan summoning. The quick play spell. That's really, really rough.
This is a very like slow-paced game compared to the last one where Ethan played about 30 cards on his first turn.
Yeah, I guess Droll and Lockbirds, coupled with not seeing the Ostinato, really put a spanner in the works here.
This time he is going to go for that Dynamondo.
Dynamondo summoning out into the extra monster zone.
It is a big commitment, but I mean, personally, I love, getting those 2 extra cards, but also it does always make you feel squeamish every time. Like, Called by the Grave, Droplets, they're not like the most popular cards, but they're still like there, and it could still happen to you, and it's such a big investment of your 2 powerful cards. So let's find out.
The Ghost Ogre on the trap there, I think, might have almost cut this off here, but we are going to use the Dynamondo immediately as Ryan draws for turn here. So
you can't Bestial it because I guess there's no monsters.
Yeah, no monsters on the field.
Quick play Soul Release.
All right, and then we're going to perform a ritual summon here. Bring out the Skull Guardian. We still have a face down as well.
I don't know, does it count as a ritual summon?
Oh, wow. Lo has just been the victim of a Bestial every single...
There you go. You can Bestial it. I was wrong. You Bestial it by Bestialing the Lo, and then... So Skull Guardian doesn't have a negate if Lo is not on the field.
Okay, all right. Things are going to get serious here. We're targeting to revive. The Mourner was used to negate Magnamut. That felt a little bit preemptive, no?
Well, it depends how many
other
hand
Ogre
traps
here.
you have.
Okay.
Doing the old switcheroo.
Yeah, and
one
then
Tenpai for another.
Still get the search here, though. So we can get Chandra.
I'm not really sure how much that Ogre achieves.
Yeah, right? Like, it doesn't actually do that much. I mean, I think you just wait till the battle phase when you attempt to synchro summon.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? You don't know what's going to happen, but yeah, because if your opponent can sneak through a lot of effects in the damage step with Tenpai, which is one of the better things about it.
Do we have something here? There's the Simmel Archfiends. Okay, right, we need to bring up what this card does.
I was going to say...
I think it's like... it's somewhat similar to like a D-barrier, I want to say. This turn, neither player can special monsters with the same card types they already control. If you do not control 2 or more of the same card types, Ritual Fusion, Synchro XC, all Ritual Fusion, Synchro XC, and links you currently control gain 500. Wait, so this doesn't do anything, right? Neither player can special monsters with the same card types they control.
So if you have a Synchro monster, you can't summon another Synchro monster.
Yeah, so why is he using it now?
I don't know why he's using it now, but it's still quite... Oh, because it gives your monster 500 attack points, I guess.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know why. Is that useful? Morna doesn't half the Magnamut, right?
Wait, actually, you don't need to use it on activation. Okay, so I think it's for the whole this whole turn, right? This turn.
Yeah. So it just makes the Skull Guardian.
Basically, you make one. So essentially, it's like summon limit, right? Like you get 1 synchro summon now.
Yeah, sort of. It's more like rivalry. You can have 1 synchro monster kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? This is actually kind of strong. I don't think we can game here.
I think the reason you activate it there is because Skull Guardian then becomes bigger than the Magnamut.
Yeah. So, it's fine to activate it early because you actually don't need to wait until the synchro monster's on the field. It's not currently control, it's this turn. So what do you do here, actually? Wow.
You can make a big synchro straight away, but that doesn't feel great, so you could go straight into a 10?
Straight into the Transcendent?
Yeah, but I don't know. It doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. You usually want to climb up into it.
Some more Archfiend is pretty cool, actually, because it hits Link monsters.
Yeah, I think I've seen people talk about this card here and there. It's really good, but I guess, like, why is this better than Dimensional Barrier?
Because it hits Link monsters.
Yeah, but this is Tenpai, right? So.
Oh, yeah, but this was probably a side deck card for a lot of other decks as well, right? I agree, against Tenpai, I'd rather have Dimensional Barrier for sure.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're just going to go into Biden Dragon here, do some damage, and make a Seals? I think you can still make Seals, right?
Sealed pass.
Yeah, because you cannot special monsters with the same card types they already control, so I guess we just leave put the Biden in the graveyard. Hieratic Seal can bounce Pedra if necessary. Most likely your opponent's card, obviously, but you know, if they don't have much here, which Ethan doesn't look like he is on much. Oh, we're gonna leave the Pedra out.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, right?
Because you can just revive it, I guess.
Yeah, basically your opponent just can't really attack.
Yeah, do not enter the battle phase. This is gonna be the worst mistake of his life.
But that is one of the things that makes the Tenpai deck really powerful with Seals, and that's game 2.
Wow, that was really well played there. Well, in the sense that, you know, he flipped the Similar Archfiends.
Oh, he lost.
He still lost despite the Similar Archfiends, I think, which is very good specifically against Tenpai, right? I think is why it's really interesting. Because you can, like, do some Link plays with the deck outside of Seals, because you can go for SP Little Knight, you got Striker Dragon, preventing, he is playing quite a heavy Link package actually, there's even Princess in here. So there are some lines you can take with Tenpai that don't utilize just Synchro monsters, but the Similar Archfiends keeping that in check is kind of cool, but...
I'd be interested to see, like, if you can probably side this against a variety of decks. I don't know what it does, for example, against like Snake Eye, if your opponent can't control more than one Link monster.
That's the thing, right? If it was good against Snake Eye, I feel like we would have seen it way more often over the course of the this last season, but it hasn't really crept up that much against Snake Eye, right?
I mean, Snake Eye players have their own side for themselves, right? They're happy to side Rivalry, Skill Drain, etc. So probably not quite as strong as those cards, but
that's the issue, right? It's always a case in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where there's just so many cards that apply in different situations. You kind of ask yourself, like, yeah, this card's fine, but is it better than this other card? And it's hard to really find that with like something like Skill Drain, right? It's just, or Summon Limit last format, as an example.
So that was game 2, so we're going to get a treat and go into a game 3 and see which one of these players can win this match and make it into the top cut. You think Ethan will pick to go first?
I think so, right? Your deck seems like, oh wow, he's letting him start. Okay, interesting.
Imagine if your opponent just played Heat Wave after you let them start.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Do we have anything on Ryan's side? Cosmic Cyclones could be okay. Go first and second, as well as Dimension Shifter, but looks like he hasn't drawn it. Ooh, Seals Pass versus a Ritual deck. Doesn't seem amazing.
I'm wondering, does he run a Kaikimura Drago?
Not on the sides.
Because that's super annoying. Because I think a lot of both the Voiceless Voice and Melodious cards are all pretty much all light.
Yeah, it's a kind of mind game, I suppose, right? Because if you enter the battle phase, you can trigger a whole bunch of Tenpais if they also set something like Sangan Summoning, for example. Like right here, for example, this could be an issue. So you kind of don't want to enter the battle phase, but if you do enter the battle phase, then you do need to deal with the Quackimera Drago if they play it. But we're going to have a lot of gas here as Ethan activates Ostinato.
Has he just fused 2 cards from his hand?
Wait, there's no way. Wait, I think he's checking to see if you can Ostinato from your hand. You can, right? Surely?
Wow. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, don't you just hate playing like 3-2-1 ratios of your engine requirements and then just seeing like half of them in your hand? That's rough.
I mean, that is the downside, right? If you're just running Melodious, Ostinato you're always going to have Melodious monsters in your deck. But when you have, you've got 3 Melodious cards you want to see and 4 you don't want to see, so that's going to happen.
It is the trade-off, unfortunately, when you get to have such a powerful engine.
Yeah, I think because you're running such a small package, and I think it's literally just 3 refrain and 1 couplet.
Yeah.
And I think during the combo,
But you still have to play the this guy.
Yeah, that's couplet, right?
Isn't couplet the spell?
No, that's concerto.
Oh, yeah.
And you use all the copies of refrain. I think you use all of it by resolving 1 ostinato, so not ideal to have them in your hand.
Ryan could have a bunch of hand traps here backed up in order to deal with this. But it looks like we're going to go with seals immediately. Okay, activating the scale, chaining to bounce. Now we get to summon out from the deck here, most likely just into the Searcher, and then we sit tight on the battle phase, and potentially, I guess, you're scared of risking the...
You're going to want to summon 1 from the grave, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, just set them both up here immediately, so yeah, do not want to enter the battle phase here. Get the search here as well, and now you have your synchro play for your opponent's turn.
Yeah, you can't really attack anything unless you deal with both of these monsters. It's a nice play from Ryan there, bouncing the couplet so you won't be able to search Concerto. Because you can't just activate it again because you've already tried to use it once this turn.
So dealing with the 10-pie monsters before the battle phase, there's a couple of ways to do it, right? You think we go for SP at some point?
Yeah, almost certainly at some point.
Does that exceed the pendulum?
That is exceed the pendulum. What does this card do? You seem to know it better than me.
Adds back and then specials a spellcaster as a quick effect from the hands.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it kind of like if you can somehow get to this before your pen summon, it's absolutely incredible because you just will absolutely get to pen 5. And it creates like multiple zones as well, so it's usually how you typically do. Oh wow, Pendulum Diviner. I think I'll trade off drawing like 2 or 3 of the refrainings and engine requirements of my Melodious pieces if I can also just pen summon a Diviner after resolving Ostinato.
Yeah, sometimes if 3 of the cards in your hand aren't great, the other 3 can really make up for it. Oh, what is going on here? Level 12 synchro? Actually, no, it's more than that. Because doesn't Diviner gain the level? I mean, it's not a level 12 synchro, but, you know. Diviner gains the level and is a tuner. Oh, we're tributing 3 fairies!
Yeah, so the Tribute 3 Fairy effect, I think, destroys all monsters on the field, right? Or destroy a card, at least.
Wow, I've never seen that before.
And then you also get the Tribute effect of Diviner here, which is powerful. Into low. Yeah, no, that's really sick. Okay.
So wait,
nice.
if you tribute 3 fairies, you get to destroy 1 card? What do you get if you tribute 2 fairies?
It's got a bunch of effects depending on how many you tribute. I'm surprised that's doesn't seem to be hitting as many as I thought it would here. Let's see, Hierarchia. So 2+, destroy 1 card, 3, draw 2. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow,
yeah.
so you get to draw 2. This is insane. I've never seen people do this before. This is a really cool interaction between the Melodious deck and the Voiceless Voice deck.
Yeah. All right, and we've also got Skull Guardian down here. Barrier is also up. This is really powerful.
How do you decide what's down and what's up? Like the Skull Guardian's down and the barrier's up?
I guess, yeah, good question. When you think of a barrier, don't you just think of like a barrier that's like a dome, you know, like protecting the field?
Skull Guardians are specifically up. One of them is left.
Is that an access code?
That is an access code.
Yeah.
That one is forward. Yeah.
Onto the front lines he goes in the extra monster zone. Resolution here, you got to do something, otherwise we're losing our whole field here. This back row's been chilling for a while now, not doing anything.
But it can't necessarily. You've still got 1 negation at least with the Skull Guardian.
Yeah, there's not really a lot you can do here.
Is that like 3 Sangan summoning in Ryan's hand?
I see at least 2, right?
Like, you can add a card during your main phase, but that's not going to do an awful lot.
Or summon from hand, but yeah, we just negate here. Activate the effective access code and destroy by banishing. And yeah, that was a Link 3 monster, 53 plus the Skull Guardian low, and that's more than enough. GG. Ethan takes victory here in the final round of Swiss to guarantee a place in Top Cut with Melodious Voiceless.
Wow, like, what a cool deck that was. I've not seen people doing that before, so I was really excited, especially seeing that Trias Hierarchia play.
Yeah.
Just like reading all of the card, which is truly can be quite challenging.
Yeah, it doesn't come up that much except in, I don't know, like Generator or something maybe. Putting that many fairies onto the field, like you can't actually really do that unless you're playing specifically the Melodious, right? So it just further bolsters that insane normal summon. I think like what's mostly been popular has been Branded Fusion, right? As a complementary engine and Voiceless, but yeah. Cool to see Melodious being utilized in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it because Branded Fusion, when you activate Branded Fusion, obviously it's super powerful, but it does lock you into fusion monsters. Whereas this Melodious, you can use your fusion monsters and then you can make... I mean, we saw everything, right? There was XYZs, links, fusions, no synchro, sadly, but pretty good. Pretty good show. And rituals, so you nearly got all the types that's listed on Symbol Archfiend. Huh?
What was the XC?
The Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, impressive stuff, honestly. This is what these little mini engines can contribute. If you experiment around with them, you can find all sorts of ways that benefit your deck. And I think what I really loved about that was like the synergy with the fairies specifically, as Melodious are all fairies. So pop 1, draw 3. I mean, it's like a little mini Guardian Chimera. So that was really cool.
That's better than Guardian Chimera, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, I guess in some ways, yeah. Do you like the whole concept of like Ostinato plus like 3 and 2 and all of the engine requirements associated with it? Or
I mean, it is ups and downs. I guess you'd have to go through it and see how good it is to draw. Because I know you can do a little bit if you just draw the refrain by itself. So I'd like to see like how much that is, because obviously you're running 3 Ostinato and then you're running 4 cards to complement it. So you're going to be seeing those cards more often than you're seeing the Ostinato. So you have to see what you can do with just those cards by themselves before you can make a complete decision. But wow, the Ostinato was insane in both games it was drawn.
yeah, I mean, I think the most incredible thing about it genuinely is the no restriction, right? Like first movement solo says you can only summon a Melodious for the turn, for example. Ostinato just says if you control no monsters, and that's it. And on top of that, if they ash it and you have a second one, you can go again. Like Branded Fusion.
They bell it, and you have a third one.
Yeah.
One more time.
Exactly. All right, that's going to be us for this final round of Swiss. We have, of course, the Top Cup, the final stage of the National Championships. But, of course, we're going to get a little interview here and hear a little bit more about this Voiceless deck. I don't think we've had Voiceless on stream at all yet. There's a couple of them, I think, in Top Cut. We'll see as well if we can maybe track down some statistics for you, take a little look at the deck breakdown, and yeah, just see what exactly has been played over the course of this weekend.
Exactly. Stay tuned for our winners interview. Hello and welcome back for our winners interview with Ethan. Ethan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling? Like last round, kind of a win and in situation, and you get on the feature match. What went through your head when you saw them pick you for the feature?
Well, my opponent seemed nervous when he came up and asked us, and I was like, let's do it, and just for fun. Everyone can see, hopefully not misplay too much. Nerves were both of us, I would say. But against Tenpai, it was a pretty decent matchup, I would say, for myself.
Mm-hmm. And have you've not been in a feature match before or anything like that?
No, that was first feature.
And have you been to many national championships before?
Nope, this is my first nationals, and I was in an open and regional, but that's it.
Wow, so your first national championships, and you're looking almost locked into the top card. That must be a pretty good feeling.
It is, considering it started with a joke.
So this deck is quite unique. I feel like I haven't seen many people combining the Melodious and the Voiceless voice. I mean, maybe you have, but I mean, how did you come across it? How did you make it?
Well, the Melodious engine's been going about. It's strong. It can make up to 4 mat Apple before 5th summon, and them sort of being both light fairies, and it's sort of just a summon before you can go into your stronger engine. Mm-hmm. With access code for going second, it's really easy to get into that, to push for games or just lock people out of it.
So has it been performing well? Has the Ostinato been the MVP? Have you been seeing it in a lot of opening hands?
The MVP, I would say, has to have been either a card on my side, which is Simmel, or Trias, actually. Mm-hmm. Trias is the tribute for 3 is not the first time that's happened today.
Oh, I saw that on the stream. I'd not really seen anyone do that before, so it was really exciting to see you do it like live on the stream, realizing I was like, where did those monsters go? What just happened?
Yeah, so a lot of people think Trias can just tribute for 1, but since it's tribute for cost, it's going to pop non-target, draw 2, which drew into the rest of the engine I needed to push for the OTK. But it was more just getting Tenpai off their protection.
Yeah, for sure. It's very important. When Tenpai, you got to make sure to clear all of those monsters before the battle phase, right?
Yeah.
So talk to us about Simmel Archfiends. When did you discover this card?
So I was going through a lot of lists trying to get inspired by them, and I seen someone who was using an argument between D-Barrier and Simmel, where Simmel still lets them perform at least 1, but after that it locks them out, but it also hits Link monsters. So knowing that Snake Eyes aren't affected by D-Barrier much, I opted for Simmel, and I've seen it consistently against the Snake Eye matchup.
So you've been using that. We were discussing it during the match, like what kind of decks do you side this in for? Is it almost everything that's going in?
I've sided it in when I feel confident it will work in a match going first. The start of Nats, I sided it into Dragon Link, and they surprisingly played around it really well because they had access to XYZs I didn't know they were playing at the time, and played around with different synchros. So it's not the best for every matchup, but it definitely can hit the ones that are more reliable on links. And in the Tenpai match, the small second effect of the attack boost saved me from the Magnamute, and I think that's what helped me live a last turn, but it didn't pull through.
So you have been using it against Snake Eyes. Has it been useful against them?
Yes, very.
Oh, that's cool, because a lot of players, they're looking at a lot of different cards to try and beat Snake Eye. It's kind of the top dog at the moment. You think this is your secret weapon?
It's definitely a weapon that helps. I was looking for funny Super Poly targets, favorite card. Realized it wasn't working, and then opted for this. And I've had Snake Eye players go Hita, take an Ash, and then I flipped it, locked out of Link. They went Anima to take access code, locked out of Links when I flip it. It just sort of stops their plays because I don't think it's a card a lot of people expect.
No, it's not a card I was super familiar with, so it was really cool to see it in the feature match being brought to us. Are there any other cool cards you want to share?
Other than those two, I've had one it's only came up in 2 games, but I'm also citing Enemy Controller into matchups where going second, if you see that in Diviner, it can sort of recreate that same Trias tribute for 3 combo, gets you into full voiceless combo, but also disrupt and break the enemy board.
Yeah, it's another really neat way to tribute your Diviner, and I guess you can then send something else other than Trias, right?
Diviner is the power card.
That's really neat. Well, Ethan, congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the top 32.
Thank you very much. I hope I see myself there too.
And everyone else at home, stick around. We'll be back soon with the top 64.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Connor.
All right, Connor's here to join us for some mini games. So today we're going to be playing Guess Who. So I've got a couple of cards written down. Connor, you're going to have to ask me yes or no questions and see if you can guess the cards. So let's have a go. So I've got my first card written down and you're going to have to try and guess what it is.
Okay. Is this spell trap card?
It is a spell trap card.
How many questions can I ask?
20.
20. Is it a spell card?
It is a spell card.
Is it an older spell card?
I got to be more specific. Let's go.
Played in Goat.
Yeah, it was played in Time Wizard. Yeah, 2005.
Is it a quick play?
Yes.
Is it Book of Moon?
Yes. That's 1 point.
Okay.
Okay. Next question or next card. Take it away.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it printed in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask what it can do?
Yeah. I could ask that.
Well, you can't ask me what it can do, but you could ask me the types of things it does.
Can it search the deck?
Sorry?
Can it search the deck?
No.
No. Has it got multiple effects?
Yes.
Is it triple tactics talents?
Yes. There we go. Right, 2 for 2. Okay, next one.
Is it a monster card?
Yes.
Is it a card printed in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
What kinds of things do monster cards have? Levels, types?
Is it level 4 or lower?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it a dark attribute?
No.
No. Is that a light attribute?
It is a light attribute.
Light
yeah.
attribute. Have you got 1500 or less attack?
Yes, it does.
Is that Minidium Reamheart?
No, it's not.
No.
A lot more light monsters than that.
I know, but that's the one that came to mind. Is that level 2?
It's not level 2, no.
No. It's part of an archetype.
It is, yep.
Helpful. Yeah. Is it printed this year?
No.
No.
I'll give you 5 more questions.
Can I ask you what letter it starts with?
You can ask me.
Oh,
you know, you
it's
can't say
specific
that. It's
letter.
got, yeah, yes or no.
Okay. Trying to think of light monsters.
I'll give you. Do you want a hint?
Yeah.
All right. It's to do with fusion summoning.
Fusion summoning. Light monster fusion summoning. Is it a branded monster?
It's not a branded monster, but it's not far off being a branded monster.
Is it Cartesia?
There we go. Good work. All right. Last monster.
Is it level 4 or lower?
No.
Okay. Is it printed in the last 2 years?
I think it's older than that.
Older than that. Is it from the extra deck?
Yes.
Yes. Is there fusion?
No.
Is there dark?
It is dark.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
Is it a link monster?
It is a link monster.
It's a link monster. It's got 2300 attack.
It does.
Is
Yeah.
it access card?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, well done, man. That's 4 out of 4. How do you feel?
Oh. All right.
It's like winning the national championships, right? There you go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And here's your prize
Thank you.
for getting 4 out of 4 correct. Good job.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Top Cut of the National Championship. We're here, it's the final stage, the knockouts. No more redemption, no more chances to get back in on this. It's all or nothing for every single one of these players going forward. Top 64 will be played out from here onwards. Yeah, exciting. It's time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited. We're going to get straight into it. We've got a doozy of a match for you. We have Unchained, one of the unique decks left in the top 64. We've got some numbers for you. We'll share them after the match as well.
All right, game number one here. We've got Vlad on Tenpai. John here is on Unchained. And yeah, as mentioned, in between the next game, or in between the rounds as well, we'll make sure to keep you guys up to date with the representation. We have a top cut breakdown of what decks are here. But let's jump into this as John starts with the search cards. I always forget the names. This one's Prison, right?
Yeah, Prison, and it doesn't have Unchained in the name, so it's like Abominable Prison or something.
Yep, and it's an Aruha, I think we're getting.
Yeah, his cards are much too shiny for us.
Yeah. So Unchained, yeah, it's a deck that's pretty strong. It's a disruption. It's very good going second. We're going to set here and destroy, it looks like. Yeah, it's a little bit jarring sometimes when your opponent sets a monster and you think, oh, wow, I guess they're passing. But no, we're activating Aruha here, destroying Sarama. Sarama probably going to get Shayama out the deck. Yeah, so the whole theme of Unchained, destroy cards, special summon cards from the deck when cards are destroyed. It's very hard to interact with your opponent's graveyard going second. The only real way to stop Unchained particularly is Ash Blossom is quite good, but other than that, effect negation is not too great because you can just destroy a lot of your cards.
You got Bestials, they're quite good graveyard interaction going second.
Well, a lot of them are fire, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Plus, they've already triggered by that point, so... It's interesting that we are going into Sharvara. I personally haven't learned any of the new combos with the limited Sharvara, because it makes a huge difference. You cycle through quite a number of them to make rank 6 plays with things like the High King Caesar. Also works as a nice extender. But yeah, it's a really cool deck. I'm a huge fan of it, and we'll see if John can do some interesting stuff with it today.
Yeah, I mean, he'll definitely have practiced. He's played at least 10 rounds of it, so...
Yeah.
And he's won an awful lot of them.
I think it's quite a shame that we drew Sarama, because typically you want to tutor that out of the deck and then special summon a monster back, destroy it, or set from the graveyard to make sure you have a trap in rotation here. But this is where we're going to get the Shayama now, and looks like we're going to go for another Link summon here using the Yama. Nope, not quite yet. Okay. So yeah. As mentioned, with the limiting of Sharvara, a lot of this deck's, a lot of the lines in this deck have changed quite significantly. They've gotten a lot weaker as well because having that rank 6 is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you can still make it, but I guess it would be at the expense of having Rage in play, or in this case, at the expense of destroying a face-down trap card.
Yes, we have to. We don't get any value here. We didn't draw the Reborn, so we just have to waste our Book of Eclipse here just to get the High King Caesar. But you could argue that's probably worth it.
Yeah, I mean, High King Caesar's got to be quite powerful against Tenpai because they like to make synchro monsters, and you can negate one of those.
Yeah, special summoning into the. Link 3 Unchained as well as a quick effect using the Unchained Soul of Rage Link 2 on the field. Means you can send away their special summon monster and then link away with it. But there is a terraforming for Sangan summoning, which is going to make it... I mean, I assume it's still unaffected by a monster effect that tries to perform a summon, right?
What do you mean?
So you know how like it's an effect to perform a summon? Like it will still send the monster?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yep, this is looking strong. Interactions are switched off now for the whole of this main phase, essentially. So we can only really do anything in the battle phase now, which might still be okay with the High King Caesar. We'll see how this interacts with the Sangan summoning, if we can do anything before our main phase to deal with Caesar.
Is the Rage that has to be used in the main phase, right?
Yeah, so that's the annoying thing is you can only use Unchained Soul of Rage in the main phase. And negating the effect of the Chandra here. Chaining Ghost Ogre. Okay, so it won't prevent the the High King Caesar from negating the Chandra, but it does remove it from the field. Because remember, it isn't once per turn, so you could use the Sangan, the Sangan Kaiman, the quick play spell, special from the hand. You'd be able to negate that. So Ogre getting rid of it permanently is really strong here for Vlad.
Yeah, you got the. Was there a Shavara under? Oh no, but we still have our graveyard effect, special summon back an Unchained monster.
Yeah, so he's going to get a trap card. Won't be live until next turn. If there is a next turn, I suppose, is the scary thing here. And because the card was destroyed, we get to trigger the Yama. Yama then gets the special summon back a monster. Going to just bring back a floater, I suppose, it looks like. Nothing too important you can do here. But the thing is you're just going to have that monster most likely put into attack mode. By the Transcendent Dragon.
Yeah, Tenpai really not very generous.
And Ash Blossom on the on the summon here.
Yeah, they tend to be quite stingy with giving people extra turns.
Wait, what was the Ash on here actually? Was it on Aruha?
Must have been, yeah.
Well, how did we trigger Aruha? We went Sharvara set a trap card.
Sharvara set a trap.
And then Yama attempt to revive the Aruha.
Yeah, I'm not sure what...
Can you Ash Yama? What have I missed here?
Yeah, I don't know what got ashed. Come to think of it. Did something get destroyed?
We've got the Pot of Prosperity coming down next here, which the Prosperity will be digging deeper here.
So if you're activating Prosperity in your main phase, do you think it's searching for more engine pieces?
We already have the quick play, don't we?
Is it in the graveyard? Was it used to search?
I'm not sure.
None of these too helpful, really.
Yeah, it's 6 cards deep here. None of these actually do too much.
2 shifters, completely useless. Can't use them anymore. You don't really want to overwrite your Sangan summoning, so he goes for the Ash, which he can't really use this turn because he's already used 1 Ash.
Oh, I see what John was trying to do here. So he was trying to use Yama's Grave effect to revive, and the Ash comes from Yama's secondary effect because it's optional to destroy a card you control. So you can go Yama, bring back Aruha, pop the Aruha. Aruha then summon the Abominable to then try and destroy the field spell. But he ashed the Grave effect of Aruha to try and summon the Abominable.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so getting rid of that field spell would have been huge, but unfortunately, yeah, that second Ash Blossom was huge here. Also, going into the battle phase now, it looks like declaring some attacks, and yeah, the Unchained Soul of Rage cannot be used as its main phase only, and we couldn't link with any of the monsters because of the Sangan summoning, making the Tenpai monsters unaffected.
Do we know the mystery face down that wasn't set this turn?
No, we don't.
Is it going to matter?
Well, we're committing to a lot of summons here. Some damage is being dealt, and we haven't used anything.
Just got to make sure you get that magic 3 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you can use the 3 attacks after you attack with this Bident Dragon, synchro it away, activate the effect to revive, bring back, pop the Sangan summoning, gain 3 more attacks, all through Prosperity as well, which is incredible. You can do so much damage in this deck. Upwards of 36,000 is the threshold, I believe, so it's more than enough to take care of.
Did you map it
out? Yeah, I think that's the highest damage potential in Tenpai is 36.
Wow, that's some serious overkill.
Yeah, Soul of Rage here is triggering now. When it's destroyed, you get to add back Sharvara from the graveyard here. Now, you would be able to go Sharvara, pop, special, then go into Abominable again, but Sharvara, again, is main phase only. So similar to Soul of Rage, not too much you can actually do in this battle phase here. Again, attacking, poking for some more damage here under the Prosperity, but still so much is being done here as we go up into the Transcendent Dragon.
So turning off any effects your opponent could have during the battle phase either. It's so brutal, this combination, right? The Sangan summoning, preventing you from interacting with your opponent's dragons during the main phase. And then the Transcendent Dragon, stopping your opponent from activating any effects during the battle phase.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the ways we fix going second is if you simply can't interact with your opponent, then that's going to be really powerful. So absolutely huge from Vlad here as he keeps poking away with these little Tenpais, and more synchro summons get committed. And then we'll most likely eventually see the Sangan Summoning get destroyed for a triple attack as well.
Yeah, we can bring back our level 7 Synchro because way more than 3 attacks have been declared this turn. And and then Synchro summon with it a Trident Dragion, which should be a ton of damage.
Yep, truly powerful. I guess we're just mathing it out here, but I mean, this really is like the end of the end of the game here.
Yeah, just like not being able to respond is so terrifying. Your opponent could just do anything out of nowhere. I mean, you know where it's going to come from now, but you know, almost out of nowhere.
Okay, so I'm curious if John has something here. Maybe feels like the Prosperity is going to do the half damage to be able to keep him in this. Down to 5850 life, but I'm sure there's more that's been done here, no?
Yeah, I feel like there should still be some more battle phase to happen.
There should still be some more battle phase, yeah. Okay, more pokes happening here.
I think they're just doing the arithmetic together, you know?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's the other 7 here, which doesn't really matter what it does. It gets to attack 3 times here. It is... Well, let me just... I haven't got their decks up yet, but yeah, it is... I
mean, there's a lot of, like, you know, more obscure level 7 synchros that the Tenpai deck plays. So this one I've not seen too much of. Samurai Destroyer?
No, it's not Samurai Destroyer.
Kubelt?
Yeah, I think it's Quibelt the Blade Dragon.
And he can attack 3 times?
Well, he can attack 3 times because of the Sangan summoning. Let's see what Quibelt does. It's more than enough damage. Target a card on the field, destroy it on Synchro Summon. Yep. Also destroying the face down. That mystery set was actually triple tax.
I'm a little confused. Was this not enough damage?
Are we using the field spell to...
I mean, the field spell doubles one of your dragon's attack. It's the Trident Dragon itself that gets the 3 attacks. Yeah. Oh, but we're going to synchro... What? No.
We just didn't have enough damage here?
Aren't you just supposed to bring back the level 7 and then make a Trident Dragon that has...
Yes,
6,000 attack and attacks 4 times or something?
Yep.
Is there something I've missed? Isn't this just like normal...
Maybe the math on that Prosperity actually coming in clutch and making a difference here. So it looks like Vlad has unfortunately incorrectly played out the synchro plays here. I mean, you just go Trident Dragon, and this is going to give John an attempt to get back in this, as still in the main phase 2 of Vlad's turn. We get to use that Sharvara we added back, destroying the trap, that specific Sharvara set, summoning out Abominable, pitching a card from the hand, destroying the seals, which can't be used because it's only on your opponent's turn. And we're set up for another Yama play now.
Yeah, like quite a lot can happen now in John's turn. He's got some monsters and a dream. And the level 7 Tempai's already been used to special summon from the grave. Does the Transcendent Dragon have the same effect summoned from the grave? It does, right? So if you do more than 3 attacks, then it can summon itself back from the grave if it's there. Wow, this is
That's
amazing.
all he's got. Okay, pass turn.
Like, you can do quite a lot with just these 2 monsters, right? You can make a Yama, you'll get to set a trap from your deck with Sharvara.
Oh yeah, there's like so much you can do here. Link away, as you said, get the trap, and then Yama searches out Aruha.
This was like the start point for all of the combos for Unchained, right? You just got 2 monsters, and then you 1-2 skip a few, and you had a massive field.
That's a good one. Setting the continuous spell, which is when it's when you perform a link summon, you get to destroy a card. Or it also has the other effect as well. When it's destroyed, it special summons out the deck here, so we can use it in combination with Shayama if we like.
What's that come back? Is that Sariyama that's come back from the grave?
Yeah, we can bring back Shayama now.
And Shayama's still in the grave as well. There's so many resources for John. Anything? I wonder if he's going to run out of Unchains in his deck almost. Like, he summoned so many.
I just want to double check the, because I know that Shiyama returns to the bottom of the deck when
Yeah,
it
but
summons itself back.
it was used as an XYZ material. That's their classic
Right,
trick,
yeah.
right?
So, yeah, it was overlaid with, that's why we kept it on the field, sure.
Yeah, it somehow makes it from the field to the graveyard without ever leaving the field. That's that kind of trick, because you never leave the field if you become an XYZ material. It's like a disappearing act.
Didn't we get rid of the Trident Dragon on John's side? Because we banished something face down, right? Wait, like, so did he banish his own Trident Dragon with Prosperity?
I mean, he might have. I don't know why.
Is that why we didn't summon Trident Dragon? There's just no way you do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not random.
No,
You know,
it's not.
It's
Like,
not a
you
fun
get
of
to
extravagance.
choose, so, like, yeah, I'm struggling to see it as well, because it feels like there's not too many monsters. Like, he kept, what was the dragon he summoned? Like, the strike?
The Quibelt.
Yeah, like, surely you would get rid of that before you got rid of your Trident Dragon, right?
You can pop your Sangan summoning anyway. Oh no, that's okay. So mystery solved. I think he just banished his Trident with Prosperity.
I mean, that would be another mystery in and of itself. Like, mysteries
Yeah.
upon mysteries.
Yeah, I guess that's why we're confused as to why he didn't win the game. He just banished his own Trident. I mean, maybe he doesn't play it. No, I don't know.
No.
Let's see if he's. Surely it's
There
in
it
here.
is, yeah,
There was a
Trident
Trident
Dragon.
Dragon in the deck list.
Oh.
Okay, we just banished it with Prosperity. That's fair. Oh wow, we got Ash Blossom coming down in response.
I'm curious, is Ash
and then we have
Blossom...
Talons.
How much attack does the Transcendent Dragon have?
Is it 3K?
Is it only 3,000? Okay. I don't know why.
Sure
I keep thinking it's 3,500, but I might be wrong. I was wondering if you just took it, whether it was just straight up 8,000 damage.
Well, we can link away with it now using the Link 3, like climbing up into the...
Is that an access code?
it is an access code, yeah.
John's cards are too shiny.
Yeah, okay.
Very, yeah.
We didn't Fiend Lock ourselves at any point, did we?
I don't think so. I think it's a Ruha that does the Fiend locking.
Is that a field spell?
It looks like a field spell. Oh, this is the engine that we were discussing before, right? The Dark Beckoning Beast?
Oh no, isn't it just Nightmare Throne?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, of course. Rather than opting to go for the tour guide and other ways to link climb, you've got the Beckoning Beast plus the plus your Nightmare Throne. Okay, yeah. So it isn't just Unchained in here. Yeah, it's the Fiend pile, I suppose. So that makes sense. All right, access code.
So we just need another
damage.
3,000 damage. Or access code is 5,300, right? Then we chuck in the Aruha. It's got to destroy
Destroying with Aruha, targeting with the Soul of Rage here to add back if we want. As well, we can summon the Abominable from the hand when a card is destroyed. Bringing it back here, we get Sharvara, and there is 83 for game there. Wow, that was incredible.
Very neat there to win in 2 attacks only, because otherwise your opponent could special summon the Transcendent Dragon back from the grave.
No, that was yeah. So you have to specifically meet that threshold to make sure that they don't revive it. Wow, I can't believe we banished Trident Dragon with Prosperity. That's
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure that's what happened, but I don't know what else could have happened. You're right. Like,
there's no world you don't just attack for game there, right? Like, it's unfortunate.
it really felt like this is like Tenpai's stomping ground. You know, you clear all of your opponent's interruptions, you get a couple of dragons, you go to the battle phase, and that's that, isn't it? Like,
yeah. Wow, that's really unfortunate. I'm sure he's kicking himself for that just now, but yeah. John making a good comeback and playing out those lines really impressively with all of the Unchained floating. Still playing through double Ash Blossom, which is like the worst hand trap against Unchained specifically, as in for the Unchained player, because it's probably like one of the few that actually interact with your field. Effect negation doesn't do too much, except against specifically Yama, but you still get to trigger the Sharvara to set a trap from the deck in that way. So yeah, really impressive. Really great comeback, and still attacking for the game and keeping an eye on that Transcendent Dragon from being revived as well. So well spotted.
What do you think of Unchained overall?
I mean, I love that deck. A huge fan of it. It's very noticeably weaker without the triple Sharvara, but you kind of just play like the complementary Yubel cards now and the Dark Beckoning Beast to give you that link fodder. So I think it's really cool. I think it's really fun. I guess the issue per se is there isn't, I don't think, any one-card combos anymore. Well, I suppose like the Dark Beckoning Beast, but it's not as comparable to Ash, I suppose.
So is it a spiritual successor to Burning Abyss for you?
Oh yeah,
will
sure,
it ever replace it in your heart?
In that way, for Fiends for sure. But yeah, it is quite a heavy engine. Playing 41 cards all together with the Yubel engine, but not actually running any hand traps. Opting to go for Thrust, Talents, Eclipse, Dark Ruler. Full field-breaking abilities here from John. I don't know how you feel about that, like going second. You know, people typically say like hand traps are king against Snake Eye, but
I love this approach. The only thing is you have to be confident in your deck's abilities going first, because if you're going to run all of these cards that are really powerful going second, that aren't hand traps and aren't so strong when you go first, then you have to be confident in your engine to really carry it home. And as we saw, like, there were a few interruptions, but Tenpai had no problems picking them apart, so maybe it does come with its risks.
It's weird though, because like a lot of that credit there has to be given to Zangan summoning, right? You know, I think like a typical Snake Eye deck will not be able to get away with so much, breathing space that is offered from not being able to use Soul of Rage, not being able to use like the trap that you get for the Sharvara, for example, or the Sarama. So yeah, Zangan summoning key there. Let's head on over to game number 2 and take a look at how this one plays out.
John being made to go first. Maybe he was choosing to go second in his other games. What do you think? His deck almost looks like it's just geared for going second.
It's weird, right? I mean, I feel like a deck like this, you definitely want to go first, but building for second is also a valid way to approach it. This is rough, by the way. If we don't draw like a... Oh, okay. Talents, that's strong. So Veiler comes down on the Dark Beckoning Beast. Oh, we're actually going to take away a card here. Oh, that's so rough. You need to get rid of Ash Blossom because it's just so strong against you, but we just have Zangan summoning again.
Well, and you see your opponent, but 2 Zangan summoning and another Tenpai. It's so nice to get rid of all of your opponent's interruptions in this situation, and you know that you only have to deal with like 1 or 2 engine pushes.
All right, let's see what the extender is here. So we got Prison now searching out. So as long as we have any Unchained card in our hand, we can continue to play here.
Or in fact, just anything you can set. And you can set just so far on a Ruha. I mean, not ideal, but you know, you'll take what you can get.
And as long as you can get into Yama, that's going to be quite decent here. Looks like that's an Aruha we're searching out.
Yeah.
If we also have the trap, that's really strong because getting that into rotation is quite good, because I'm sure at some point we can maybe set it back with the Sarama. There it is, a Aruha pop set card. It's unfortunate, it isn't a trap, but good enough to keep extending with here. Double Talents is not great to see, but still valid and really powerful here, taking away the second form of disruption as we go into Yama now.
Talent's still like, it's such a powerful card. I guess if you see 2, as long as you resolve 1, I think you're kind of like okay with it. I'd say it's done its job.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what we get out with the Yama, because I think that it's hard to keep pushing at this point. I mean, you really need to have like Nightmare Throne, I guess, is the last card in your hand to get full use of this.
Yeah, I mean, it must be something, right? Because otherwise you'd just get the Sharvara straight up and you'd have a trap to set, and then you'd search a Ruha and carry on going. So I'm not sure why. Yeah, he must have some engine to push through, I think. Because otherwise, surely you would just search Sharvara.
He is thinking, so maybe he's realizing that this is perhaps not amounting to as much as he would have hoped. We do get the one of Sharvara, but there isn't really anything good to destroy unless we have another spell and trap that we can just set. It's not going to be an Unchained card, unfortunately, but... Oh,
And
wow,
pass?
it's just a set and pass. Okay.
How's he going to deal with those 2 Sangan summonings?
Yeah, you know your opponent has Sangan summoning. Yeah, there it is.
2 Sangan summoning and a Tenpai monster?
Maybe he'll Prosperity banish his his Trident Dragon again.
Do you know what
Is that Mistaken Arrest?
Maybe. Is that in his side deck?
Let's see. Yeah, it is.
That's
It's
you've got
Mistaken
a good eye
Arrest.
for that.
It's just Mistake, but like for the turn, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's for a turn and a bit, actually. I think it's like
A turn
2
and a
full
bit.
turns. Well, it's until the end of the turn after this one.
Let's have a look here.
Yeah, until the end of your next turn. Okay.
So in response to the Sangan summoning, we're going to go Mistaken Arrest here. We knew he had the Chandra in hand, plus the second Sangan summoning. So I don't know what you can... I mean, you would have really have hoped for, I guess, like hard drawing Pedra to then special Chandra. That might be able to do something under the Mistaken Arrest.
I mean, hard drawing Chandra has got to do something, right? Because you get to special summon, which is the one that prevents them from being destroyed by battle. What's the name of... So Chandra is the one that special summons from the deck.
Yeah, start of the damage step, you get to summon this.
And now you can't be destroyed by battle either.
Yeah.
So you actually never get destroyed. It's very cheeky, that, because the monster gets summoned before the battle happens. So you take a bit of damage, but you still get to keep your monster. And then you can kind of, it's not ranking up, I guess you can synchro. And then you'll get to special summon back. And then you'll special summon back both of these, so it'll be a nice little trick. This might just be enough damage, actually.
You think this is enough just with under the Mistaken Arrest here? Oh, wow, Droplet as well, sending the second Sangan, halving the attack in the damage step against Yama.
Yeah, I think it's enough even under Mistaken Arrest. Because you can just make the level 7, and then that will bring... What's the name of the one next to Chandra? I forget.
What, sorry?
The one that's not Chandra.
Fadra?
Padra? Yeah.
Currently on the field?
Yeah. So you make the level 7, bring back Padra, which then brings back Chandra again, and then you synchro into a Trident Dragon. And then that's like infinite damage, right? Trident Dragon's 12,000 by itself, just popping Sangan summoning, having 2 attacks. There's been no prosperity this time. And this time we are going to see a Trident Dragon, I hope.
Yeah. No excuses this time. There it is.
Yeah,
There's
there it
the
is.
Trident Dragon. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, destroy Sangan, attack, double 3 times, and GG. That's going to be game number 2 there. As wow. I think the talents takeaway only makes sense if you can keep playing.
I think he thought he could keep playing and hadn't fully mapped it out.
It didn't really matter, though, because if you draw with the talents, he has that Ash anyway. So ultimately, nothing really changed. I just don't think he could keep extending because you've used your normal summon.
Yeah, I think maybe if we just added the Sharvara first, rather than the Aruha, and then when you link into Yama, you have a trap. You then get to set a trap from your deck, and then you search the Aruha, and then you pop the trap with the Aruha, and then carry on.
Yeah, you'd still waste the talents like that, but that was always going to be inevitable from the second copy. So, yeah, I think that would have worked out better. Unfortunate. No prosperity on the Trident Dragian this time to save him, so John is going to have to try and bring this one back to a game number 3 and see how this game unfolds. I mean, again, we're in that situation of, you know, do we make Tenpai start?
I think you've got to be happy making Tenpai start with this deck list, right? You're running so many of these powerful going second effects. I think you'll do it, or maybe not. Maybe you just side in those trap tricks.
Trap Tracks.
Oh, that's Trap Tracks.
Yes.
What's Trap Tracks?
Trap Tracks destroys a monster, I think, and sets a trap from your deck.
Oh, that's even cooler than Trap Tricks.
Yeah, it definitely destroys a monster. So in the process of that, you get to summon Abominable Soul, link with your opponent's monster, provided they don't have Sangan summoning again. That would be quite disaster.
Well, there's a lot of ways to get to Sangan summoning, right? You have terraforming, 3 Sangan summoning, and 3
3 Prosperity, yeah, I mean, that could work. Let's jump into game number 3 and see how this one plays out for our final duel of Top 64.
So who does get to go first?
All right, this is important. Let's see what John decided.
I think John's looking at his hand like he's going to go first. That's my feeling. But Vlad's also shuffling his hand a lot.
I think in Unchained, I'd quite like to go second, potentially.
At one time it will stop throwing me when somebody just sets a card that they're not about to pass their turn. But not yet, you know. I just think for a second, wow, is he just passing?
No, there's no way.
He's setting 2. Maybe he's going to use a danger?
Set 2 and pass, and
it isn't just pass.
Yeah, it isn't set into destroy with a Ruha or Sharvara here. That's really unfortunate. And Sangan summoning 3 games in a row, by the way. Okay, all right. Yeah, let's see how much we can do. I mean, you need something that interacts with your player more than the opponent at this point. We know it's not Mistaken Arrest. That probably would have been used immediately. Different Dimension Ground is in a side deck. That's a 1-of. I'm not sure if that really does anything here. Droplet isn't going to do anything either.
It really doesn't feel like it does a lot different Dimension Ground against Tenpai, because they still get quite a lot happening. So maybe the trap tracks, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it'll get a dimensional barrier.
Here we go. That is the trap tracks.
So what does this card do?
Let's bring it up. I think it just destroys a card you control. Let's have a look here. Trap tracks. I've seen far too many Earth Machine decks that use this. Oh, it targets a monster, actually, not a card. Destroy it and then set a normal trap from your deck. It can be activated this turn. We didn't even have a monster. That's really unfortunate. Is it trap tracks? I mean, it looks like trap tracks.
Maybe it just got destroyed, yeah.
So you couldn't even, like, flip this. How do you not have a monster in hand? No hand trap, no nothing? It's really unfortunate. Is this it? Is this going to be the end of the game? If it was DDG, we would have used it immediately, right? You don't want those in the graveyard to be brought back. Oh, no.
Just need something to negate the Sangad Kaiman, like a Magic Jammer. That would do the trick. Yeah. Ash Blossom.
Magic Jammer. Or what's that card that trap that negates quick plays, field spells, and
Magic Deflector.
Deflector.
That's not as cool as Magic Jammer.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. All right. Well, here we go. Start a damage step. Activate Chandra. Revive, or special summon, then revive, and got a lot of attacks to declare here and synchro summons to perform, so this is looking pretty good.
I mean, Tenpai is just this really harsh check on everyone. Like, this is what I'm going to do every time. I'm going to have a couple of hand traps, and you're going to have to stop me summoning monsters, otherwise I am just going to take you down. And yeah, it's a real tough litmus test for any deck, almost. And
it's a test that you can't even pass most of the time.
Yeah.
It's rough with the non-interaction, it really is. Unfortunate for John, I mean, just not opening a single play here, just really unfortunate. Really upset as well that the trap track just didn't have any monster to set. Would have been really, really good. And I do like it as well. It's such a cool synergy with this deck, right? Like, because you can destroy your Unchained cards, and then that can trigger Yama, and then you can summon an Abominable, and then you get a free trap from the deck. Like, huh?
What's going on? Like,
huh? What? Is this main phase 2?
It does look like main phase 2, yeah.
Okay.
There's clearly something about Tenpai that I'm not understanding.
All right, we have not ended the game here with that battle phase. Okay, well, it is what it is. Main phase 2, we're going to make a seals, we're going to grab an imperm. All right. The Sangan summoning active for your opponent's main phase?
I don't know. That would sound really good if it was. I mean,
yeah, it's your main phase, your monster's artifact. Yeah, okay. So Sangan summoning is not going to be live for John's turn here. So an opportunity to get back into this one, I suppose.
I mean, John's only got 1 extra card to play with, and his hand didn't do an awful lot last turn. But let's see if he can turn it around.
Okay, I don't know if it's the lighting, but apparently that's a D barrier.
That's a D barrier? That explains quite a lot about what was going on.
Yeah, okay, that looks like... Okay, well, all right, unfortunate. That makes so much more sense. Okay.
It was definitely something we didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. All right, okay, let's see what we've got here. We're going to make Transcendent Dragon here as well.
Are we in the battle phase? We must be, right?
Battle phase to bait.
You can't evenly if somebody makes a Transcendent Dragon. But I don't know what else you'd be doing with your battle phase.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Just setting more cards and passing. Yeah, that's really rough. See, I was surprised that it's D-Barry because he plays one copy.
I guess you search it with trap tracks, right?
I mean, yeah, that's the idea, so it didn't have it.
And here comes Mistaken Arrest. You can still set a card. You don't have to add it to your hand. So I guess that's what we'll be doing. Although adding your Sangan Kaiman. Not quite as strong.
Battle phase attack, GG. There it is, declaration. And yeah, unfortunately for John, just drawing a bunch of non-engine there. I think the Shayama's in his hand. I think that is a trap track as well he had there, but the one D barrier was something to keep him alive for a single turn.
Just about.
It is what it is. Yeah, that is a horrible way to go out. That is so unfortunate. Game number 3, and yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, Tenpai is just always kind of like sitting there. If you don't have your deck doesn't do what it's supposed to do, Tenpai will just be, it's like a little predator. It's just going to take advantage of you.
Yeah, it's a full combo there. The D barrier did help, I suppose. But again, it only really bought a turn, delaying the inevitable. It must feel really bad. I mean, this is what we're talking about earlier when it comes to card count, right? I mean, there's so many like cards in your hand that you don't want to draw. Like the Dark Beckoning Beast has the Chaos Beast that you don't want to draw. You got the Shayama you don't really want to see. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces that are just undesirable and unchained, and I guess that's just what happened here. So. One of the risks you play when you pick a deck that just has a lot of engine requirements.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate. Unchained was known for being very consistent, I thought, and you had the Shiyama that you really didn't want to draw, but everything else could pretty much be used. Well, Shiyama and Abominable, but like after that, you know, you can, as long as you can set it, you can use it, which is one of the great things. But I guess if you don't draw one of those Ruhas, and I guess now you're down to one Shavara, so that's extra consistency gone. So maybe we need to kind of re-update how consistent we think the deck is.
Yeah, you know, 3 Prison, 3 Aruha feels like that's a lot, but it's not really when you think about it. You know, having that many starters that have to combo with another card compared to just a one-card combo, it's very different. And again, it can be understated just how much losing Sharvara has really affected the deck there, as we saw. It's a great tool to dodge cards, tutors out the traps from your deck, and it's a good starter. So only one copy, and it is what it is. Just losing out to his own deck there.
Yeah, it's a really tough way to go out, but obviously we have to congratulate our winner with Tenpai.
Yeah, Tenpai advancing forward. We do have a lot of Tenpai here, actually. We can maybe, just before we have a look at the, or have a listen to our top 32, top 64 player interview, we've got some, where's the pie chart here?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So if you're wondering, we got the deck breakdown for top 64 here. We have one Pearly player, one Unchained player. As we saw, this is the player we chose to pick here. There's 2 plant decks, 3 or 4 voiceless, 3 or 4 branded. Same with Labyrinth, 3 or 4 Labyrinth. And then the rest is basically Tenpai and Snake Eye. Somewhat of an even split, 23% Tenpai. Oh no, actually 40% Snake Eye. That's quite a lot here. I'm not sure if we're also including this 2 Kashtira decks here. That might be Kashtira Snake Eye, most likely, the way that this has been broken down. But yeah, Snake Eye taking up almost half of Top Cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been the deck to beat, as we've been saying this weekend. Super powerful deck, and as you were mentioning, like, how many starters can you have? Well, Snake Eye has this beautiful synergy, almost like you have so many ways to get to your one starter, but if you add more of them, you do more as well, which is a mark of, like, a really great deck.
Yeah, no, that's the story to tell this weekend. So we'll be keeping an eye out for any Snake Eye non-mirrors, I suppose, as we progress through Top Cut here. But we expect to see that narrow down quite significantly, especially as we've got some friendly fire. I think there's a branded mirror happening somewhere out in Top Cut as well, which is always fun, you know, double poppet locking each other or something. Yeah, let's hear from Vlad and get the player interview for you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for a winner's interview with our top 64 winner. Congratulations, Vlad.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, how do you feel? Was this your first time in a feature match?
Yes, my first time.
And, you know, you've made it through to the top 32 of the UK National Championship, so congratulations for that.
Thank you.
So tell us about what deck you picked and why did you bring it?
So I picked Tempai, mainly because I love dragons and I love the playstyle. Yeah, I think that's the main reason.
So are you a fan of like going second and like interrupting your opponent a bit and then, you know, softening them up and yeah?
Yes.
So you played against Unchained, which I can't imagine you were expecting. Are you familiar with the deck?
Yeah, I played that deck before.
Mm-hmm. And did you know, have you played against it much with Tempai or not very much?
I met the same opponent in the tournament and I lost against him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you played him before the surprise was gone. Did you? What did you think? Did you want to get some revenge or were you nervous maybe that you lost the first time?
Well, I wanted to win, of course. Also, my friends are watching. And yeah, I didn't expect to win. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty nervous, and but it went well.
And your friends, are they here with you this weekend, cheering you on?
No, they're from Romania, and they are watching from home.
Oh, wow. So have you come all the way from Romania to compete here? So why did you choose to come over to the UK National Championship?
Well, I have friends here, and they live nearby, so I wanted to participate also, because I saw that it's nearby.
Oh, fantastic. So is this the first time you come over to the UK?
No, it's my second time.
Mm-hmm. And did you play the national championships here before?
No.
No, okay. You just came over to visit the first time, and this time you thought you wanted to get stuck in?
Yes.
Excellent. So did any of your friends compete in the Romanian national championships?
We don't have regionals and nationals right now. We hope for the next year.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Well, I'm glad you could come over here and compete in ours.
Thank you.
So how are you feeling going into the next round?
Well, I'm pretty nervous, as I said, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, thank you so much for competing in our feature match and giving all of our viewers at home a show. And we're looking forward to seeing you progress further on into the tournament.
Thank you.
All right.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of Destruction! To fulfill my promise to the Pharaoh, I'll need an unparalleled new strategy. I won't accept anything less than your best. And you'll have it! Meet Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction! This can't be. To think such a monster exists. It sure does, in Legacy of Destruction! It's time to duel! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the UK National Championship 2024. We've got a little mini game for you in between this round here. Who am I with?
Sean.
Hi, Sean. You ready for this weekend?
Yeah, I guess so.
So. Try your best.
For a bit, but I'm happy to have a weekend off, so that's all right.
All right. Well, we've got some Yu-Gi-Oh! Themed questions for you. So what I'm going to do here is, used to hand shuffling. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you a card name. You have to ask me questions to try and decipher that card. But I can only answer with yes or no. Understood?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, ready to go?
Great.
Okay, all right. Card number 1. Let's go.
Is it a monster?
It is a monster. Nailed it.
That was it. I'll leave now. Extra deck.
No.
Is it a? Would you consider it a boss monster?
No.
Deck.
To some people, maybe.
Is it used in a deck in this current format?
Yes.
Is it a hand trap?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom?
Yes. That's pretty good, actually. All right, off to a good start then. Congratulations. I have another one in mind here. All right, card number 2.
Is it a monster?
This one is a monster, yes.
Extra deck monster.
Yes.
Does it destroy cards?
No.
I thought I was going to nail this one.
Yeah. Extra deck monsters typically do, don't they?
Is it a link monster?
No.
No.
There's 4 others it could be. Oh, is it 3? 3.
I don't know many of the other ones. Is it a fusion monster?
You will know this one. No, it's not.
I will go down.
You're probably playing this, honestly.
Is it an XYZ monster?
It is.
Probably playing it.
Yeah, probably.
No.
Could be.
Does this monster negate?
No.
No.
Give you a little hint. It's maybe for going seconds rather than firsts.
Is it Zeus?
Yes, it is Zeus. Well done. All right, not bad. I did help you a little bit there.
Yeah, you did.
This one should hopefully be a little bit more difficult.
I hope.
All right, I got one in mind. Let's go.
Spell card.
It is a spell card. Is that just pure luck, like theory of like, well, he's picked 2 monsters, it has to be a spell?
No, I just knew. I just had a feeling. Does it search?
No.
Oh, okay. That's me done then. Does it destroy cards?
No. And you definitely know this one.
I definitely know this one.
You definitely know this one.
Throwing me off here now. Is it a continuous spell?
Not continuous.
Okay. Is it a field spell?
No.
Is it a quick play spell?
Yes.
Does it target?
Yes.
Do you pay life points to activate it?
No.
I thought I was really on there.
What did you think it was?
Cosmic.
No.
I was going down Cosmic.
Okay.
I thought you'd got me with a destruction thing.
No. Similar light as the last one. Maybe. Well, actually, no. You could go first a second with this. Never mind. Ignore that. You do know it. Might even be playing it.
Does it have multiple effects?
Technically one effect.
Is it talents?
No.
Thrust?
No. It's quick play.
Oh, it is quick play.
Yeah, it's quick play.
Yeah. You've thrown me off. I have no idea. This one.
You give up?
I've given up. This one you've done me.
All right. Well, 2 out of 3 is good. It's Called by the Grave.
I am playing it.
Yeah, see?
Oh, I thought I'd asked if it negated effects, and I didn't.
Did you know? Did you?
No,
No, I don't think
I
it did.
did.
Yeah. Called by
The
negate.
last 2 cards I did. This one I just didn't.
Ah. All right.
So I didn't ask that one.
Well, you did pretty good. So 2 out of 3 is fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us, Sean.
It's all right. It's all right. It's good to see you.
Good luck for this weekend, and I hope you do well and maybe take down the whole thing. How are you feeling?
Not
Confident?
Good. Not good.
Not good.
I didn't even know where I was coming until I got picked up this morning. So,
all right. Well,
good start.
Good fueling there. All right. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We'll be back shortly with the next round.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for the top 32 of the UK National Championships 2024. All the way down, we started with over 1,400 players, down to just 32 remaining. And we've got a great feature match for you as ever. What have we got, Nadir?
We haven't seen it yet, actually, so things are about to get a little bit Despian as we take a look at the fusion strategy being played today with 50 cards, no less. Let's head on over to the table and see what we can do.
I am a huge fan of the branded deck running like all engine, just all engine, all gas, no brakes. None of this hand traps, none of this power spells for going second. You just run power, you know, you just play. Yeah, it's so cool. I love it.
You a fan of gimmick puppets?
That's less exciting. That's less exciting. It's a little gimmicky, if you will, but, you know.
Zing. All right, let's run this one back here. We've got, is he going first? Oh yeah, he is. He won the dice roll, activating Allure of Darkness. You don't typically see that, I feel, in branded here.
There it is.
Ooh, that's kind of huge.
I was looking at the deck list before this, and Droll is really not popular, but it seems devastating against this branded deck.
Yeah, especially game one.
Yeah, when you're running cards like Allure, like, that's really, really difficult to deal with. Is that a fusion deployment, though?
Yeah, so I mean, you're gonna have to go for like what, Cartesia instead, because Alibar is just not gonna be able to do anything here.
You can't summon Alibar anyway off deployment.
Oh yeah, sorry, I mixed it up with an opening. Yeah. So we're gonna reveal the Granganol here, and that's gonna get Cartesia. Now we can fuse from our hand. I mean, I think you can, like, depending on what we fuse here, we can still go Granganol Send.
Yeah, it really depends what's in the rest of the hand.
Is it a Mercurier?
Oh, that's the gimmick puppet.
Okay, we just drew it.
But you have to have, like, Albaz somehow in order to fusion summon...
Sanctifier.
Sanctifier, that's the name.
Yeah.
Can we get an Albaz? So Grangador can send a level 6 or higher dark or light from your extra deck or deck to the graveyard, so that's almost everything.
What does he send here? Do we go for Saronir usually, or?
Popular target's Albion.
Yeah.
So you can set a branded in red in the end phase, or this is Titaniclad, so in the end phase you can special summon a Dogmatica monster from your deck. And Guiding Quem is treated as a Dogmatica card, so that's a really useful line of text on it. Because beforehand, there wasn't really a great target for this, but now being able to summon a Quem is like a fantastic target. Now you can just summon Gimmick Puppet back to your own field with Quem. I'm joking. No, you can't actually do that. Once someone has to mention Fallen of Albaz.
So sending here with the Quem, and will be also triggering when a monster leaves the extra deck, which is very likely. I don't think we're going to be summoning winged beasts and normal summoning Fluonder monsters, so that's most likely going to occur here. I wonder how much this Droll hurt, because I feel like it depending on your hands, branded sometimes might not worry too much about that. If you get your initial search off, but we did not get access to branded fusion, which is like a major part of this.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but again, given the composition of Darwin's deck, it feels like it's gonna hurt. Like there are so many cards that search and draw and everything.
Yeah, even running Pot of Desires, which is interesting.
Yeah, he's got such a big, like, you've got to feel like there would have been a lot more happening if there wasn't the draw and lock. But having said that, not sure what the face down could be. That, you know, I feel like if it was a branded in red, maybe you would just activate it, get back that Albaz, and go for a Sanctifier straight away. Maybe you want to play around something with it.
All right, well, we've got access to our Snake Eye engine here as the Diabell Star is sent. No disruptions from Darwin, as you've probably noticed as well, by the way. The sorry, as you mentioned, no real hand traps. Forbidden Droplet is in his deck. chooses not to use it on the Ash if that is a set droplet. So as far as Kieran's concerned here, there could be anything there. Ash, probably not Imperm at this point. I feel like it's a go-to to Imperm the Diabell Star or even the Ash when it comes down. So that's probably off the checklist. And I think we've got a long way here for Darwin to fight back against this push.
Yeah, I mean, unless that
and the
face
field
down
spells,
card
man.
is offering something. I mean, we also have that when a card leaves the extra deck, you can trigger the Quem. So I guess that's something for Kieran to keep in mind, because you can summon back that Albaz and fuse. And fusing with your monsters is not something you want to happen, especially on your own, like on your own turn. So that could be something to keep in mind for sure.
I mean, you don't really have a choice here. You have to kind of get into your extra deck at some point with Snake Eye, and then the Albaz comes back, discard, make Mirror Jade, correct?
That seems like a reasonable way to do it. So maybe you just hold off for a second until your opponent's got a more powerful extra deck monster. Or maybe he's just going to go straight for it. Also a very reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, maybe just getting that Mirror Jade online ASAP is ideal here. Hard draws the Retribution, which is not ideal, but it's going to be decent follow-up for next turn. As we get it into the graveyard, we can maybe recur something later.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, like that's kind of why you play a big deck. If you can have these cards like Retribution, ideally you hide them in the deck rather than draw them. Oh, there's a battle of the big dragons going on here, and I think Mirror Jade's gonna take it down. Goodbye, Flamberge.
Yeah, it's probably the best target here. Albion's going to set up for next turn as well. Getting a second Flamberge out should be possible still for Kieran.
Yeah, not all players are running 2 copies, so hopefully for Kieran he runs 2 copies, because otherwise going down to 0 copies would be pretty devastating.
Hard drawing the Oak here is really powerful. It's well, I guess he searched it off of the Ash. No, he searched Poplar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just hard drawing this Oak here. That's really good.
Don't think there's any fire monsters in the grave.
Do we want to take out this back row? Last card in hand.
Oh, it's another
Flamberge.
Flamberge, so
Okay.
you definitely want to do that.
Oh, that's devastating.
He's really slow rolled that branded in red, because that could have made a Sanctifier like a long time. Oh, wait, that's not. Oh, it's caught by the grave. Oh, I thought it was branded in red, but no, caught by is even more massive.
That is so rough here. Getting rid of the first Flamberge with Mirror Jade, and then now the second Flamberge getting eliminated from the duel by Called by the Grave. The idea here is that you want to discard it because Flamberge triggers just when it's sent to the graveyard to bring back those 2 monsters. But as it was discarded for cost, you chain the Called by, banish and negate the Flamberge, which means it will not float into the 2 bodies. So no Flamberge access for the rest of this game is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Kieran here, actually.
You know what? I actually think the draw did nothing, now that I'm thinking about it,
Oh, yeah?
because, well, he had the call by, so if the draw was going to do anything, if the draw was annoying, call by would have come down.
Yeah, you're right. If you had... Yeah, that's absolutely true. I guess he just didn't care about the draw. He'd rather use it on a Flamberge.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't have anything else.
Do you think it's risky to, like, hold for that long?
What, the call by?
Yeah. I mean, I guess if the draw is doing literally nothing, then you don't care as much, but...
Yeah, I guess maybe he thought about it, but clearly he wasn't bothered.
Yep.
And now he's just playing a sort of control game. I mean, I've never seen the Snake Eye deck have to play without both copies of Flamberge before.
I'm not going to lie,
so.
yeah, I have not actually watched the game of Snake Eye utilizing no Flamberges. Let's see what we can do here as we go for Celine, bringing back a Spellcaster.
You can bring back your opponents. They might have a Spellcaster. That'd be quite fun. Not sure what exactly, but something.
Is Snake Eye Diabell Star. Yeah, so we're just going to have to go through link plays here. There's no opening in the graveyard to protect from destruction. So it's just a matter of getting through these 3 monsters on the field here. 2 big fusions as well. But I think he's just going to concede this. Wow, okay. Kieran actually scoops this one up. I guess realizing that he just doesn't have a consistent or proactive way to fight through that field without Flamberge.
Yeah, like, Wow. We just were both thinking, like, this is just the most unique way to win the game that we've seen. Like,
yeah.
How does Branded beat Snake Eye? Well, clearly, you just banished both copies of Flamberge. How else could you do it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of the Flamberge 1 is, like, not that bad. That's why most people generally play 2 copies, but having that hard drawn is not the end of the world. As you saw, you can actually just discard it, which isn't too bad, but, yeah, Call by the Grave being really clutch in that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was super cool. It was a super unique way of winning the game. Just say, look, I'm going to do my stuff. Even if he didn't do very much going first, you know, just to kind of pick apart the key pieces of the opponent's engine was, yeah, super cool. I mean, maybe you just shouldn't have put the Flamberge in the way of the Mirror Jade in the first place, but... Like, maybe he thought the second one was fine. You know, maybe he thought, you know, I've got to get through Mirror Jade. This will just force it out. And then the second one, and maybe just wasn't...
Try force out Mirror Jade by some other means, but...
yeah.
I guess at that point, you're committing so many bodies into link plays to deal with the Mirror Jade, potentially. It could have been a bit rough. So, yeah. Let's take a look at the side deck here. And in this Snake Eye deck for Kieran, I'm going to go second here. Sorry, going to go first here, and do you just go skill drain? Is that fine against Branded? Has to be, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Like, it's a very concise side deck, so to me it looks like skill drain is the card. Swap out infinite impermanence to negate one monster and instead negate all of them. And then such a ridiculous interaction. You can just switch it off on your turn. Why not? Like,
yeah, this is kind of like a sort of cookie cutter build here of Snake Eye. There's nothing super surprising here, which I think is going to play somewhat well into Darwin's side patterns, because he might recognize that things are a little bit standard for Snake Eye, and so he's going to have like a well thought out side pattern for this that should probably match card for card exactly what his opponent is doing. So I guess it's one of the disadvantages in some ways of playing the best deck like this, and maybe he can pick apart a full Snake Eye combo. We'll see, because as you said, no hand traps for the most part, I think, right? It's just a Droplet in the main. I think there's a Dark Ruler as well.
A Dark Ruler, so you can pick it up off thrust. That's pretty standard. You just run
Super Polymerization isn't too great here. Change of Heart. Yeah, there's a lot of steel cards we can see here. There's Talents, as well as Change of Heart at 3, so maybe they'll use that as a way to try and pick apart the Snake Eye field, right? Steal your cards, make sure they don't trigger with the Princess, things like that could be played.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a bit confused how to use these like super optimally in Branded, because every other deck, you take your opponent's monster, you can just link it away, but Branded, you can't. You have to fuse with it, which can be a bit of effort, so I'd like to see how it works in action.
Keep them there as bodies to attack, potentially. Let's see. Game number 2 is now underway.
So presumably we're going to see Kieran going first. No Tempai, so we don't have to play the game.
The game, the mini game, the mind game, as we go. Huh? Oh, I thought that was wanted for a second.
No. I think you should just, like, when you're side decking, just to confuse your opponent, just roll a dice, just to decide for yourself.
See which card I'm putting in or not.
Should I go second?
All right, this is going to pick up the Temple here and scale up from our deck. The lines in Snake Eye, I think, are somewhat standard these days. I think for the most part, you play through this in such a way that you utilizing the new Snake Eye Diabell Star, you can kind of do like somewhat similar things that most players have been doing already, getting that Princess set up, Masquerena online with the Flamberge, and all of the combo that you go through here is basically Nibiru proof as well. At any point you can force out with an early Apollosa / making sure that the Flamberge can resolve.
Yeah, the Temple's super important in playing through Nibiru, because as long as you have a monster in your spell and trap card zone, you're always going to have the Nibiru token plus another monster to keep going your turn with.
Yeah, so this would be a bit of a choke point here as we are resolving the Flamberge, but because we scale the Diabell Star, if Nibiru was to come down, we can still keep pushing through it. So you do kind of have to pair them together, but that's kind of just like the the hand trap plays that Snake Eye has to circumvent, but as mentioned, there's not going to be any of that in this duel here. Oh, okay, Bestials, to be fair. We did count that out. That is technically an engine piece for Branded. Okay, we've just got Ghost Spell in the hand for that. It didn't matter. That was actually really relevant as well, because hitting the Masquerena is super, super powerful. We do see sometimes people play Bestials as even more hand trap. I mean, at that point, it's like hand trap number 20, 21, etc. With Magnamut and Druid's Worm typically. But yeah, it is an engine piece in Branded, so I guess that one kind of falls under the exception.
Yeah, it feels quite awkward using the bell there because, you know, you only keep it in their hand for a turn, but maybe a turn is just kind of enough. But it's almost like a +1 because you don't mind that much having the Saronir in your hand for the next turn.
Exactly 3 spells here. We did use Bonfire at the start, but it's important to note that this is the point where you have to get specifically 3 under Selene so that you can use the effect to revive a spellcaster, and that lets you go for this Apollousa here and...
Well, there's Bonfire and...
Yeah, so if you don't use Bonfire, you have to specifically make Selene at this point here so that you have 3. But if you do have Bonfire, then you can actually scale with the Flamberge a little bit later. Just a little minor point of sequencing that you can optimize.
And that plays around the Bestial, because you can negate the Bestial with Apollousa.
Yeah, exactly. So he technically, yeah, if he did that, because we have Bonfire, you could have went for the... well, I suppose maybe the Bestial can target the Selene special summon at that point, because you only have 1 spellcaster in the grave. Anyway, we've got an Albaz coming down here.
Which you think surely will get negated by Apollousa?
I don't think there's a question about that, right?
Apollousa...
Droplet, okay, Thrust, that's huge.
Thrust is going to get you straight into your Branded Fusion. I love decks where you have a really powerful normal spell, and you can just play Thrust in it and get your engine out of it. Will Kieran have Droll and Lockbird for a second time?
It's super strong because you can just, as you mentioned, you can choose to go for defensive cards like the like Talents, or you can go for the engine like Branded Fusion, which is massive here. Is he getting Branded Fusion? He's getting Talents, actually. Interesting.
That's always a bit scary because maybe it means your opponent's already got their full engine and they're just going to take a card out of your hand, or maybe take control of one of your monsters. Like, take the Apollousa maybe, and now instead of your opponent having a monster negate, you have a monster negate.
I wonder if he's like deciding on taking or removing a card from the hand here. So I think taking the Masquerena is important, but as you mentioned earlier, like, you can't use it for anything, and it does look like it is being used to steal.
I'm gonna remind myself, because the rulings on this is a bit confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, Talon's taking SP activating on the new chain.
Yeah, as to who gets to actually activate the effect. I mean, I'm hoping for Kieran's sake that it's Kieran that gets to activate the SP.
Right, well, Judge will answer that question for us momentarily.
We'll see if Darwin just takes it and says, I'm going to use it now because I control it. But yeah, just for those of you at home, the discussion is you activate Talent's Chainlink 1, SP Chainlink 2, summoning... IP Chainlink 2, summoning SP. So then Talents resolves as Chainlink 1, and then if you take control of the SP, now when it's SP's time to activate, you control it. So it's not... again, my rulings are a bit shaky on this as to who then actually gets to activate the effect of SP, because by the time it's activating, you control it. So I guess we'll see. Darwin seems to think it's him. So either Kieran agrees or we might see a judge call. Oh, no.
So it does look like Kieran is the one who activates, yeah. So I suppose just because it landed on Kieran's field first,
that is how it works.
I suppose based on the location, that's it's his prerogative to use it.
Can you chain SP then to its own effect? Even because like your opponent activated it, but it's the same card. But like it's when your opponent activates an effect. That's kind of cool. I mean, Darwin hasn't tried it, but like your opponent's used an effect, even though it's the own SP. But
I'm gonna pass on that.
You're gonna pass on that.
I'm gonna pass on that.
We're gonna pass to the judge Q&A.
Yeah.
This is what you're there for. I mean, you're not supposed to just come up with really fun puzzle questions for them. You're supposed to ask them questions about your deck for the weekend. But
maybe we should set that up in an event. You know, you have to play through a specific field.
Rulings quiz.
With exact ruling issues that are going to coming up multiple times. Maybe we can involve spirit elimination as well. And then banish a Mizuki and then see how people react to that. Right. So, we are summoning that Saranir that was negated by Ghost Bell last turn. Banishing Mercurier is quite strong, as we get a search here as well on top of this. Yeah, it looks like Kieran's allowing that to resolve. As we search for an Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. Then activating the Albion from the hand to then send Albaz from deck to grave, puts itself back onto the bottom.
What happened to the Apo?
The Apollosa might be the battle phase.
Oh, maybe there was a battle phase involved.
Must be, right? There's no other way that would have left the field. Yep. Gonna bring out Cartesia here.
Oh yeah, and there was 800 damage. Okay, that makes sense.
And it's time for Princess. Gonna target the Poplar and target the Cartesia on summon.
So we have the SP.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting question. Whose field does it return to in the end?
Oh, definitely Kieran.
Yeah?
Yeah. I know this one.
Well, technically it goes to Darwin's first, and then it immediately changes, I think.
Oh, sure. Well, in any event, it ends up with Kieran. Again, these like switching for a turn things, even though like they're intuitively quite simple, but then when you ask more questions like if it gets Book of Moon, if it gets, you know, this or that, or banished for a minute with SP, what happens?
Yeah, true.
It can be a bit complicated.
Okay, so in response to the Princess, we're gonna attempt to destroy the Cartesia and Poplar. We're gonna chain Cartesia to Fuse, and then we're gonna chain Valor to negate the Cartesia here.
Did SP happen?
Not yet, it looks like. Oh, wow. And then chain a second Valor to SP. That's a big chain here. Okay, nice.
It does feel like quite a big commitment, but maybe you're just hoping that nothing else happens from Darwin.
Yeah, I mean, 2 cards left in hand. The talents, sorry, the throw.
And if you... Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. Whenever I see Ash on a branded fusion, it does feel feels a little bit bad here. Oh my, we're gonna scoop it up, it seems, unfortunately. Full combo and 3 hand traps. I mean, 4 hand traps, right? I guess we opened the Ghost Bell as well. So Ash Blossom coming down on that last.
Yeah, was that like Ash and 4 hand traps?
Yeah. You were complaining, or you were not complaining. Not saying you're a complainer. You were implying that, well, you know, they overcommitted to this one Cartesia because they had Ash Blossom.
They had Ash Blossom, yeah.
They didn't have to worry about the rest of the follow up because the only real haymaker follow up in branded fusion in Despia branded, and at that moment is branded fusion.
You're just going to call the deck branded fusion from now on.
I mean, oh gosh, yeah. So that was a game. That was a really good exchange there. A big chain link occurring there. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, because if you talents, my initial reaction is, why don't you just talents take a monster? Makes a lot of sense because you know you don't know what your opponent has in their hand, whereas you know that the monsters that they currently have in play are going to be annoying. You're going to have to deal with them eventually, so you might as well use talents. But if you talents and take the hands, you can be sure there's going to be no Ash Blossom, and you know you can resolve your branded fusion, and maybe that's more important than anything else. What do you think?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Taking away that Ash Blossom would have been huge, you know, because that is like a staple hand trap. If you have the branded fusion already, that's the only thing you care about. If you let your opponent keep Masquerena and then the SP in response to branded fusion, I guess you would just make a Lebellion to deal with the SP banishing Albion so that you can still make Mirror Jades.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it does start to get complicated because there's still the SP, there's still the Apo. Like, I totally get just taking the thing that you can already see rather than trying to look for ghosts in your opponent's hand. Just unfortunately, when your opponent does have 4 ghosts in their hand, you know, it's not too much you can do about it.
There's a zombie in the hand specifically.
A zombie.
Yeah. Going first here, we got some scary cards on the side of Darwin, though. Deck Lockdown being a very powerful floodgate, I suppose, for Snake Eyes. So you do your combo, branded fusion, if you can get to it. I mean, there will be a lot of hand traps thrown at Darwin, that's the issue, but if you can get something stuck and then activate that deck lockdown, it's going to be very hard for Snake Eye to play through that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need much stuck, to be honest. Like, if your opponent can't hardly do anything, no Ash, no add from the Witch, no, you can't activate any of your effects to summon from the deck, like, you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, I do love when people side engine pieces. So, for example, we've got Branded Banishment here. If you combo with your deck and then use the Albion in the end phase to set the Branded Banishment, using it on a Dark monster, or banishing to fuse with anything your opponent makes is really powerful. So I do quite like when people side engine pieces that aren't great going second. Like, for example, Branded Banishment, 50% of your duels you're gonna lose the dice roll. So I quite like seeing it in the side deck.
But this weekend, you know, you're not actually going second 50% of the time you lose the dice roll.
Huh?
Well, because some people let you go first.
Okay, right. True. I guess that's a fair point.
You can gear your deck towards going first. You know?
Can you Branded Banishment anything good in Tenpai?
I have no idea.
Especially not under Sangan summoning.
Yeah.
Let's get back to game number 3 here and see how this one plays out. All right, back we go. Darwin is starting off this one, and is that a DDG in the hand?
Yeah, I mean, he's teasing us because I can see a bit of his hand. I don't know why you would side Different Dimension Ground, but I did look like it.
You don't think it's a good card here?
I feel like if I'm the branded player, I just want to do branded things. I don't want to bother with...
It's probably better than just having like the thrusts, right? Like, because he's got those 3 copies in his main. Thrust might not be so ideal.
I think
when
you keep it.
Monsters.
I think if you have thrust, then you keep it. You keep in the like.
What do you want to
side in the
it?
Different Dimension Ground if you want the ground.
The DDG, yeah. Well, maybe he's got 4 of them. I suppose.
Yeah, maybe
that makes sense.
Both.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense why he said just playing 1 copy. 1 copy would be Deep Barrier as well, so that if your opponent hand traps you, you can set either or depending on your matchup here.
Yeah, it's quite a popular siding strategy now if you're running the thrust, just to have like a couple of powerful traps you can set. So the most popular one in Branded is Fusion Duplication, and you can just banish your own...
It's really funny actually, yeah, because Duplication has sort of been quite popular recently. Okay, we did draw the deck lockdown. That's massive.
Just a little nod from Kieran there.
So Gonganol is going to be negated by Mourner. We have a set card. And we did make this with the Cartesia, so let's see if Kieran can answer this deck lockdown.
I think you were right on the Different Dimension Ground, because that's what I thought it was, and then I was a little confused as to whether you sided in. I'm thinking about it a bit more, and it does make a lot of sense against
Snake Eye.
Against Snake Eye, yeah. Banish all of their monsters.
Gosh, this is a nightmare situation. I mean, even if you have an out to the deck lockdown, like a Cosmic or something, you still have to like basically play under Shifter.
Yeah, I mean, you can... yeah.
Do you think you shotgun it just in case of like Diabellstar pitching something good? There's nothing really good to... Oh, yeah, see.
But you don't get to search anything,
yeah,
so...
There's nothing to... I mean, Wanted in the Grave is decent.
Yeah.
Can you draw under deck lockdown? Is it just searching?
Yeah, you can't search your deck for anything, and you can't summon anything from your deck.
Can you draw?
You can draw.
Okay. Yeah, so... setting from the deck, I assume that was Sinful Spoils?
I guess it could have been either. It's a bit of a weird situation, isn't it? So,
Granganol's defense is
2,500.
25. Okay, cool. So we're matched up with the Diabellstar. We can't even just win on tempo at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, a couple of them. They all have the all the spellcasters in Branded have like the same attack and defense. I'm not really sure what there's like some sort of theme.
There's some sort of thematic link between them, are you suggesting?
Well, Sanctifier needs something with the same attack and defense, I think, as well.
Oh, that's funny. I wonder if there's like a good level 10 Synchro monster we can make here that destroys cards on the fields and also provides protection via negate.
Yeah.
Can you think of any?
I mean, maybe Kieran's just thinking back to last format. I mean, Phoenix is it. God. Phoenix
Nightmare Phoenix, I guess. Yeah, you have to. Do you think on the Summon of Ghost Bell you flip the different dimension grow. Well, now I guess not. They're just wasting cards here. Oh gosh.
Does it matter? Yeah, you just let them do it.
Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, we've blown so many resources here.
Do you activate it now, maybe, and now your opponent can't?
You can't use the Sinful Balls have to send to grave for cost. I assume?
It does. So
yeah,
that's not going to happen today. And after committing so much into the deck lockdown, that's really, really tough.
Ooh, just a set card and pass turn with the Sinful Balls. Are we out of cards in hands? I think we might be.
Yeah, it looks like it. But I mean, Darwin didn't do an awful lot. But against Branded, there's always that terrifying fact. There's like 9 or 10 copies of Branded Fusion, basically. So you know, you've got your Alibas, you've got your Tragedy, you've got the Branded Fusion itself.
We're not seeing anything too spectacular here because it looks like attack mode and hit over the Nightmare Phoenix.
Deck lockdown number 2. What do you think?
I mean, it is possible, right? Like that's.
Yeah, I don't know what else could be in his hand at this point.
Yeah, maybe just like gosh, Albaz, worst case scenario. I mean, you'd probably normal summon the Alba, huh?
Yeah, well,
okay, we're going to use the Sinful Balls. Yeah, true. Okay. There's no Ash in Darwin's deck. We know that, so he's going to proceed to summon Snake Eye Ash, and here we go. Anything here? Ash going to add Poplar.
I mean, I don't know what hand traps are in the deck for Darwin.
Nothing, right? Like, it was all engine is what we noticed.
So what he does have is a Granganol, which can banish itself and special summon a Quem from the deck. And then there's already an Albaz in the grave, so we could do a similar trick to what we did game 1. Bring back the Albaz, discard a card, and fuse when your opponent summons a monster from the extra deck.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, you can... Is it worth just, I don't know, going into, like, Flamberge and then attacking?
I think it's worth just having a read. To my memory, I'm pretty sure Granganol can trigger from the field or the graveyard when your opponent uses a monster effect to special summon itself, basically. So I think if a monster special summons itself, then you can use Granganol to banish and special summon a Dogmatica monster, which does include Guiding Quem. So you could have done that on the Poplar, which is a monster effect that special summons itself. But then maybe the Quem could just have been attacked over.
Yeah, the Divine Temple makes these relatively small monsters into quite formidable forces.
So yeah, maybe he's right just to hold on to it.
All right, Darwin looks like he's ready to fire something off here.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what could be in his hand at this point.
Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right, we're going to use the effect of Ash and time to special summon Flamberge here. Just wonder if... yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, I mean...
Just got to do it on summon.
You can't use it from the Spell and Trap card zone, Granganol, so...
Flamberge immediately contesting the Granganol.
But having said that, like, Quem's just going to send something and then get Spell and Trap card zoned itself. Does let you put a Retribution in the graveyard, at least. Not that there's much to add with the Retribution, but...
You know, in a duel with Despia, if Branded Fusion hasn't resolved, it's always going to be a hard one, right? If we're sending Branded Fusion, do you think we hard drew Retribution?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe we're just hoping.
There's like no real way to retrieve it. Okay, Quem is going to get scaled here by the Flamberge. And, I mean, are we just out of interactions?
Yeah, I mean, if we are, then
this is.
I feel like it should be child's play for Kieran to put up the 8,000 damage.
Yeah, this is rough.
I mean, all of the level 1s are still massive with the field spell. Flamberge hasn't been used.
Flamberge still not used, but linking away with the Diabell Star into Dark. Dark can bring back a material. Keep climbing. Just your world is your oyster at this point, honestly. It's really a really strong situation here for Kieran. I think this shouldn't be too far from game.
Yeah, it's Celine.
The Dark Charmer being utilized as a spellcaster. Free Dark monster in the graveyard allows you to make
yeah, I mean, these Charmers are so
monsters.
powerful, aren't they? We see them all the time. Is that access code? That's just 8,000, right?
83. Attack, battle phase, GG, and there it is. Kieran takes down this duel. That was an unbelievable display of, I suppose, Floodgate attacking, right? Just gotta get rid of it by any means necessary, dropping everything that he had in terms of resources, discarding an imperm just to get rid of the deck lockdown, and then starts to fire off on all cannons as we proceed to take that one down. That was yeah, I mean, once those floodgates open, Snake Eye is nigh on unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, he really went in for it. And kudos, because it takes a lot of guts to use your whole hand, not think I'm going to save anything for defense, just say, look, if you have it, you have it, but otherwise I'm going to have it. So, you know, that takes a lot of guts, I think.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we didn't get to see a branded fusion resolve, but that's kind of the name of the game and how it goes.
Technically, it did resolve, you know. Ash doesn't negate the activation.
Yeah, you're right.
Just the effect.
Resolves without effect. That's true.
Very sadly.
I think it's unfortunately the same story as always sometimes with branded, isn't it? If you can't get to your most powerful play, then sometimes, you know, you can take away games without it, as we saw. But yeah, it really is the deal breaker for the deck, and didn't get to do the puppet lock.
Yeah, I mean, it is, as you said, it's like the heart and soul of the deck. And, you know, people talk about it up and down. If you run 50 cards, you can hide your bricks, and maybe people think there's enough ways to get to branded fusion. But again, you're running 10 extra cards that aren't branded fusion, even though you've got like 10 ways to search it. 10 out of 40 is much higher proportion than 10 out of 50, right?
Just to give you guys a bit of a recap here on our our deck breakdown. We don't quite have do we have an update for top 32? This looks like the update here for top 32, I believe. We've still got 2 plants in contention here. Snake Eye has significantly dropped in representation at 30% of top cut, mostly coming from the friendly fire. But still a few non-Snake Eye decks sneaking around here. Predominantly Tenpai is somewhat evenly matched with Snake Eye. I think there's still another branded duelist left. Voiceless, Plant, Melodious, Labyrinth is our remaining decks.
Yeah, I mean, still very wide field. I mean, definitely some front runners in the form of Snake Eye and Tenpai, but Plant, obviously, it's the UK, home of plants. I didn't know that that's what we are now.
Well, there were 3 notable Plant players, all of them topped, and the only reason one of them lost in Top Cut was because it was a mirror match.
Yeah, so Plant new best deck. You heard it here first in the United Kingdom.
I think this pattern here just keeps unfolding season after season. So will they be finally stopped? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we're going to have a player interview now with Kieran to talk a little bit about his match. And of course, we've still got top 32 and top 16, actually.
Top 16.
Yeah, we're getting ahead of myself. Top 16 onwards to play through. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment with the rest of the Top Cut. Welcome back, everyone, to our national championship. If you've just tuned in, we've concluded top 32 here with Kieran. Congratulations on your victory.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
How you feeling after a bit of a nerve-wracking 3-game duel?
Nah, it was a good game, to be fair. Like, I was a bit like nervous at first because I've never been on feature before, so it was a bit daunting, but it went well. I played a bit bad in game 1, but I think it went all right, yeah.
What did you do wrong in game 1?
I think it was more like when I made the Celine line, I probably could have gone for like a Zelantis line, I think, and I maybe could have OTK'd him, but like banished the field, it would have forced it, I can't remember, one of the Despia monsters that makes your monster 0, but I maybe could have done something better, but I need to like go over it again, but I just didn't want to take too long and frustrate my opponent, so I just conceded. Like, I think it was just better off, so go to game 2 and 3. So
yeah, the Koratas can reduce the attack, so I guess that's something you've probably familiar with. Are you well versed in Branded? You've played against a lot.
I played a lot on online, but like I'm quite familiar with the cards and stuff, but I haven't like played it like that much, so it was kind of like I just had to kind of remember what everything did and check like what the cards did and stuff again. But it went all right, like so I was happy with the result.
How's the tournament been? You seen a lot of mirror matches?
I've played hardly any. I'll be honest. I've played one Snake Eye. I think I played one Snake Eye. I played 3 Tenpai. Yeah. 1 Snake Eye. I played 3 Voiceless Voice.
Oh wow. Okay.
Variants, and then a lot of Rogue, to be honest. So like but luckily my list was like it's kind of well tuned for all that sort of stuff. So I think it's all right. Like we just take it as it comes. Like so. Lots
of hand traps. Ghost Bell, how's that been feeling? Usually it's a bit of a kind of hit and miss sometimes.
It's okay against Voiceless. It's all right against Lab if you face that, because I expected something like that to be a Despia as well. It's decent against... what else is it good against? I wouldn't side it in a mirror match or nothing like that, but I think for the Rogue options, it covers a lot. Like where the Bestials are very specific, and like you have to let them commit a body before you can even use it. So I just thought I'll go with that. If that Branded lost, it is what it is kind of thing. But I play more hand traps to like nullify that, so make it more impactful. So yeah.
You're not playing any Cash Tiras, right? Any reason you opted to not include that engine? Did you play with it before?
To be fair, I've been playing Pure for just like the longest time, so I just think for me, and I'm just comfortable with that, and I'm just rather just play hand traps in them slots. I just think a lot of people playing that are playing like more breakers, and I don't really want to break a board, or I just want to just stop them from making the board in the first place. So that was just my approach. But a lot of my friends are playing that version, but it just wasn't for me. Like so.
No, that's fair. Yeah,
I think my choices was all right.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, you keep it simple, make it into a simplified game state, and then the deck is so powerful with just your 1-card combo. So
yeah, the only thing I would say, like, I didn't play like Ghost Ogre this weekend, but people might think that's crazy, but nah, not really. Like, I just don't think that card does enough.
Okay,
like, you still end on somewhat of a board, so like I opted to play like Droll this weekend. People might think that's
which was really surprising. We saw the Droll in game number 1.
It stopped him from doing like combo, like, but the thing is.
Well, it didn't, though, because he had Call by the Grave in his hand, and we were like, well, why didn't he Call by the Droll?
I think he was worried about Ash Blossom. I don't know. Yeah. I think maybe he thought he was happy with that combo.
But he hit you on the Flamberge, and you lost both of them.
I guess.
And you scooped it quite early, didn't you?
Yeah, but I did like take them out after that, I think, but it's weird because against like rogue decks, like Droll can just... It's one of them. It's high risk, high reward. It was either going to be really bad this weekend or really good. So
exactly.
It did win me a few games this weekend because people just slap down Planet, or they go Bonfire, and then they just pass back, and then I can win. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it worked out for me, but yeah, it's controversial, I guess. Some people probably don't like it, but
no, it's all right. It's an interesting choice, and like you said, people aren't respecting Droll anymore, so you capitalized on that with the deck building. So really cool stuff. Thank you so much, Kieran, for joining us. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back shortly with the next round, top 16 onwards. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. I'm here with our reigning European champion, Jessica. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks.
And you're here to show us some new Plant Rika combos?
Yeah, so Rika got a bunch of support since the last European Championship, and I think it adds a whole new dimension to the deck that I thought would be fun to showcase.
Yeah, so I mean, I know you dropped it for just the one event, but you decided it's time to go back. You know, you've got to stick to your guns.
Of course, especially with the new Aroma support and then Ragnaraka support, the deck just kept rising to new, more heights, and it was just more fun than ever. So I had to stick to it.
Okay, do you want to show us what the new cards can do?
Yeah, so I think the perfect combo to showcase this is just the Lokai combo. So we're going to open 3 copies of Crossbot Designator, a Called By, and a Lokai.
That is the old faithful plant hand, right?
Yeah, so before, just the Lokai combo would end on a pretty similar board, but you just have a lot more push-through power, especially against hand traps, since we're in such a hand trap-heavy format. Your engines push through more. So we'll start off. We start with normal summon Lokai. I guess it's kind of expected. It's predictable now, I know. We'll link one into Dryas. Use Dryas' effect, grabbing Sowing, and we'll just speed through this part. Summoning Sowing, Chainlink 1 Twin, Chainlink 2 Dryas, summoning Healer, and reborning back Lokai.
So this is all known territory so far?
Yeah, so the first part of this is completely known territory. We then just link 2 and summon Jasmine. The main difference here now is in previous European Championship, we would have then linked one into another Dryas. However, unfortunately, since then it has been limited. So we're going to affect Jasmine, treat Twin, to summon Lonefire Blossom from deck. So this is one of the cool variations, because it makes the Ragnaraka package really, really strong. But that'll come up in a bit. So we'll use Lonefire, attributing itself, summon Laurel, and then link Laurel plus Lokai into a Jasmine. We'll use Laurel effect, gains 500 life, and then we'll go both Jasmines, Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
So you can use both Jasmines in the same turn?
Yeah, so Jasmine's effect to search is a soft once per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we gain life, we can get a search. We'll end up using that effect 4 times this turn.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
So we'll search Evil Seed and Lilyboria. We'll then use Lilyboria, summoning it by equipping Laurel, or any plant in your grave, really, and then just sending it to grave to search Disc Colosseum, and Disc Colosseum search Old Faithful Therion King Regulus.
The only non-plant, I guess, as part of the combo.
There is one other non-plant now. The Ragnarok has introduced an insect.
I'm not sure that should be allowed, really.
I mean, it's plant, insect, and reptile. So we then link 3 into Rosemary, use Rosemary to grab Blend, and then use Effective Regulus in hand while we're not locked into plants to equip our Lilyboria. So we get a lot of hand advantage for just free here, which is really, personally, I like it.
Of course.
So we go Blend, discard Call By, or discard any other card in your hand to grab Humid Winds, and then use Humid Winds to pay 1,000 life points just to search your Rosalina. Rosalina is another one of the new support cards.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a good effect in hand to gain life, which will help trigger your Jasmines. However, for this combo, we just discard it immediately to summon our Evil Seed.
So what is this new Ragnaraka Evil Seed?
So Ragnaraka was introduced in the later set, and it's probably my favorite addition ever to the plants, or to the plant deck. So to summon it, you can either normal summon it, or you can discard any plant, reptile, insect from your hand to special it. So it acts as an extender as well as a starter. And on summon, we can activate the effects to search up to 2 Ragnaraka cards from our deck.
Wait, you can search 2 cards just off special summoning it?
Yeah, or normal summoning it, and then banish a card from our hand.
Okay.
But that's fine, because we can immediately activate the bloom, and then reborn the card we banished.
Oh, wow. That's very cool.
Alternatively, because Beetle shuffles back, if you banish a plant from your hand, you can then immediately put the plant back to bottom deck and just summon the Beetle. So you don't lose out on any resources.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll go for our Link 2 into Skeletal Soldier, another new one to the Rika cards. And on summon, we can use Beetle's effect. Because it was used to link summon of Rika, we can target a plant in our graveyard, summon it. This is why we cycled the Lonefire for no reason before. So we can now just target the Lonefire, reborn it, and get a free plant body for later on. So we can't use Skeletal Soldier's effect because we've summoned Regulus this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So Skeletal Soldier, you can't, for the turn you summon it, also turn you use the effect, you can't summon previous anything except for reptiles, insects, or plants. But we can still summon more Jasmines. So we'll link into another Jasmine, And now that we've used 3 and we have 2 in our grave, we can use Effective Sunseed Twin in our graveyard, banishing it, then banishing Rosemary's cost to target a Jasmine on a graveyard and summon it back.
That's very cool. 3 Jasmines.
Now, we paid 1,000 life points with Humid to search. Because we searched so we're now on lower life. So we're on 7,800 life right now. So we can use Humid Effect to gain 500, which, again, chaining 1 Jasmine, chaining 2 Jasmine, to get 2 more searches, adding Snowdrop and Petal. And finally, we get rid of our Jasmines for trusty old Melius, a staple of plant lists since the beginning, and then use Melius' effect to run Loci. Now we can just go Effective Snowdrop, tributing Loci, summoning itself and Petal. Petal effect will then get to search, searching out Princess. Effective Princess in hand will then special. Now we can use effect of Snowdrop, targeting Princess, making all our monsters level 4. And now just overlay our Petal and Princess for the first copy of Rika Queen Strenna.
The first copies, I mean, there's going to be a couple coming out.
There's going to be a second one. So the cool thing here is, in hand, normally in the old combos, we'd always be using Mudan to tribute the Strenna to then trigger the graveyard effect. However, because we were able to reborn the Lone Fire earlier, and it's not once per turn, it's soft once per turn, we can now use the effect to tribute the Strenna immediately to get our Mudan from deck anyway. So we summon our Mudan, and then go chaining 1 Strenna, chaining 2 Mudan so we can't get Ghost Belled, adding Concon, and summoning out a Sacred Tree Beast Hyperiton. Now, because our Snowdrop and Lone Fire are still level 4s, we can make another XYZ, summon a second copy of Strenna, then replace this Colosseum for Concon, triggering Hyperiton's effect to equip a spell so it can negate a spell card, getting rid of our Melius and our Mudan for a Bengal Lancer. Strenna can now detach material to add back the Mudan for some follow-up so we can get a spell for next turn. Potentially another Concon to try and break the board if they break ours. Use Concon set from deck to grab a Rika Sheet. And then to top it all off, we still have the effect of Aroma Blend engrave, one of the new cards. So we can banish Blend because we have higher life. We're on 8,300. We can banish an Aroma card. So I'll choose Rosalina here. And a plant. Let's go ahead and pick Sunvine Healer. So we banish these cards to summon out Magnolia. So while we have higher life, our plants can't be destroyed by card effects. And also, when we gain life, so we can gain life pretty easily, we can use Humid Winds to search Rosalina, and use Rosalina to gain 1,300 life. All plants will gain attack equal to that life gain.
So your cards can't be destroyed by battle, and they're going to have huge attack.
They can't be destroyed by card effect.
Card effects, okay.
But they're all going to have around high 3,000s, low 4,000 attack points, because they're also gaining off Ragnarok Bloom.
And then if this gets tributed at some point with the Sheet or the Princess...
It's then going to summon out a copy of Teardrop, which is another tribute on top of your Regulus Negate, your Hyperiton, your Bengal Lancer, your Sheet, your Concon. It's a very, very big interaction board.
It does feel like that. So, I mean, how do you feel about all of the new cards? Do you love it? Do you feel like, in your heart, it doesn't replace the lost copies of Sunseed Loci? What do you think?
To me, it does. To me, this does replace, as much as I do love my Sunseed Genius Loci into Dryas multiple times in the game, this does replace it. Especially since one of the little cool things I didn't mention was Ragnarok Skeletal Soldier's graveyard effect can bounce back Snappable on Dryas in your graveyard. So you can use Dryas multiple times in the game by bouncing it back. So Dryas isn't truly limited anymore. But no, I really like the extra dimensions they've given the deck. Although you can't see it in a base combo hand, you can just do so much more, especially through Interruption, because you have those extra extenders like the Evil Seed to special summon, like the Bloom, or like being able to rank up into a Link 3, like Rosemary, and do more.
So are you happy now? Obviously it was a bit of a running joke that no one knew what the Rika cards did, and now everyone might have finally figured it out, but now you've got a bunch of new cards to confuse everyone with. How are you feeling about that?
I'm pretty happy. It's always fun just something like, okay, well, you have to stop the Dryas, and then... wait, what does that Evil Seed card do? It's always a funny interaction.
Well, thank you so much for showing us these new cards, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we'll be back soon with another feature match. Hello and welcome back. We're here for the top 16 of the UK National Championships 2024. We've got yet another exciting feature match featuring simultaneous equation cannon. We don't even need the rest of the deck. There's just one card. It banishes your opponent's field.
Yeah, that's all that matters after you do some... is it logarithmic equations? It's just adding?
There's simultaneous equations.
Oh,
it's in the name. It's not...
A simultaneous equation. Is that like a quadratic or something? I don't know. Anyway,
they're linear. All right, let's stop this.
It's Labyrinth. And we'll see how much math is going to have to be done here, because all we need to do is count up to 5. And setting 5 of them will be great. We're also playing against... Is it Snake Eye, I think? Yes?
Yeah, we have Snake Eye.
Yeah, Snake Eye versus Labyrinth. Had a similar matchup yesterday. Of course, you can check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU for the YouTube channel to have a look for any past duels that have occurred on stream. There's been quite a couple of exciting matchups and different variety of decks displayed already. Let's head on over to the table and see how this top 16 plays out, though. All right, we've got Lewis on the top here with Labyrinth and Thomas with Snake Eye on the bottom. If you're interested in checking the standings and pairings, they should be on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card website for those of you who would like to follow along at home. So check that out there. I'm not sure if the deck breakdown will be there, but hopefully at some point. And what did I tell you? He said Lewis can't count to 5. You can only count to 4, you see.
Yeah. That's the issue.
That's not the setup I needed from Labyrinth turn 1.
It's not full combo.
Yeah.
Full combo is set 5.
Oh, slammed that monster down so hard I was like expecting a Denko or something. Here's Fenrir.
I haven't seen that many Denkos this weekend or for a while. I mean, it is like crushing against Labyrinth. So
you could play it in Snake Eye. Just Bonfire for Poplar or summon Diabellstar and Wanted. You have lots of ways to special summon. There's some tech tips for you guys right now. But anyway, let's focus on this Fenrir ad. Doesn't look like Lewis is responding to it.
It's not a great combo with Denko, Diabellstar.
Oh, yeah, because it has to set from deck. True.
Yeah. I feel like that's the sort of thing you try once and then you realize you've messed up somewhere.
Found out the hard way.
Either you set once and the Denko's not live, or you, yeah.
It's discarding Snake Eye Diabellstar, I think, right? For the
yeah.
Diabellstar.
Diabellstar for Diabellstar. Like, it's so neat that you just get a way to discard.
Was that a subversion?
No,
that must be a Sinful Spells, right?
Yeah,
I can't be seeing things. Subversion is an interesting card. We haven't seen anyone play it. It's just no real need for it, I suppose. There's not much space either, I think, in your deck list for it, but it's a decent tool for picking apart things going second.
I mean, the other cards are so powerful. Like, I don't know why you would need.
Okay.
Are we just attacking?
Maybe we're just going to slow roll this one, you know? We don't need to, like, go too hard here or combo off into all of this disruption. Oh, wow, we're actually just going to take it.
It's like, will you accept this? Like, this amount of damage? Do you take it, or do you try and interrupt it?
No, I think you absolutely just take the damage and then
yeah.
play in the end phase. But surely this isn't going to be it from Thomas, right? Like, we're just trying to get our opponent to feel a little unsafe and start to commit to, like, a bunch of trap cards? Was that the plan here?
No, I guess it's nice. I mean, I guess you can possibly suggest there's not going to be a skill drain, because that would have been activated yet. So I guess maybe if you're thinking about cards like Daruma Cannon, then you might as well get some damage in before Daruma Cannon. He can't have just gone to the end phase.
I mean, that seems odd. I don't know. I guess, like, we really are scared of slow rolling this. Looks like we're going to go Big Welcome, Chain Link 1, and then Chain Link 2, Lady, special summon from the hand. But I'm just wondering if there's any sort of trap we could have activated, right? But I get, well, I suppose there's no way to, like, trigger the Lady's summoning condition unless you activate the Big Welcome. So I was just hoping to see if he could get some value from the Lady set.
Well, you have to, you have to activate a trap before you summon Lady, right? So,
yeah, that's the thing. So, because you have to, just a normal trap that you can activate at any time, essentially.
Yeah, but whatever, you have to play one trap first, then you have to play another one, right?
Yeah, but in order to get the lady on the field, you have to...
Yeah, you have to play traps. You need 2 traps, no matter what. There's no...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do have one. We've got Trap Trick. That's cool. It's regular welcome, I think we're going for.
Yeah. Is this just the end phase?
Must be. Like, there's no reason for you to just do this for no reason, surely.
But there also just doesn't seem any reason just to go to the end phase.
Yeah, I know. There's the simultaneous equation cannon. Wait, is it live?
Go.
It must be.
I have absolutely
it actually
no
is.
idea. Maybe that's why he's flipping things now.
Do you think so? Okay, maybe
this
it is
has
main phase
to be
2.
the end phase.
No, maybe it's main phase 2, right?
Yeah, but if you...
Or end of battle phase.
Once you activate Trap Trick, you
can't use any more trap
you
cards.
can't use any more trap cards.
But maybe the choke point is like the Sinful Spoil set, potentially. Then you banish the Sinful Spoil. They can't do anything else after. But they still have their normal summon.
What if they just normal summon Ash in main phase 2 and you don't have any trap cards left? Like,
okay, well then the mystery is solved. It has to be the end phase.
Maybe he's got Flashing Fire still? I don't know.
Gosh, I gotta wonder what these like extra deck choices are with this.
I think you have to run like 2 XYZs of every level, and then synchros of a bunch of different levels.
Can we just appreciate that Simultaneous Equation has resolved twice?
On stream, yeah, it's doing
weekend.
quite well.
Let's put in a lot of work here.
Why was that the end phase?
Okay, we definitely can't activate this, right? Unless this is the
is
next
now
turn.
a new turn.
This has to be a new turn, right? Because we can't activate more than 1 trap here.
What happened?
Why are you so perplexed by this? He's lost his hand. He's lost his field. It's over.
Yeah, but why?
Why didn't he play?
Was it the end phase? Was it the battle phase?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Just watch.
Yep. Just passes into a full turn here by Lewis as we proceed to attack with all of our monsters, and then we've got the welcome that we can flip here.
Do we have
taking all this damage?
Is there a big welcome for
Must be
game?
something, right?
We activate the big welcome, bounce it, but if you summon it, you have to summon it in defense mode,
Yeah,
don't
this
you?
does summon in defense. Oh, no, you can summon it with Ariana.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
neat. That's really neat, actually. I hadn't thought of that. I was wondering why he didn't add anything with Ariana.
Is he skipping? Are we...
But yeah, I think he's just pointing out, you can just attack with it.
Yeah, there it is, GG. Okay. So I think he was trying to, like, rip a card out the hand there, maybe get a little bit more information. Why didn't we play the game? I don't know. We had combo. We just chose to not play into the 4.
Math too strong.
4 back row, too intimidating. Sometimes it really is just about asserting dominance, and that was the most confident set 4 I've ever seen. That's the only justification I can give right now.
Like, it must have been the end phase.
Yeah, but, like, why was it the end phase?
I don't know.
Like, why did we go to the end phase?
Why did we go to the end phase? Maybe it was just the old, like, hoping my opponent doesn't have any monsters they can summon, like, doesn't have any engine. But that seems very hopeful.
Yeah, it's very hopeful against Labyrinth.
If you know your opponent doesn't have any engine, then sure, just keep your big monsters, attack with them. But you don't know that.
Let's check out the side deck for the next game here. So, that was interesting. We got to see Simultaneous Equation Cannon, which is, banish all cards your opponent controls, provided that you're comfortable with doing some simultaneous equations. Going second for this deck, I mean... do we bring in evenly against Snake Eye? I feel that's the only relevant thing I can see here. And you must have something for Snake Eye, right?
I don't know. I think maybe the...
You don't know anymore. The
I don't
simultaneous
know.
equations are resolved like
they
we don't know anything.
They are. It's taken... I just wanted to say, like, now if your mum says, why are you spending all day playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Go back to your studies. Say, Mum, I'm doing simultaneous equations, you know.
And,
I'm doing my homework.
In every battle phase, I'm flipping linear equation cannon.
Exactly.
Yeah, fascinating stuff, honestly. I'm not too sure what happened there, but it's... Thomas will most likely want to go first this time. Hopefully activate that Sinful Spoils and do something. Did he draw like triple Ash or ever? No.
You'd know summon Ash.
Is there? I'm trying to think of a scenario where you don't use this Sinful Spoils. I guess it's not a thing.
He's got a couple of Ghost Belt, which has got to be targeted. I mean, probably targeted at Melodious more than Labyrinth, but it's very annoying for Labyrinth negating those big welcomes, stopping you from getting any monsters in play.
Big Welcome not only summons from deck, it does summon from the graveyard, so that works out quite well. We got Lightning Storm as well for going second. Maybe it's worth bringing in going first still. Probably not. You will have a lot of face-up cards. But the thing is, there's a lot of your main deck that might just be kind of bad, right? Like 3 Nibiru, for example. You're not really going to have that be useful against Labyrinth. Valor, to some extent, might not be great, but it just doesn't seem like a deck list that's really prepared for this matchup, which is, I suppose, one of the positives about playing Labyrinth this format is like not too many people are targeting you. Some people might throw a Duster or a couple of Lightning Storms in their side deck, but compared to like the 10, 15 cards you dedicate for X matchup, I think you know, better have the one Duster as a sacrifice you were willing to take when it comes to your deck choice. Let's go to the table again and check out game number 2.
One of the things you mentioned is about side decking, like, you don't necessarily have a bunch of cards to side in, but you often want to have a bunch of cards to side out against Labyrinth if you've got all these Effect Veilers and Nibirias in your hand, which are less than ideal.
Okay, well, here is the Poplar searching. I guess you have to search Sinful Spoils instead of Temple, right?
I mean, unless you already have the Sinful Spoils, but it's...
Okay, it does get the Temple.
Yeah, it's not a great start.
That's fine. It's still one card combo mostly.
Well, if you're adding Temple, you probably have to have the Sinful Spoils.
I think it's the only thing that makes sense here. Doesn't scale first. I guess you maybe don't really need to. Places the Poplar back into the Spell and Trap zone, and yep, we did indeed hard draw it, so now we can play through and go into the full combo here.
Do you maybe just go straight for Oak rather than Ash? Yeah.
Looks like it.
This is the mark of a player who's, you know, knows what they're doing with their deck, because I guess like the first thing you do when you start learning a deck, you learn all the standard lines. What do you get with Ash? What do you get with Ash Dival Star? But now you have to say, what do I get when I start with the Poplar plus, you know, these are 2 one-ofs, right? Poplar plus Sinful Spoils. So this is a completely different line to what he will have taken before, so he's going to have to think on his feet quite a lot.
Yep, navigating through the combo here, using the Oak to send with the Relinquished. And that's going to get Flamberge out of the deck here. Plus we've got our Temple, so I think in a way this should still end on the standard field, right? Because we've hard drawn a second piece there. We'll see just exactly how Thomas plays this one out. Labyrinth versus Snake Eye. I mean, it's a bit of a strange one going second because I don't think he's playing too many furniture pieces, actually.
No, this looks like a really trap-heavy list.
Yeah, so taking a look here, there's no Chandragleer, there's no Stovey Torby. That's typically how you play on your opponent's turn. I find it quite interesting as to how many Runic cards we have in here. There's 2 Flashing Fire and a Curses in the side deck. I'd love to pick his brain on the logic for that one. But yeah, there's as mentioned, like usually with Labyrinth, either you know, set 5 or, you know, do a little bit of Ariana stuff turn 1 plus your back row, and then you pass turn. On your opponent's turn, however, you're kind of relying on some of the furniture pieces. We saw Backjack being quite a popular inclusion in the deck at the last YCS, so sometimes, you know, that's usually what people have been playing semi recently.
Yeah, it's a very, very different style of deck. It's much more trap-heavy. The normal deck runs, well, I say normal, the furniture-heavy deck, it runs a bunch of normal traps, whereas this deck isn't running Backjack. It's not so reliant on running a bunch of normal traps, so instead you can run the Solemns, for example.
What happened here?
There's an Apo.
Why is there only an Apo?
I think there's going to be more, maybe.
An Apollosa into Labyrinth?
Yeah.
This doesn't feel amazing.
Is this a pass?
Yeah, he drew for turn.
You're right, it seems strange rather than using like Princess or something. Maybe he got a little bit mixed up in the order of operations.
I guess maybe it's not every day you open a one-of that you have to think about the rest of your combos with. Yes.
You don't have to think too much about that one.
We gotta love to see that. We ain't summoning any monsters. We ain't triggering any monster effects. We are just having a good time playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Do you think he can just resolve the cannon straight away?
Are we just doing it?
Oh,
Okay,
no, that's not the cannon. That's disappointing.
Play the game first.
Yeah.
All right. So in the draw phase, it looks like we're going to go immediately into Welcome. What are we trying to do here? Because anything you welcome might just get Apollosaed. I'm sure we have an answer to that. Let's find out what these 5 mystery back row is. Is that lovely we've got here?
That is lovely. So maybe you
That's
play
very
the
lovely.
lovely, then you use the cannon, and then, you know, for good measure, you rip a card out of your opponent's hand after banishing their entire field.
Does lovely trigger to rip a card? Because nothing was returned, was it?
It's just when a trap causes a monster to leave the field, right?
Leave the field? Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah. It would be banished, so rip the field apart and hit something out of the hand. We'll see. Welcome for lovely. And, yeah, do we have that simultaneous equation?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused, like, why you just fire that off now? I'm sure Lewis will show us why.
Oh, droplet. Okay, on resolution here. Can respond with a trap if you like.
Because, you know, activating that now, whenever you activate summon a monster and your opponent's got Divine Temple, it just gives them a chance to summon a monster from their spell and trap card zone for free, right? But
I have a feeling they're discussing the turn player priority here, because it looks like, to me, Lewis wanted to activate a quick effect on resolution, but because Thomas is the turn player here,
he gets to...
He should have priority to use the droplet, use his quick effect, and yeah, he will be using droplet to send the Flamberge, negating lovely, bringing back Oak and Poplar. Resolution here. I assume these will be triggering, and now Lewis is thinking about responding to the Oak Poplar chain.
Yeah, that's a little interesting. I'm not sure, like, what prompted Lewis to take this action, and then Thomas also choosing to just get in there before Lewis could do whatever he wanted to do.
Maybe what you suggested, right? Go for the simultaneous equation play?
Yeah, but I mean, you can chain that to droplet fairly well.
Mm. Is that Birth?
That is Birth. Birth just being used as a card that can be sent from the graveyard with Poplar.
Right, using that as fodder for the Oak summon into Ash. Ash add. Ash will get something. Yeah, another Poplar here to special out the hand, just putting the bodies up. Big commitments being made here to Thomas's field. Daruma Cannon is a popular card sometimes that you can get punished by in this scenario, especially after having resolved Flamberge already. Just lets him keep going here. We're going to co-link the Nightmare Phoenix, try pick apart some of the back row here.
I wonder if we could just... We're running Daruma Cannon and Simultaneous Equation Cannon, so this is like full Cannon Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I don't know if that name's going to take off, but, you know, Cannon Labyrinth.
For Cannon Labyrinth. Okay, anyway.
They're in a castle. They could have some cannons, you know. They protect the castle.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the medieval vibe I'm getting from Lovely. Ooh, striking the effect, which is different to negating the summon here. Because you do... It is nice that... Whoa, why is he drawing?
Yeah, I assume you activate the strike, no? Was there...
Wait, why did he draw?
I mean, was the strike chain link too?
I assume, yeah, because he discarded for cost, so we didn't negate the summon. He negated the effect.
Maybe Poplar was being negated.
Do you still...
Maybe
that's
draw
with Phoenix?
No, I think Poplar was sent to the grave for the summon, so Phoenix was chain link 1 and Poplar was chain link 2.
Oh, yeah, so we didn't chain the strike. Yeah, it was just sent. Okay, it's because...
Strike was just negating the Poplar.
Right, okay.
And it's back again.
All right, there it is. Princess bringing back Phoenix. I don't know how much I like this committing into all of this back row going second.
Yeah, like one Daruma cannon, any cannon, in fact, will answer this.
Any cannon will answer this field.
I like the, you know, the dissonance between, on the one hand, their traps are like welcome, and then on the other hand, it's cannon. So depending on whether they like you or not, you get a welcome or you get a cannon.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the new support, big go away Labyrinth.
Yeah.
All right, entering the battle phase. Lovely has been dropleted already. And it looks like we're going to go for a big welcome. That's a ghost bell. Yeah, we did talk about that during sighting. Bell can hit welcome in the same way that Ash does.
Very important that you have negated the lovely, because otherwise you cannot respond to normal trap cards with monster effects.
Yeah, the non-response effect is so strong, which is why Thomas had to droplet the lovely as soon as she hit the field. Otherwise, yeah, not being able to do anything as soon as you activate these trap cards is really tough here. All right, trap trick. I think Lewis has had enough now. We think it's time for some math.
Well, you could just use the Daruma cannon, right?
Oh, no.
I
not
know
the
it's
Ruma
less
cannon.
exciting, but I mean, it does the job.
Yeah, because you need a level on the field to use the simultaneous, right?
I don't know if
Or
it's
does
a
it-
level or a...
Or can you, like...
A rank or a link or...
Can I show a 0 rank monster? Does that work?
Who knows?
Is there a
but-
0 rank monster? I'm sure there is a no ranked monster. I think it's a Utopia.
Yeah, they have no rank, but they say often that this card's rank is always treated as 12 or something like that normally.
Ah, okay.
But you're right, some of the Utopia cards don't have ranks like printed on the card, but it says on the card text.
Do we have many cards left in Thomas's hand? Okay, we get to the recycle back here. We have used our normal summon, right?
I think so, but
Or
I'm
did
not
we?
sure.
Yeah, it was Oak, wasn't it? Or was that turn 1?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what happened because I think the first thing that happened was the welcome and then the droplet sending the flamberge. So maybe all of the monsters in play were from that flamberge graveyard effect.
Okay, still has Fenrir. No other disruption here, by the way, which is very important to note.
Well, no traps can be played, but we did point out before
Yeah.
that Lewis is running 2 copies of Runic Flashing Fire, which is not, in fact, a trap card.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the logic. You can just activate Flashing Fire and Curses. We already used our battle phase, so we can't clear the labyrinth, unfortunately. So we're just going to pass on Fenrir here.
Oh, yeah, that's really important, actually.
Which,
No battle phase.
Yeah, we stop that with the Daruma cannon. We're flipping up Lovely, which means I think it's probably safe to just immediately go battle. Yep, clear the Fenrir. Now we can use the Lovely, reset a trap card, and then get a Big Welcome back. Unless, did we banish Big Welcome? I think we should have a Big Welcome in there.
No, there's a Big Welcome. I mean, you can get so many different options. You could just leave the Big Welcome in the grave because it's so strong.
Yeah, it
as an
works the same way,
interruption.
right? Because you can just bounce a card they control, and then you also have Daruma cannon. 2 more sets here. Ooh, this is a position where Labyrinth really starts to snowball. Like once you keep going, and recycling and resetting all of these trap cards, it's so hard to come back from behind.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Daruma Cannon. And we know the Big Welcome can resolve from the grave, and the Welcome's going to come back. There's just so many resources for Lewis here.
Unicorn would normally put up a lot of pressure here because you can go Birth, bring back Fenrir, but remember we did send it, and that's a strike on Ash as well. We're just tearing this apart. Yeah, I was going to say Birth could be searched, then add back, but we did send it earlier for Oak, so Fenrir plus Unicorn could put up a decent amount of pressure by itself, but unfortunately not here. Bonfire isn't going to be able to get anything meaningful, right? Because, did we? Oh, yeah, we recycled the Poplar, didn't we?
Yeah, we
Okay.
recycled the Poplar, but what is there to add with the Poplar? Nothing, right?
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
You could even just bounce the Poplar now if you wanted, or you can let your opponent link summon something. There's just so much flexibility in all of these interruptions.
I don't know. What do you care about here? A Link 1 into SP would be scary, and then but at the point you can just bounce the Link 1. Removing the Link 2 might just be better. SP Little Knight, I guess. You can't banish, but I mean, I guess it's kind of sticky. Like she can run away by banishing, but I mean, there's nothing stopping Thomas here just going into the battle phase.
Is there a way to get this Flamberge into the graveyard straight away?
I mean, that's a Wraith's off on the field, right? Not a Temple.
Yeah.
So
just activated.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how you can possibly trigger this. Just ask Lewis nicely to destroy it. No, looks like he's passing, so no friendly self-destruction effects will be activated. Lewis draws for turn, and I mean, I think you just go straight to the battle phase here.
Yeah, you get another trap back from the grave. Has to be a normal trap, I guess, but
Resetting Strike or Rivalry would be lovely. Get it?
I get it.
Thank you. Worked hard on that one. All right, 4 back row, and we're activating the effect of Lady in the hand here. Special summoning, passing, 4 set trap cards, and the engine pieces of Thomas just aren't coming. Ash was strike last turn. Is this a standby Big Welcome? We're going to bounce our own Lady to the hand here. Just trigger Lovely, destroy a card, set, reset, Welcome. And last card in hand is Nibiru. Draw for turn. GG scoops it up, and there it is. Well played by Lewis, taking this one down. What an incredible display of trap management.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the cannon in game 1 and then another cannon in game 2. I'm happy with calling this cannon labyrinth. I've decided.
Yeah, you've heard it here. This is the new iteration of the labyrinth strategy. We've got cannon labyrinth advancing to top 8, right? It's firing on all cannons, I suppose.
Yeah.
Doing pretty good here. So, inclusion of the runic cards. I think I'm interviewing him next. So we'll pick his brain about some of these choices here, because I'd love to know what's going on with this one. Yeah, that's something. Let's talk a little bit about the breakdown of Top Cut, I suppose. We should have some of the remaining deck lists for you. So as we advance deeper and deeper, if you're just joining us today, Top 64 did have a 40% representation of Snake Eye, 23% of Tenpai, with everything else sort of sprinkled in around there. We've had an Unchained top, we've had a Pearly top, we've had Branded, a Chimera version. I think it was just one or two Labyrinth, and some Melodious and Voiceless variants as well. I think there was a Voiceless making it all the way to top 32 at least. But going into top 16, which is where we're at right now, we still have 2 Plant Duelists remaining, a Voiceless, a Branded, this Labyrinth, 43% remaining Snake Eye, and 25% of that top 16. Was that 4 players? I've only got it in percentages here. Do not ask me to convert this into numbers for you. Of Tenpai.
You don't want to do any equations?
I don't want to add. Not even close, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, because Snake Eye, clearly the front runner, but after that, you know, it starts to become very wide, very fast. There's a lot of decks you can choose, depending on what suits your playstyle. There's a lot of decks to come up with. We're still seeing people innovate even now with this Labyrinth deck. I don't know, how long has Simultaneous Equation Cannon been around? Is this a new inclusion, or is this released recently? Or do we, I have no idea. I don't know if someone's just pulled this out of their binder and discovered it, or whether it came out in the most recent set. It's so cool when you just see a card like that that's
Binder
just
Labyrinth is
out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because it's so funny as a deck that can search any normal trap from the deck, right? I mean, I'm sure at some point you just go through the database and you just look at normal trap and just see what's available, right? Like, I mean, the world's your oyster at that point. So it's really cool, yeah, to include this.
Yeah, I mean, with the transaction rollback as well, there's extra reasons now to use to have a look at all the normal traps there ever were and see which one is the coolest to put in your deck.
That's a good question. I'm going to ask what he thinks about a rollback. It's probably quite useless without the furnitures to get it into the grave and discard, but yeah. All right, well, that was a very cool display by Lewis there of the Cannon Labyrinth. So thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll be back with a player interview if you want to hear more about this deck list. I'll be sitting down and talking to him in just a moment. Still much more action to come today, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is our player interview here with Lewis, playing, we dubbed it Cannon Labyrinth. I hope you're okay with that.
I call it Maths Labyrinth.
Math Labyrinth, okay.
That's the same thing, Maths.
Mathrinth. How'd you feel? That was an incredible victory.
I feel pretty great. That's basically like highlighted like everything about the deck that makes it great. So it was a perfect feature match.
I do have to ask, what was going on with his Fenrir summon Diabell Star and then set and then attack and pass and then you just went off with the simultaneous like? Why didn't he use Sinful Spoils? Was there...
I think he was worried about my extending too hard into my back row, is what he said.
Okay, right.
I think he just wanted to kind of apply a bit of pressure.
Sure.
I'm not sure I agree with it, but that's where he was coming from.
Right, I see. Yeah, so where do we begin? So, first of all, why Labyrinth as a theme in general, right? I mean, I suppose the deck to beat this weekend has been Snake Eye. There's been quite a dominant performance by Tenpai as well, but you chose Labyrinth.
Yeah, so... everyone that knows me, I love trap cards. I love playing on my opponent's turn. It's much more fun than playing on your own turn. I love interaction, and that's what trap cards are.
Most of them.
Yeah. No, they are. But like, I think Labyrinth is just a really, really good deck at just doing the grind. Like combo decks just try and do their combo, put out like 2 or 3 interruptions. I just have 5 every time. It's just better.
Every set card is an interruption. Yeah, that's true. Outside of the standard stuff, I gotta ask. There's like runic cards in here. What's the theory behind that?
So for reasons that I'm sure we'll get to in a minute, I have to play some fusion monsters in my extra deck.
Yeah.
So I was playing the runics anyway, and then I realized like they're just kind of good because I knew that Tenpai was a thing, so they're maining Duster. Other people probably aren't, but at least Tenpai is. I wanted to have a main deck card that can beat Duster, but also is okay if they don't have Duster. So like the runics they can be removal, or they can literally just summon Hugin and effectively negate Duster.
Yeah, no, that's a really smart sort of, what's the word? Just crossover between Runic and Labyrinth, so that works really well.
There's a couple of other things. You can almost like also make Light Dark Chaos Angel.
Okay.
Lady,
yeah, that's
like,
really cool.
That kind of thing. They're really flexible.
That's huge. So it's more heavy trap variant. Any reason you didn't include Lord of the Heavenly Prison?
It was in the deck for a while. The runics basically replaced it because I thought that they were better when they didn't have Duster. Like I feel like Lord is almost a blank card if they don't have back row removal. Like it does something, but only a trap that you get to use next turn. That doesn't really matter.
Sure. Okay. Torrential Tribute, I suppose, is a little bit somewhat not as common in Labyrinth these days.
Yeah. It's a board wipe. Like it's a really good card. Like you think
it's a good card, yeah.
Yeah, like Snake Eye, they do like a lot of comboing, and in theory they're quite floaty. But eventually they use Flamberge of their own accord, and then you torrential them, and it just clears the board.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the thing with combo decks. Sometimes they just start to trip up over themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I could talk about this deck forever. I suppose the last thing I want to ask is Labyrinth is not in your deck list. Any reason you didn't want to include the field spell?
I only think Labyrinth is good is when you have like a high engine hand. Like if you have a lot of Labyrinth cards, but I'm not playing that many, so you just don't need it.
Yeah, so I mean, you didn't go with any of the furniture pieces, no rollback.
No, just
just trap cards.
So that's like really high risk, high reward. Like it can brick. If you like sometimes you draw rollback, no furniture, nothing to discard, or like all Labyrinth engine, and all Labyrinth engine doesn't actually do anything apart from get you 1 pop. Like I always get 5 interruptions. That's just better.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, absolutely. Yeah. Well put. So, congratulations on your victory.
Yeah.
You trying to go all the way? You think you can do it? Are you feeling confident yet?
I've been telling everyone for the last several weeks that I genuinely believe this is the best deck in the room.
Okay.
I've made some misplays yesterday and today, so I think if I play well, I could actually go all the way.
All right, that's awesome. Still a couple of plant decks sneaking around. Are you scared about that?
Yes.
Really?
I don't think the matchup's bad,
Okay.
but I'm not used to the matchup. I think if I had practiced it, I'd probably be fine, feeling confident, because they don't interact with traps very well, but I'm not confident with the cards.
Well, you got some downtime now to go read some cards, I suppose.
That'll happen.
Thank you guys for tuning in. This has been our player interview with Lewis. We'll be back very shortly with top 8. Don't go anywhere.
Fantastic.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of Destruction! To fulfill my promise to the Pharaoh, I'll need an unparalleled new strategy. I won't accept anything less than your best. And you'll have it! Meet Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction! This can't be. To think such a monster exists. It sure does, in Legacy of Destruction! It's time to duel!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the UK National Championship 2024. I'm here joined with, first and foremost,
Samuel
from
Cornwall.
Samuel from Cornwall, up against
Haley from Belfast.
Haley from Belfast. All right. This is going to be another head-to-head quiz here. We'll see. I'll explain the rules in just a moment, but I hope you've been enjoying the duels that have been taking place so far. We will be having some more gameplay afterwards, but for now, let's get into our first quiz. So what I'm going to do and have you guys begin with is our first round. I'm going to have you name as many winged beast monsters as possible. So I'm going to begin with you. Name one winged beast, back to you, etc., until you no longer can name any more. Let's begin. A winged beast monster.
Harpy Lady 1. Harpy Lady 2. Harpy Lady 3. Miss Valley, Apex, and Nivea.
Miss Valley, Apex.
Avion.
Miss Valley Thunderbird.
Fluandereeze and Rabina.
Fluandereeze and Empen.
I don't know what it means. Barrier Statue of Winds.
Fluandereeze and Eaglin.
You ran out of Flunder monsters?
I didn't play Flunder. 3. What is that, Empen?
2, 1. All right, this round goes to Haley. It's all. Trust me, it's worse when you're on the spot, and then you can name 1,000 wing beasts afterwards. All right, we're gonna do the same again. Did I start with you last time?
I started with. You started with me.
I did. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start with you.
Okay.
I would like you to name as many level 1 monsters as possible. Let's begin now.
Sunseed Genius Loci.
Ragnarok Evil Seed.
Ricka Petal.
Gravescormer. Gruesome Gravescormer.
Mm-hmm.
Samsara D Lotus.
Lurilisk. Sapphire Sparrow?
No. Oh, Sparrow, yes. No, that's Sapphire Swallow.
Sapphire Swallow.
Okay.
Sapphire Swallow.
All right, I'm going to have to give this one to Sam. Perfect. This brings us to our last tiebreaker round, which I believe is going to be name as many plant monsters as possible, beginning in 1, 2, 3.
Mudan, the Ricka Princess.
Sunseed Genius Loci.
Ragnarok, the Evil Seed.
Ricka Petal.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Ricka Princess.
Snowdrop. Oh, no, I don't know the full name. Lone Fire Blossom.
Lone Fire Blossom.
Snowdrop, the Ricka Princess.
Ricka Queen Strenna.
Ricka Queen Teardrop.
Ragnarok the Evil Seed.
That was already said.
Ragnarok Skeleton Soldier.
Okay.
Cactus Spencer.
Aroma Mage Jasmine.
Aroma Lilith Jasmine.
Aroma Mage Rosalina.
Aroma Lilith Rosemary?
I know it.
Any plant in the game?
I know a few of them. Bengalancer.
Hyperiton. Sacred Tree Beast Hyperiton.
Okay, yep.
Sun Avalon Dryas?
Yes.
Sun Avalon Dryades.
Sunvine Healer.
Yep.
Sunvine Thrasher.
Sun Avalon Melias.
We can go older, guys. I'm just saying.
Go older.
Sunvine Guard.
Yep.
Gigaplant.
Gigaplant.
I lost on Gigaplant.
Aromage Majorum.
Back to Aramages. All right, Majorum.
Oh, no.
3.
Aroma Mage Laurel.
Laurel.
Sun Avalon Dryan Trantier, the rank 4. The
Link 4, yeah.
Link 4.
Sun Avalon Twin.
Sun Avalon Twin.
Sun Avalon Maiden. Or Sunseed Maiden.
Sunseed Maiden.
Go older. There's so
We
many,
can
there's
go
so many
older.
classic plants.
I know. I haven't played any of them.
3, 2.
Teardrop the Ricka Princess.
I said it.
We already said.
Oh, we
yeah.
already said Teardrop.
Nope,
I'm
that's
good.
it. All right.
I can go to my extra.
It's over. You did well. Both of you actually impressed me with your archetype knowledge there. I mean, you kind of discovered like the cheat code there. You know, to go through the archetype and each one. All right, yeah. So I'm going to give you guys a pack of Rarity Collection to open. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back momentarily with your coverage of the UK National 2024.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for the top 8 of the UK National Championships, and we've got a great matchup for you. Sometimes we like to pick based off of the decks, but sometimes we see 2 players going head-to-head, and we think this is a great feature match. We better bring it on. So, on the one hand, we have Gabriel Netz, who's been popping up in the top cut of every YCS this season that I can remember. In the European Championships, he came in the top 8 last year, I think, as well. So, an absolutely fantastic season. And then on the other side, we have Ahmad Raja, who keen viewers might remember came second in the National Championships last year. I mean, Nadir probably forgot all about it as soon as, Danny Khan from Scotland won it. But, second place is still a phenomenal achievement.
Can't forget that Nibiru, I'm not going to lie. It's been that long, but yeah. So it had to happen eventually. The inevitable has occurred, and yeah, this will be a Snake Eye mirror match. Let's see how many hand traps we can throw at each other and see who can force through their one-card combo. That's what the name of the game is here, and basically it's really that simple. There's a lot of sequencing that our players are going to try and manage through those hand traps, and may the best player win.
May the best player win, as ever. What do you think compared to one person, so Ahmad running some of the Kashtira cards, Gabriel not? Are you a fan? Would you be putting those in your deck if you were playing a Snake Eye deck this weekend?
Yeah, it's interesting because I know that Gabriel theories a lot with Paolo, who recently won, YCS Indy, and they were teammates in the 3 versus 3, for example. And I think that's a big key difference that I've noticed here is Gabriel is not playing Kashtira cards, but Paolo did choose to run them. Curious to see what the reasoning there was, but some big staples that we're going to see in this matchup is Crossout, which I don't think Raja's actually playing. So I think that might be a bit of an edge for game 1 potentially, because Crossout just has so much coverage versus all of those hand traps that are being thrown at you. But more importantly, sometimes in the mirror match, hitting your opponent's Snake Eye Ash or something like that when they're as an engine piece is also very viable and very relevant.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely perfect in almost any sort of mirror match, right? Because it gets that not only are you trying to cover hand traps, but also you can cover anything from your deck. Cards like that, cards like Lullaby of Obedience, I think are really cool, where you have to know the specific card you're running or your opponent's running for it to be useful. I absolutely love them, so I love seeing them in this current format.
Yeah, it's really cool as well. We've seen some tech cards as well played in Snake Eye mirror matches. Metotronus is actually pretty huge as well, which Netz is actually running in his main. So that's a cool little inclusion as well because, going second, it has that really good application versus something like Apollosa. It just works as a really good card that you can set or use going second. So a couple of different key tech choices there might make the difference in this mirror match.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but Metaltronus somehow gives me Small World vibes in that I had to read it about 5 times and see it played another 5 times before I could actually figure out exactly what it did,
I think Gabe himself once said in a deck profile, it's TLDR, it's fancy imperm, basically, right? That's the best way to look at it. So we'll see if that actually comes up today in this matchup. Top 8, I mean, how much do we have left here? I think Jess is still competing still after this long with Plants, of course. You might have catched the deck profile / tutorial we did, which I'm sure you can check on the YouTube channel as well for those of you who are interested, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU. You can also go back and check the VOD as well if you've missed any of the action so far. So still a couple of decks outside of the Snake Eye realm remaining. I think there's a branded player still as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of branded, couple of Snake Eye. I'm not sure if there's any Tenpai left.
Oh,
they
really?
were definitely doing quite well, but I haven't done a full overview. But yeah, I mean, Jess still undefeated with that Plant deck. I think her and a couple of friends all taking similar deck lists, all made it all the way to the top 64. One was knocked out by the other, so it's got to be a very powerful deck.
Let's check out top 8 here as we move over to the table. All right, our players are kicking off with the dice roll here, and was that a 9 by Gabe, I think? Let's see how this one plays out for our duelists here, because the dice roll, fairly important in this one. And Ahmad, of course, will be, hopefully not intimidated by Gabriel's, achievements and accolades in this game. Being a finalist last year, he'll be hoping to try and run this one back all the way.
Yeah, I mean, getting this deep into the top card 2 years in a row is a seriously impressive achievement. And clearly he knows what he's doing. No stranger to taking the best deck. Last year, Kashtira. This year, Snake Eye. You've got to respect it. Like, just make the sensible deck choice. Play your best.
Still running those Kashtira cards, though, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe
he.
time.
Oh, that's not ideal. Wow. Gabe,
Yeah.
unfortunately, not getting to any engine other than just the field spell here.
Not a combo I'm super familiar with. Field spell pass.
Yeah, that's not great. Just a set here as Ahmad is going to begin his turn with Pressured Planet Wraithsoth, as this is going to get a Unicorn from the deck, and that's going to be able to give some pushing power. Now, of course, this is somewhat of a difficult position in the sense that you're not particularly sure what hand traps are going to be live just yet. We can most likely anticipate the set might be an Imperm. But other than that, you know, there's the standards that Gabriel's hand could be filled with here. And on summon, of course, the Temple gets to trigger here, bringing out the Poplar. That's going to get some engine for Gabriel's next turn.
Yeah.
But more...
Yeah, super nasty, I was going to say. Like, having to go... When your opponent's going second, you've got that weak hand with the Kashtira cards. Like, they're just going to take full advantage. You know, you've had to play this Temple just to get your engine. And now you're walking not only into Kashtira Unicorn... banishing probably your only copy of Princess. Possibly a Fenrir could come down too. And if your opponent's running Talents, you've had to play into that. It's not pretty.
Yeah, no, there's it's just not an amazing spot to be in. And like you mentioned, losing that copy of Princess is absolutely huge. Unicorn gets the resolve here. I don't think we've got Talents. Maybe we would have used that immediately. Never mind. Okay, it is what it is. Let's see what we have here. We've got Mourner. Is that Subversion?
No, I think you really want people
I really want people to play that,
Subversion.
apparently. No, I just can't see it correctly. So, yeah, that's not the best opening from Gabe here. That one only line of defense of the Mourner not going to be enough to stop Ahmad here as it's returned to the deck. And... as long as he has some engine here to force through versus this one set card.
Oh, that's spicy.
Neat.
Oh, no, he didn't actually normal summon it.
Yeah, I know what you were thinking.
Can you just normal summon it?
Yeah, sending the field spell just as a free card, basically, for the Diabell Star means that we can get it onto the field alongside their Unicorn, and now we get to trigger to set the Sinful Spoils, and that's going to connect over onto the Snake Eye engine. And yeah, I mean... I don't know if a single copy of Imperm potentially will be enough here. We'll see, though. It could be that one Metal Tronus in the main deck, maybe.
Yeah, won't be able to negate.
We can use the Dracosack here to get some tokens out and create some more field presence. Could even use the Dracosack as a effect to destroy the set cards here.
Yeah, it's a really neat card, Dracosack, giving you link materials, also giving you options to destroy back row, which... the Snake Eye deck was somewhat lacking in the past, but, you know, you can take out something like an opponent's skill drain if you need to. And here we go, using it on the face down here.
It's actually Crossout Designator. That's really interesting. I wonder what you call in the mirror here. Do we just go Poplar, maybe? Or Ash, or Flamberge? I mean...
I think that was Ash.
Is that an Ash? Okay, fair enough.
I mean, much as you'd like to do the Poplar, there is a danger if you do Poplar and your opponent gets the Fenrir. Then you're going to lose both your copies of Poplar as well.
Yeah.
And I think just cross out negate for like until the end of your next turn. So Gabriel also can't use Ash.
No, that's
or is it just this turn?
That's just called by, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, we do have the Unicorn being brought back from the Birth, and then we can send the Birth. So almost acting as free cards with the combination of the Field Spell and the Birth there, as they gain you advantage, and then you send them for the cost of the Sinful Spoils, and then you can keep going from here. And Gabe's actually going to respect this play here from Ahmad as he goes into the Poplar and recognizes that that is just going to be more than enough for game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no mystery. Ahmad's seen his hand, so he can't even pretend he's got a Nibiru or something. So yeah, I mean, super clean for Ahmad, showing like maybe running that little bit extra engine, because again, Gabe's running those maybe cross-outs rather than the Kashtira package. So maybe if he'd gone first with the Kashtira package, it might have done a little bit more, but who can say? I mean, Gabe's got this far. His decklist has got to be performing on point.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling quite upset about not having a play, essentially, from going first. So that definitely is going to upset him, but he's no stranger to tournament high-level competitive play. So I think he's going to get his head down on the mental and just come back and attempt to do the reverse sweep here. He'll still be fairly relaxed, I think, and won't be intimidated by the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be no stranger to it. It does happen sometimes. This is a card game, and sometimes you just don't draw those perfect opening 5. Do you think he's got anything in his side deck for going first, or do you reckon he's just planning on keeping his main deck as it is?
Yeah, so similarly to how Paolo actually played, side decking the Kashtira engine specifically for going first, the logic and theory behind that is that so long as your cards resolve, you're in a good spot in the mirror match because you just anticipate so many disruptions and hand traps coming down from your opponent. I think Gabe is going to probably bring in the Kashtira engine for going first, alongside most likely Skill Drain as well.
Yeah, Skill Drain sort of come up fairly recently. Maybe there's new kind of technology that has been employed, and it's so powerful. The fact that you can just activate it on your turn and then on your opponent's turn, shut them down for a turn, and then switch it off when it comes back to you is just... It's so strong.
Yeah, I mean, the synergy by being able to send it is honestly what makes this just so phenomenal in the mirror match. And yeah, just completely locking out your opponent from using monster effects is huge in the mirror match. And I'm wondering if potentially, Ahmad is siding cross out, if he'll bring that in for going second, because you can hit hand traps, and we did see that notorious incredible play in the final of the YCS where Skill Drain was brought in going second just so you can cross out your opponent's Skill Drain from going first. So that might be something that could be repeated here. We'll see in just a moment. But yeah, generally, as mentioned, the Kashtira engine likely to come in going first, and then further than that, you do have more hand traps to bring in potentially. Nibiru, Metotronus, perhaps more so for going second. Space-wise, I think, is what Gabe might be looking at.
Yeah, I guess there's quite a lot of manipulation he can do with his deck depending on what he thinks are his favorite cards for going first. So yeah, I think I agree with you on saying some Kashtiras and some Skill Drains sound like a good bet to me. You don't need to change it up too much. And what do you think Ahmad's going to have in his locker going second?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably much of the same story here. I think for his side deck, the cross-out is something we just talked about, and Duster potentially, Cosmic Cyclone, Change of Heart, Thrust, quite a number of cards here that could be used for going second. But again, it's about perhaps the diminishing returns. You don't want to dilute your deck too much of some of the cards you're already main decking, because you will most likely want to main deck for the mirror match generally at a competition of this level. So again, it's striking that balance between engine and non-engine to make sure you have that consistency, but the ability to try and push through your plays going second.
Yeah, I was wondering if he actually runs the cross-out. I think we discussed it. Maybe there weren't any copies of cross-out in his main deck?
No, he's got one, and then he sides 2 more copies.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. All right, let's head on over to the table and check out game number 2. All right, well, hands it on over to Gabe, most likely to start this one off for us. Taking a bit of a brutal loss there, just being unable to play the game. Also factoring in the... oh.
Did he go second?
That's very interesting. Okay. Ash Blossom comes down on the Poplar here. So, yeah, you might have noticed that Gabe actually lost game 1 and has opted to go second. That's not the typical play we see people do in the Snake Eye Mirror match. And, well, I guess that's going to completely change up the siding pattern here. And I think sometimes one of the advantages of doing something like that is you completely mess up your opponent's side decking patterns here. And as you can see here, maybe Ahmad might have opened a bit too much non-engine as he sets a card.
I mean, this is exactly what you're hoping for when you're going second. You catch your opponent by surprise. Maybe they've drawn things like Dark Ruler No More, or, cards are not so helpful going second. Is that a thrust?
Do we have much we can set here, do you think? Again, it's about the side patterns and what you can bring in when you expected to go second compared to first here. Let's see what this is. It could just be maybe just a simple imperm. Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah, you got to be happy when you're seeing that as Gabriel. Not really.
Yeah, it could have went a lot worse, right? When your opponent activates a powerful card like Thrust and actually passes over the turn to Gabriel here. So far the strategy appears to be working. We'll see if he can capitalize on this. I think Ahmad does actually have an Ash Blossom in hand as well here, so we'll see what he decides to do with this if we hold and wait for the Sinful Spoils.
Yeah, one Ash.
Sorry, Bonfire, not Wanted.
Yeah. One Ash, one Imperm at least. But that might not be enough, especially when Ash gives your opponent that opportunity to climb up through Heater into more powerful Link monsters.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because just being a fire monster actually acts against Ash Blossom in that regard. Heater being such a important factor in the mirror match versus, in the Snake Eye mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Ash is like so ubiquitous, and if it wasn't, then I think Heater would be like so many times worse. If you take Ash out of the format, you know, like Heater's going to be live so much less consistently. I think like Dark, you could almost always think, you know, there's going to be decks with Dark monsters, but every deck's running Fire monsters.
Oh,
almost.
cross out on Imperm. Chain a second to Imperm. Chain Droplet to send it for cost off of the field, negating the Relinquished. And now we still get to push through our Ash here and resolve to special summon Poplar. So banishing that cross out, banishing that Imperm with the cross out, getting the Poplar onto the field here. Yeah, what a chain here.
You do have to declare when you activate cross out the card, so you can't go and banish something else just because banishing Imperm's not very helpful.
Yeah, of course. All right, so Poplar will now resolve. That's going to get the Sinful Spoils from the deck onto the field here. And, well, we did have a little peek, and Ahmad does still have an Ash in hand, though, which used on the Sinful Spoils might potentially be quite devastating. But as we've seen from his turn one, Ahmad actually not having too much in the way of engine himself.
Yes, indeed. Gabriel, maybe he's just thinking now on the resolution of this Ash. Sorry, not Ash, Poplar. Makes sense for Ahmad to wait.
I think he's choosing between Temple and the Sinful Spoils here. Because without the Ash on the field to send, you are a little bit lacking some bodies. So rather than Temple, you kind of have to go for the Sinful Spoils here. Not really much choice there.
Well, I'm wondering, yeah, if you got Temple and got the Dival Star Snake Eye, then that could get you to a second monster. And then you could start doing shenanigans with Heater. Although there isn't actually anything in the grave.
Not yet, no.
Are we going to see Anima steal Anima? What a play. Two Animas staring at one another.
All right, and choosing to scale the Ash here with the Poplar effect. And now we steal with the Relinquished. That causes the Wait, is the Poplar falling off of the Relinquished?
No, it wasn't on the Relinquished. I'm a little confused what happened to the Poplar. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, continuing forward here, we're going to verify the Imperm column before we put our card down. That's
I mean, it's kind of moot, right? Because Imperm didn't actually negate anything, so...
yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, here's the Ash Ball. So, yeah, you're right. So Imperm does actually have to negate the monster in order to actually prevent the column from being used. But yeah, I don't actually think it's active because of sending for cost plus the cross out.
But here we go, back to Ahmed.
Wow,
this is like full action mirror. We've seen one relinquished Anima on both sides of the field.
Oh, here there's a huge pickup.
Yeah, that is good. How did Poplar get in the graveyard?
I would like to verify that. That's really important, actually, because the Ahmad's Poplar falling off there is really important.
But yeah, I mean, from here it's looking very good for Ahmad, right? Morna just chucked down on that Poplar because Morna has to negate special summons and not normal summons. So Poplar, yeah, you've resolved Oak and you're going to get to summon a Flamberge from your deck. Like, unless Gabriel's got some more interruptions in his hand, he's going to be in a world of trouble. So from here, I mean, we can just start summoning monsters. We can summon the Snake Eye Dival Star. We can send to get a Flamberge from the deck. I mean, this is going to be a very easy 8,000 damage. That's just a 0 attack relinquished as well.
All right, yeah, no, just going through the motions here to find this Flamberge out onto the field here. We know that Gabe doesn't have too much left in his hand here.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost 8,000 as is, but like just one heater, the Flamberge resolves. Like, this is so much damage.
I think you can even push through enough damage here, even without worrying about the Nibiru causing a risk here.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about it is you've got the temple, so what could go wrong?
Yeah, okay, scaling the Poplar here with the scaling the Ash rather with the Poplar. Now we're going to keep playing and linking off.
Maybe he's just going to leave the Flamberge in play just in case anything. You know, maybe this is the line to play around Nibiru. You just leave Flamberge, and then if your opponent ever tries to nib you, at worst, you get the Flamberge effect. And, yeah, I mean, what do? You just go back, you go up into access code now. This is going to threaten 8,000. And then if you get Nibiru'd, then you just go up through Princess again.
Yeah, there it is. And declaring the effect of access code, it's going to be pretty deadly here unless Nets has something to prevent this.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be quite a short and sharp top 8. Oh, there is the
Battle
nib.
Phase. And end of main. Nibiru is declared here.
But like as mentioned, like there's going to be a token. The Ash is going to come out. The Flamberge is going to resolve. I'm wondering if you can just do 8,000 anyway. But at the very least, it's Gabe's last card, so he's thinking carefully about which zone to put it in. But both relinquished animas have been used. Oh, and you get Snake Eye can actually summon the Divine Temple. I think can summon your opponent's spells and traps. I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, you can.
I think it can. Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends though because you can't summon a monster that was placed by relinquished.
Yeah, it wasn't played. Relinquished took the other relinquished,
specifically
right?
from Temple.
Oh, and he even gets to resolve the Ash because he hasn't used it this turn. That's really cool. And he's not used Poplar's summon either. Wow. So yeah, I think now it's just looking like Ahmed's on the home straight. Maybe it's something as simple as Princess and then scale the Nibiru. And
gosh, it's really impressive just how much this deck can push through here. Even through Nibiru itself, you can keep going with this with Snake Eye. I mean, you threaten game, and then if they Nibiru you, you resolve the Flamberge, and you bring back monsters. You keep climbing up here.
And then you just do it again. I mean, he's even going to go for the full Zelantis play just because, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if he's used the Flamberge scale. Maybe he has. I guess it doesn't matter. He's still got it. So
yeah, no, Flamberge, activate the effect, re-summon onto the field, GG, and there it is. There's the handshake, and that is the end of the duel. Wow, Gabriel being taken out 2-0 here. Such an unfortunate brick from game 1 and game 2. I mean, yeah, Ahmad just playing through all of those disruptions.
Yeah, I mean, very cleanly. It's a heartbreaking feature match for Gabriel, but I mean, congratulations to Ahmad. I guess this is the nature of what a lot of people say about the Snake Eye Mirror. It's so sharp, like one time, one play gets through. Both players are like so focused on stopping their opponent from doing absolutely anything. And then as soon as a card gets through, like that almost seems over. You summon 10 monsters, you've got all the follow-up, you've got everything. So it's a really, really, like, it just hangs on a knife edge the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how the mirror plays, you know. You're just throwing so many card effects back and forth at each other. Eventually, you know, it's like almost like the floodgates get opened up. Not literally a floodgate in this sense, but, you know, these hand traps constantly denying you the ability to play, and then finally someone runs out a non-engine, and then who can stick that Ash into a full combo is what it came down to.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing as well the deck's just like, it's so resilient to, like, it can just, he didn't draw Ash, which is the key combo piece, but instead you could just draw like Poplar, or you can draw Oak to then follow up from the Poplar. It's so like you don't need very much to get started either, which again is just what makes this deck so powerful and why we're seeing it in the later rounds of the tournament.
Yeah, that was that's sometimes just how the Snake Eye Mirror goes. So I guess we'll have a little interview with Ahmad and sit down and talk about the match and his deck list and where we go from here. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back very shortly with the player interview.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for a winner's interview with the winner of our top 8 feature match. Congratulations, Ahmed.
Thank you.
So we got to say, like, you were here last year in the in the finals.
Yeah.
And now you're back again. You didn't quite make it to win last time, but you're almost there again. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good because last year I essentially had won, but I did a big misplay and I lost because of that. And so this year, here I'm again, you know, trying to reclaim what I should have had last time. So yeah.
I mean, we saw like last year there was that Nibiru that was punishing, but this year you were playing like expertly around it. It looked like you were just waiting for the Nibiru.
Yeah, that's trauma now. I don't lose to Nibiru. I'm always playing around Nibiru at this point. It's like it just happens now.
Yeah, it looked like you were doing it perfectly because you could see, and then he played it, and then you were like, okay, that's okay. I'll just do 8,000 damage.
Yeah,
anyway.
because in that game 2, I tried to go for Axis Go first because the last card is one card, and the only card I lose to is Nip. So even if he Axis goes to me, I can just Divine Temple, take his Ash, and Flamish Summon back too, and then I can just Raging Phoenix, Princess, or DK. So it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like you knew exactly what you were doing with this deck. Do you feel confident? Have you been playing it a lot?
I wasn't. I had a rough yesterday. Had a rough Swiss. I lost to some weird decks, so I was not feeling confident at all to actually like even make top cut. But here I am, I guess. And now actually I'm feeling a lot confident with my deck. I think it's a good choice. I think I've got a good mirror match as well because I played the Castrera cards, as you've seen. And that's it.
Yeah, so I mean, you must have won like 6 or 7 rounds on the bounce now. If you lost a couple of rounds yesterday. So.
Yeah, I only lost 3 games yesterday, and after that I haven't lost yet.
Wow, so that's like a really long win streak. I mean, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Are you feeling hyped for the top 4?
Yeah, definitely hyped for the top 4. A bit of flashback from last year, but hopefully I can take it home this time.
Well, thanks so much, Ahmed.
Thank you.
And we'll catch everybody soon for the top 4. Don't go anywhere.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up. Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2024. We're here for another little mini game. Who are we with?
Mark. Mark Hopkins from North Wales.
And
here to win it all.
Here to win it all. That's a great attitude.
bit wishful thinking, but yeah.
How many times have you been to National Championships?
This is my first Nats. I've done regionals and stuff, but never a Nats before, so I thought it's time to step it up a bit. And yeah, I guess we'll see. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Are you ready to step it up for this quiz game we've got going on here?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. I'm feeling good.
Okay, so just to brief you on the rules. So I've got a card written down here, and we're going to do this a couple of times. So you can ask me yes or no questions. It's like a little guess who.
Yeah.
And I'll answer them as truthfully as I can.
Yeah. You can't lie, by the way.
Yeah,
You're not allowed to lie.
Not allowed to make it very difficult.
Yeah.
And then you have to try and narrow down and guess what the card is.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so do you want to get started on card number one?
Okay, yeah, let's go. So, is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Okay. Is it meta-relevant spell?
Yes.
Okay. Does it destroy things?
No.
Does it draw?
No.
Doesn't draw. Trying to think. Is it at 3? You can run it at 3?
Yes.
Okay. Spell, you can run it at 3, meta-relevant. Doesn't draw. Does it excavate?
It does.
Is it prosperity?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Good job. All right, that's one from one.
Okay.
All right, do you want to go for round number 2?
Yeah, let's do it. All right. Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it level 1?
No.
Level 2?
No.
3?
Yes.
Level 3 main deck monster. Is it meta-relevant again?
It has been.
Is it a hand trap?
No.
Okay. Level 3 main deck monster. Is it light attribute?
No.
Dark?
No.
Earth?
No.
Wind?
No.
Water?
No.
What have I said? Earth?
You have said Earth.
Oh, God. Wait. Dark, light, wind, water, earth. Fire. So it's fire.
There we go.
Level 3, fire, main deck. Ah, bro. And it's not Ash Blossom. It's not hand trap.
It's not Ash Blossom.
Is it part of an archetype?
No.
No. Oh, man. You're cooking me here. Okay. What does it have? 0 attack?
It doesn't have 0 attack. No.
Is it? Okay, let's go types. Is it a pyro?
It's not pyro.
Oh man, this is so difficult. This is so much harder when you're on the spot.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
Do you want a hint?
Yeah, hint would be great.
All right, hint is it's got the attribute in the name.
It's got the attribute in the name, so it's got the word fire in its name.
It does.
Oh man. I've just drawn a complete blank here. Oh my god. Fire, level 3 with the word fire in the name. And it's not really meta-relevant.
It definitely has been.
Yeah, it has been in the past.
Many points.
Yeah, but not anymore. I'm going to kick myself. I really am. I'm drawing a complete blank. I'm sorry.
Okay, that card is Lone Fire Blossom.
Oh, no way. I was thinking, obviously it's a fire, but I was just thinking, I always think it was a plant rather than a fire, so I'm like...
Yeah,
I should have
tricky
types.
one,
I should have asked types. I should have asked types.
Yeah, well, if you got the type, you might.
Yeah, that definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go for the last one.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a trap?
Yes, it is.
Is it part of an archetype?
No.
Okay, so it's a trap, not part of an archetype. Is it dimensional barrier?
It is not.
Is it meta relevant?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, is it meta relevant trap? Is it a counter trap?
Nope.
Is it a regular trap then?
A normal trap?
Yeah, a normal
Yes,
trap.
it is.
It's a normal trap, meta relevant. Is it a deck dev? Deck devastation virus?
No, it's not deck devastation.
Eradicator of virus.
It's none of those.
None of the virus
It doesn't have virus in the name.
Okay, it doesn't have virus in the name. It's not part of an archetype. Is it infinite impermanence?
It's not infinite impermanence.
Normal trap, meta relevant. God.
Do you want a hint?
Yeah, a hint
So
would be
it's
great.
not infinite impermanence, but you can play it directly from
You
your
can play it
hand.
directly from your hand, and it's not part of an archetype. Is it Harpy's Featherstorm?
No.
You can play it from your hand, right, if you have a Harpy on field. I'm correct me.
I'm not.
Yeah. I think you can.
Never tried to do that.
Yeah, that'd be part of an archetype then, though, as well, wouldn't it? A trap that you can play directly from your hand. God. Why? All I can think is infinite impermanence, but I know. Oh, God.
You don't tend to use it on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
You tend to use it on your own
Yeah.
turn.
God, I should be getting this, and I'm just really not. After such a good start, I'm just completely. I'm washed now. God.
Let's imagine it. You're going second.
Yeah.
Your opponent's.
Oh, it's evenly matched.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. God, yeah.
Wow.
Cheers. We got there in the end.
Great job. Well, thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us for the mini game.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and thank you very much, everyone watching, and stay tuned for the next feature match. Hello and welcome back. We're here for the top 4 of the UK National Championships 2024. Despite the fact that Snake Eye put in a strong performance, we're now down to 4 unique decks, one of which is Snake Eye, one of which is Plant. That's the other semi-final going on right now. But for you today, we have Labyrinth, featuring again Linear Equation Cannon, and
Simultaneous Equation Cannon.
I'll get that
Wrong
name
equation,
correct.
wrong equation.
Wrong equation, sorry.
Yeah, versus Snake Eye.
No, not Snake Eye. Branded.
Oh, Branded? Oh.
This is an exciting one for you as well. You thought we were watching Snake Eye.
Okay, all right. Ooh, locked in for this one. Yeah, Branded, you may have already seen Lewis's match on stream earlier today playing Labyrinth. Full trap lineup, just complete set 5 strategy here. And Rob is on Branded as mentioned. So, yeah, this is going to be... I couldn't really tell you who I feel like is going to win. So let's find out and head to the semifinals right now. All right, it's Rob versus Lewis, and well, the way he described his deck list on stream earlier during the player interview was that he's just happy to set 5 cards every time. So going first or second, I suppose it doesn't really matter. He's happy to do either. I think Rob's actually won the dice roll.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. It did look like that, but then Lewis just picked up his cards so much quicker, you know.
Yeah.
It's not who wins the dice roll anymore. It's who draws to 5 quicker. You know, you shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Do you think there's an advantage to be had by Branded a little bit by this point, since it's very likely he knows what his opponent's playing, and so I feel like I want to say Gimmick Puppet seems somewhat redundant.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people talking about the Labyrinth deck and saying I'm a bit scared of Branded because Branded does so much going first. But again, most people I've heard talking about the Labyrinth deck recently have been playing the Furniture version, which more or less just lets your opponent do what they want to do. It has quite targeted and limited interruptions. Whereas this version of Labyrinth, it can banish your opponent's entire field, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, oh wow, that's just incredible. That's like a D-draw almost. I'm going to trigger the Mercurier here off of this Allure of Darkness now to get a search, so that's really powerful.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice opening. You just get a free +1, and then, like, if you're searching Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, which we aren't, you get to send Fallen of Albaz and draw a card for free. So it's like a free Foolish Burial for free. Everything's free. You know, you get a free card in the grave, free
Big
draw.
sale on today for this branded deck. All right, we pick up Cartesia from the Mercurier here, and yeah, we're trying to go into our branded fusion as always. Do you think there's like a different line you take when you know you're playing against the trap deck? Is there any particularly good fusions you want to go into?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. I guess the key interaction that Branded has against Labyrinth is Guardian Chimera, right? So you can do it in your opponent's end phase, and depending on how many monsters you use from the field, you can destroy spells and traps equal to that number. So that's a nice way of interacting with your opponent. Outside of that, I don't know how much access to spell and trap removal the Branded deck has. So I guess it's just maybe it's a game of put up a huge field of monsters and see what your opponent can do about it. Because again, trap decks, they have the challenge of shutting down your opponent's monster effects, but they also have to deal with all of the bodies that you leave on the field. So, I mean, I guess this Labyrinth deck is more than capable of that with Simultaneous Equation Cannon.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing to be worried about, the Simultaneous Equation. We've got the Brandon High Spirits that was used with Saranir. That's going to get you Albion, and then we're going to send the Retribution with the Albion from the deck to the graveyard. And next up, we've got a Branded Opening now. So this is going to be able to add or special summon from the deck here. Discarding an Albaz, that's not too bad. And,
yeah, you got a little bit of everything in the graveyard.
Here's Alibert being taken out the deck here. Probably going to special summon it. No, actually going to just add it to the hand here. Is there a difference between special summoning and normal summoning Alibert? Is there an advantage to that?
So if you don't have another normal summon and you want to get... So you have to get the Albaz in the graveyard first if you want to special summon Cartesia. And then the nice thing is if you summon Alibert while you have Cartesia on the field, then your opponent can't imperm it, right? Because then you could just chain the Cartesia to fuse.
That's really smart, yeah.
I mean, another way around would just be to normal summon the Cartesia. Oh. That's a torrential tribute.
Arias being responded to with a set torrential tribute now. And now we're going to activate torrential tribute on the summon of Cartesia.
That is...
Is that a bit preemptive, or what are we doing it so early for, do you think?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, maybe he's just thinking that I can stop Rob from getting access to Branded Fusion at all. One thing to keep in mind is that we do, because the opening protects fusion monsters, right? So you can just banish it at resolution to protect your fusion monster. So that's really heads up from Rob there. And that was 2 cards Lewis played into basically nothing, right? It just didn't do anything.
That was a bit of a misstep, surely, right?
I mean, as I said, I don't know how you were supposed to use that torrential tribute in a more fruitful way, because you're always going to have that opening in the graveyard to protect your fusion monsters. So maybe he thought I'd better get it down before Rob's summoned a bunch of fusion monsters, but Cartesia is a quick effect.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty rough there on Lewis's part. As we, on resolution, we're going to use the Grand Ganal here. That's going to send.
Yeah, and now we're definitely going to have access to Branded Fusion, right? Because of that Shrouded Dragon in the graveyard, you can send a Branded Fusion from your deck to the graveyard and return the Albion to the bottom of your deck. And the tricky thing about Branded is they just add back so many cards in the end phase. You're going to get one from Albion. This Aluba is going to search. It could search a Branded Fusion now as well if you wanted. Like you just end up with so much stuff, even though like it has to dump all of its hand at the get-go. Like it doesn't really matter because everything just seems to keep coming back to you again and again.
Yeah, so many graveyard resolutions in this deck here. So the big setup of trying to go for the Guardian Chimera in Lewis's end phase, I think, is I suppose like the game plan here. He's going to use the Albion. Is it not once per turn? Is it 1 effect per turn or something?
He didn't actually use the other effect. He fused with Cartesia.
Didn't he use the Albion to send the Retribution earlier?
No, that was discarded off something else. I can't remember if it was the opening maybe that discarded it.
Oh, was it discarded from the Brandon High Spirit? I don't think the High Spirit can discard Retribution.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. What does High Spirit send?
It sent the Saranir from the hands.
Oh, okay. Then Saranir was what sent the Retribution. There you go.
I see. Okay. All right, and yeah, here's Retribution adding back. Got Albaz in the grave as well. Granganol on the field. Branded lost as well, right?
Yeah, that's a branded loss.
Yeah.
So branded fusion gonna resolve.
It's a shame that lost stops any kind of negating on your fusion monsters, except specifically the Ash Blossom when it's the effective fusion summon. That's like the one card that you would like to resolve here, but Lewis not playing that card. It's all traps here, but yeah, unfortunately, because the branded opening specifically was opened in the... Hey, oh, whoa, see what I did there? The Torrential Tribute is really redundant in this situation because I think what you would want to do, like, potentially is, you know, something like Branded Fusion activates and then you go into Lebellion or Albion, and then on activation of that, you go with the Arias.
Yeah.
To set the Torrential, then Resolution, you can hit, like, 3 big fusion monsters. But, yeah, it wouldn't be useful because of the branded opening, so...
Yeah, that's completely correct. And this branded lost as well is another way of playing around Torrential Tribute because while it's in play, your opponent can't activate any effects on the summon of a branded or on the summon of a fusion summon.
Yeah, literally turns them into god cards. You know, you can't activate cards on some of them. Yeah. Yeah.
Just have to mirror force them, right?
Yeah, we do lose to that. Was that a Mercurial we picked up? I think we have a second off of the Lost search.
Yeah, Lost. It's a nice card to pick up off branded Lost because it just gives you an extra negation for your opponent's next turn. It's kind of one of the few cards that's like more interruptions rather than follow-up. I mean, follow-up's always great, but I suppose you'd rather pick an interruption. I think you kind of have enough follow-up with the branded deck.
We got a lot going on here in the end phase. I think there's a Titanic Clad and an Albion still to resolve. The Mirror Jade could be used here just to banish the Aliber and send something else into the grave from the extra, but I'm not really too sure what other fusions you could really want to do at this point, because I feel like Mirror Jade is not going to put in too much work against Labyrinth.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, it's quite tricky to get good value out of it when your opponent doesn't have too many monsters. One upside of it is that it can banish without targeting. So a Lady of the Silver Castle is protected from... it can't be targeted while you control a set spell or trap, but that doesn't bother the Mirror Jade.
Looks like we got a Branded in red set there during the end phase, plus the Quem coming out from the Titanic Clad in the end phase. So much good setup here from Rob. And yeah, basically just laughing at this Torrential Tribute. It essentially did nothing. So this is going to be kind of rough, I feel like, on Lewis's part to come back from this. He's going to need to have a really good hand to beat this. And also, another branded opening is sent to the graveyard here for the fusion destruction protection, which is typically how you try and out cards in Labyrinth, is with Lady Pop, Welcome Pop, although he's not actually playing that. So might just have to be simultaneous equation or bust here.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Maybe, like, you know, it's gutting, because if that Torrential had been a trap trick or a
oh,
simultaneous
wow, just
equation
picks up his
cannon,
cards.
Could have been very different.
Yeah, wow, that's really rough. I don't know, like, he must be recognizing that the Torrential was definitely a lackluster play here, but I mean, surely with the rest of the hand there, maybe you could have done something, but you've already lost 2 cards, you're up to 4, and your opponent is so far ahead of you on the graveyard resources and all of the big setups, so yeah, that was a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that you're going to get hit with the Guardian Chimera, unless your hand's like absolutely perfect, I think it's just, you know, curtains. You've also got the issue of, like, there's all these big monsters, right? Normally, Labyrinth likes to summon its own big monsters to defend itself, but it doesn't work if your opponent's attacking you with a bunch of 3,000 attack point monsters anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Checking out the side deck here from Lewis going into this matchup. Well, I mean, it's a trap deck. You could probably assume just exactly what's coming in, and it's recruitable from Lady, so that's 3 copies of Dimensional Barrier. Plus, we've got Solemn Judgment most likely to come in as well. I feel like Torrential is very, very likely to come out here. It does not seem like a great card into this matchup specifically. Is Rivalry of Warlords okay against Branded? I mean, they have a bunch of different typings.
Yeah, I think it's very annoying, because if your opponent starts with something like an Aliber or a Guiding Quem or something like that, then they're suddenly stuck as spellcasters. And, you know, some of the bigger monsters are dragons, and then Mirror Jade is a worm. Like, it's all different types, so you're right. I think it's really helpful.
Eradicator Epidemic Virus could also be brought in, but hitting spell cards, it sort of depends on the hand, because you can kind of like, you can chain Branded Opening, Aliber can get you the Branded Fusion, so destroying spells, I mean, you would at least not use it immediately, you'd have to wait, but then again, 3 copies of Branded Fusion, they could just, you know, slap it down immediately, so it's tough. I feel like it's too hit or miss for this matchup, but there's plenty of good options here. Dimensional Barrier alone, I mean, gosh, don't forget that Lovely can just reset normal traps from the graveyard. So if you can get that loop going, I mean, you're locking Branded out turn after turn with it. So we'll see if we can actually do something with that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like a lot of decks, they're happy just to decide Dimensional Barrier on the off chance they draw it and then activate it once and they say, great, now I'm going to, you know, good job me. But Labyrinth is like, I'm going to search it, I'm going to set it, I'm going to activate it, I'm going to set it again, I'm going to search another copy. You know, it's somehow like part of the engine, which feels very nasty.
Yeah, no, it's odd. I think it would have been nice to see that game 1 be a little bit more back and forth. It was quite a imposing presence, shall we say. So, I don't know. The Arias play, not really looking too hot. Setting 5, I think going second versus Branded is really where you want to be at. But then again, it's so weird because there's a lot you can do in the Branded Lost window, just because of the fact that you can't activate any cards or effects on the summon of a fusion. There's a whole bunch of things that Branded can do during that small window where they can try and pick apart some trap cards and deal with your field, and you just can't respond.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what the Branded player can really do against a field of 5 back row, because, as I said, it's just the Guardian Chimera, which is very powerful, but might be quite annoying. So little tricks like using Branded Lost is probably definitely got to be on Rob's radar if he wants to win the game.
All right, no disruption here coming out just yet. It's very likely that both players are going to be lacking on hand traps. They are just playing pure engine for engine as we activate this Ariana here. And, well, your options are get to one of your welcomes if you don't have one or the other. You got Coup Clock if you really want to go for some first turn plays. He is side decking it. But again, you're going to have Arias or Coup Clock in that situation. I suppose Arias sort of like does the same thing in a way anyway.
Yeah, I'm sort of interested what the Coup Clock is for when you've got Arias anyway. Because Coup Clock has a specific advantage that you can, if you've got a furniture piece, then it sets it from the deck, so you couldn't use Arias to do that. But Lewis isn't actually running either of the furniture pieces anyway, so I don't really know what it does over and above the Arias.
Essentially just more copies to try and play turn 1 here, as you can see, is acting as somewhat of a combo deck here. So we activate the big welcome to special summon. Unfortunately, we don't have a lady in the hand here to try and combo it to get a dimensional barrier out of the deck.
Well, you say that, but
Lovely
can
yeah.
reset the trap trick,
yeah.
and the trap trick can go and fetch a dimensional barrier.
And
so
snipe out the hand here as well. Let's see if we can hit something juicy.
2 tries.
It
First
is
to 6.
A Albion. It's like probably the worst one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a kind of draw, isn't it? Because if the Albion's in the grave when it uses its effect, you don't get to draw a card. So if it's in the hand, you do get to draw a card. So it's kind of worth a random draw.
4 set cards here with the trap trick in the middle column. So keep a track of that. Let's see if Rob has got something for this here. Looks like we're just going to go standby phase here. All right, we might go for Ariana into Lady rather. And then that's going to put Lady on the field so that any other trap we activate can be chained by the Lady. To then set another trap from the deck and just keep the ball rolling. So I think this is going to be quite difficult to beat this. You really are going to need some kind of like blowout here. And I think preempting this is all well and good because it just allows you to potentially play around the possibility of a lightning storm. So you do want to get all of these down ASAP.
Is that a trap trick?
Yeah, it's the trap trick that was reset here.
Oh,
Chain Eradicator.
Okay, I was going to say, committing to only one trap straight off the bat, it's possibly a bit dangerous, but
you only need D-Barrier. Oh, chain. Is that branded opening?
That is branded opening.
Yeah, okay. So calling spells here and tributing it for cost.
Oh, and you get to chain now. Arias, as well.
Yeah. When you respond to a trap card, you get to use the Arias to bring it back to the field for free.
A lot of chains
Thrust
going on.
is gone. Okay.
Well, the thrust was about to get destroyed.
Sorry, yeah.
By the Eradicator. So I guess maybe this... I mean, just you get the barrier, and then what do? Like, your opponent's just going to activate barrier. You don't have any spells either, so, like, it seems very difficult to deal. You have to deal with the lovely, otherwise you're going to be facing the same problem again
yeah,
next
exactly.
turn.
Just again, it's going to be the same issue.
Absolute back and forth like demolitions here. Like,
yeah, just these huge bombs like this are incredible because you just wow. That's a fusion duplication. Love that. Yeah, so this is what I was saying about the Eradicator play. Like, yeah, you can hit spells, but if you just get another spell outside of like simply drawing it in your opening hand, it's not going to be too great. So in some respects, like, yeah, you can wait for your opponent to play a little bit, but you risk them just slapping down the Branded Fusion, or you also risk them having Lightning Storm, which means your trap trick isn't going to be able to do anything because, yeah, you get the D-barrier, but then it immediately goes to the graveyard, so you have to kind of fire all of this off preemptively.
yeah, the fusion duplication is not really something Lewis wants to see, right? Because if you get hit with you have to activate the dimensional barrier on your turn to prevent your opponents, on their turn even, to prevent their Branded Fusion that's probably going to get added by an Aluba. Then you also, then your opponent can try again on their own turn. But I think he's now got 2 dimensional barriers, right? Because one got set with Lady and one got set with Trap Trick.
I'm very sure dimensional barrier is once per turn.
Yeah, but it doesn't. You need one for your turn.
Oh,
and
yeah,
one for
yeah,
your
I see what you're
opponent's turn.
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really need to activate 2-dimensional barriers in a turn, unless you want to shut your opponent off of fusions and synchros and.
I like calling
XYZs.
Pendulum with it sometimes, just for the sake of it. If you don't need it, Chain of Paleo in the graveyard just to get the bodies going. That's a different deck. Anyway, yeah, Rob's in a really tough spot here. I mean, it's just D-barrier by itself. There's not really anything else you can say about this. It's very difficult. Chaining something to the D-barrier would be really helpful, like a Branded in red, but we know that's not possible. We've already ripped out all of the spells from the hand with the Eradicator Epidemic Virus. Cartesia could put in a little bit of work, potentially.
Well, the thing
but
is,
still,
you
D-barrier.
can, yeah, you can sneak through a fusion summon, but even if you resolve a fusion summon, the effect of it is negated.
Yeah, so I mean, it's some type of commiseration because we can go Branded Fusion, activate Branded Fusion, chain D-barrier, chain Cartesia. But again, like you said, your fusion monster is negated, and it doesn't really amount to anything. Can we do anything with the Cartesia potentially? No, just bring back Albaz, but that can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the downsides of Branded. It's just, you are locked into fusions. That's all you're allowed to do for the turn. So, I mean, like other decks here, if you weren't like so completely locked into fusions, you could still do quite a lot of different things, right? You've still got a couple of monsters in play, but Branded, not so much. We are going to get a fusion off here.
Yeah, so as expected, the Cartesia will chain to the D-barrier to perform a fusion summon. Is there even anything you can make here that's just like bigger than lovely?
Well, there's only one thing you can make, which
can you attack under D-barrier? Is it just effects that's negated?
You can attack under D-barrier. I'm not sure. Is that that doesn't look like
That's a Koratis, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen that for a while, actually. I'm not sure it's like super relevant.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got the Quirtle, like, it's been negated, so its effect's going to be negated, and I think it starts at 2,800 attack. Oh, yeah, I think...
We've caught something here.
I don't know if you can hear the crowd at home, but a lot of players in the crowd was
You
shouting,
can't chain the Cartesia to the lovely, of course. Yeah, you can't respond to the D-barrier.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's so easy to forget that one, but it's that innocent line of text saying your opponent can't use monster effects to respond to your normal traps. You don't normally think about it with D-barrier, but
yeah,
it is indeed a normal trap, so it cannot be responded to.
Yeah, that's terrifying, isn't it? It's spell speed for D-barrier in a way, huh? That's really something special there.
Well, you can respond to, counter traps.
Yeah, sure.
Not with monster effects, though.
Oh, no, that is... yeah, that was maybe the one thing you could do here was the Cartesia chain into the Koratis, but no, that's really rough.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going to just have that second D-barrier. There's just going to be an infinite wave of dimensional barriers, because the Lovely's just going to set one back again. even if you have a branded fusion for every turn, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, so you get to use the Lovely again here.
Oh, that's the Butler being used to special summon Ariana. I guess it has to still be in the main phase because you can only use it in the main phase. I can't see what's being added. I guess would be a lady.
Yeah, it looks like Lady's being special summoned as well on top of all of this here. One of them is in the graveyard that was tributed for the Eradicator. And don't forget, we do get to see the next draw as well if it's a spell potentially.
Oh, is that a big welcome? Wow, you get so much under this trap trick. Like, you can't use traps, but you can use trap card effects. So, goodbye, Cartesia. Have we used the Lovely to pop this turn? I don't think we have, so...
Just double-checking the text on Trap Trick there to make sure that it isn't usable from the grave, but...
So
yeah,
Lovely just
work.
to pop that set.
Yeah, hit the last back row here as well in the end phase. Picks up his cards and scoops there. Wow, that is the end of the duel for Rob as... Yeah, good catch there from the judges to make sure that the D-barrier was not actually respondable by the Cartesia because of Lovely's on-field effect. So that's really important and definitely what sealed that game for sure. And I think there's a chance that maybe there was it was very likely that in the long game, I think he was probably winning that once you get that D-barrier Lovely loop going. But yeah, good catch there, and that's why we have table judges. So
yeah, for sure,
very important.
I mean, as we said, like there was even the big welcome in the graveyard just to bounce something anyway. So, but it's always nice to make sure you're playing absolutely correctly, especially in as a high stakes a match as the semi-final of the UK National Championships.
Yeah, this is going pretty tense. I think it still feels like it could be anyone's game here. And post-siding, I mean, going first with Branded, I assume you want to go first with Branded here. There isn't too much. There's this Masquerade that you could bring in if you don't really feel like time is coming anytime soon. There is a lot of cards here that feel like you could potentially bring in, like a Shadow Dragon. You can't really send it on your opponent's turn, though, as you're going first. There's 2 more copies of Fusion Duplication in the side deck, which is interesting. So, I mean, more ways to put more bodies on the field. Because Labyrinth doesn't really have too many great ways of dealing with big branded monsters, I feel like. It's there isn't like a big blowout like Daruma Cannon versus Link monsters, as an example, is Torrential Tribute, but, I mean, maybe they just won't draw branded opening, potentially.
The simultaneous equation cannon.
There is, of course, the simultaneous equation cannon, which we have not seen in this match just yet. We'll see if that's going to be the one to resolve this time, because, yeah, that is the ace card of Lewis, as he's displayed before on stream. So, yeah, that's a big opportunity for us to check that out.
Yeah, I really want to see it. Like, just, you just Butler on your opponent's first turn. You want to end your main phase? All right, let me just banish your whole field. See how you like it.
Yep, that's the name of the game here. But going second, however, so still a decent way to clear fields, even going second. Who do you have to win this one?
It's really tricky to tell because
I honestly, you're going first with Branded, but Labyrinth just plays so well going second with traps anyway. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Branded's like usual, like the most powerful thing they do. Doesn't really bother the deck at all. So if they just stick a big field of monsters, will it be enough?
Yeah, I think like on paper, in theory, I kind of have Lab for this one, but we'll see. I mean, this is anyone's game. This is the highest of competitive tournament in the UK right now. It's the National Championship, and we're on our way to crowning the new champion. So we'll see if it's going to be one of these players after this round, because this is their last opportunity. This is the top cut of the UK National Championship. Remember, if you've missed any of the action over the course of this weekend, we have everything uploaded onto the YouTube channel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU, where you can take a look at any of the previous feature matches. Some of the pre-recorded content as well contains some deck tutorials, courtesy of some of our players here. So if you're interested, there's that for you to catch up on as well. If you go to YugiOhCard.com, there's also the standings and pairings that you can check out to see who has been participating in this tournament. Let's get back to the table for game number 3. Okay, 1-1. Rob versus Lewis. Branded versus Labyrinth.
Is this a matchup you expected to see in the semifinals?
I'm not surprised by anything anymore when it comes to national championships. We've got Plants over in the final in Germany. We've got Plants in top 4 over here.
Yeah, but I mean,
Snake Eye is getting eliminated slowly but surely. So I don't know. I'm just surprised there hasn't been that many Tenpai deeper into Top Cut. I feel.
Yeah, I mean it's the UK, so like Plants to be expected.
Mm-hmm.
Snake Eye, I'd say,
yeah,
to be expected. But Lab and Branded. 2 super cool decks.
Here's a Foolish Burial here, sending Tragedy to get a search off of our Despia card. What was that banished off of Allure of Darkness?
That's a Shaddoll
It
Dragon.
is a Shaddoll Dragon. Okay, yeah, we brought that in going first. That's cool. Yeah, all right. Not choosing to set the Shaddoll Dragon and bounce a Lovely to the hand, I suppose.
Not going to be super helpful in the banished zone, but you can get it back. Maybe you could summon a Window with it, you know, with...
Window against Labyrinth seems...
seems very helpful in case they have Welcome and Big Welcome, you see?
Yeah, absolutely. Fusion deployment, getting Cartesia from the deck here, plus your normal summon Aliber. Means you can dodge Imperm or Veiler if necessary. It's going to get your Branded Fusion. And let's see what Rob decides to end on versus Labyrinth here. Now remember, the key play, as you saw in Game 1, is just putting up all of those big Fusion monsters. And most important of all, getting to Branded in red, which is the card that you can activate in the end phase to tear apart a lot of that back row here. So unless Lewis is, gosh, I don't know, drawing Arias with something a little bit more relevant here, it could work. But just looking at his hand and thinking deeply about
life,
his next
you know?
turn, about his life.
How did I get to this moment? Yeah.
Where have we been? Yeah, good questions. Does the fridge light turn off when you close it? All right, here's Lebellion discarding and just putting up more bodies here as we return Albaz to the deck.
Yeah, it's a bit of a puzzle here. If you've been playing Branded for a long time, maybe you know what you're supposed to be doing against Labyrinth, but it is a bit tricky because I don't think your standard field is necessarily what you want against them, but maybe you just do it anyway and accrue a bunch of advantage, gain, so much gas for next turn. Just say to your opponent, right, you've got to have a perfect hand to beat this. You've got to deal with all of my monsters, and you've got to do -2 back row with this Guardian Chimera.
Rob has opened really well here. I mean, you're getting like a huge setup, and you couldn't, I suppose, really ask for more past this point because it's looking like you've got everything you need here with the Branded Lost on the field as well. And again, that all-important fusion summoning window preventing any cards or effects going to be used on Lewis's turn whenever Rob does another fusion summon, most likely, is truly devastating. So a lot to fight through here, and we're going to have some very powerful purple cards going second to try and fight through this one.
Yeah, I mean, Rob's just got so much right now. He's got the Branded Search off the Branded Lost. He's going to send another card off of Granguinol. He's got to set that Branded in red on the end phase of Albion. He's going to add the Cartesia to his hand off Albion. He's going to use Titaniclad now to special summon, most likely, a Guiding Quem. He's going to have a massive field. And even if Lewis manages to deal with it, he'll probably have another one coming right back at him.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say that you can do all of these, huge plays and making big field presences, but more importantly, sometimes it's the follow-up, isn't it? Because you can deal with a field, Snake Eye, for example, a deck that players can fight through with somewhat of a respectable hand, can beat it, but then you just have to deal with the follow-up, and I think that's where a lot of the power of some of these decks come from, is the ability to stick powerful fields like this onto the field, and then also maintain the ability to clap back on turn 3. Going for a Branded Retribution here as a counter trap being really important into this matchup, turning off any normal trap and being unable to be responded to because of the spell speed 3 nature.
Yeah, I mean, that's really neat from Rob, actually. I like, instead of getting a Branded in red, I mean, maybe he's already got a Branded in red or a Fusion Duplication, going for that counter trap, which is kind of a luxury. I don't think many times you actually get it set up. with the branded deck, but if you can do it, if you've got all your engine, you can convert it into extra interaction with your opponent. Like, absolutely, why not?
Yeah, all right. And it looks like that's our final fusion search and resolution there as we set and add and special during the end phase from all of our powerful graveyard effects in the fusion monsters. So now it's Lewis's turn here. 6 cards in hand. Did not draw any Ariases or something to play on Rob's turn. So we'll see if we can do anything. Most importantly, just to try and beat this branded in red. I think like that's the most important factor here because it's going to be so deadly when he passes turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are we doing it like during the draw
preempting
phase?
it?
Yeah.
That's
maybe Lewis went to his battle phase. That's all I could think of. But like,
do you think so?
Surely you would just be negating evenly matched with branded retribution every time, right? So
yeah, I mean you do have the means to do that.
I don't know what else would force it out. Maybe this is it. Maybe it is a battle phase, and you use the Sanctifier Dragon to give your opponent a monster and prevent evenly matched.
Now, this isn't a bluff. We do know that, well, I mean, it could be a bluff, but at least we do know that Lewis plays evenly matched. So there's a chance that this is actually a card in his hand here, but opting to go for the Sanctifier Dragon, since you can give your opponent a monster, and that's going to turn off evenly matched.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, do you think Lewis is just bluffing? If you're Rob, do you prefer to hold the branded in red because it's a good way of dealing with spells and traps, or do you prefer to hold onto the branded retribution in case of evenly matched?
I mean, the only thing it loses to is like double evenly, I guess, if you retribution.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's I don't know, do you want to risk that? That's the question, I suppose, but I feel like branded retribution is fine here because gosh, imagine this is a bluff, you know? Like that's something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the end of the world. If like, it's not like Rob's got no value out of this, right? He appears to have summoned about 5 monsters to both sides of the field. So I guess it's not like completely optimal because he's not destroyed all the spells and traps that he could have destroyed, but it's definitely not nothing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And with a monster on the field here, if Lewis does actually have an evenly in match, that's going to be pretty upsetting, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to clear this. I do see a spell. I think that will most likely be a Flashing Fire. Unfortunately, you can't destroy your own cards with Flashing Fire.
Probably doesn't have any links to make use of this Albion either.
Well, assuming there's, the timing here is correct, I would most likely expect this to be the start step of the battle phase. And so you do have the opportunity on Rob's side to activate these cards, unless Sanctifier is main phase only? I don't think so.
No, Sanctifier is just a quick effect. People do it in the standby phase all the time, I think.
So even if there was a way to try and out your own Albion here, it's just a lot harder when it's done during the battle phase. So most likely this is going to be main phase 2. And we have an Ariana coming down here.
Yeah, I would think this is main phase 2.
Mercurier, that was added from last turn, I believe.
Does Lewis run SP, or is his entire deck dedicated to
the simultaneous?
Yeah.
Wow, he actually doesn't have an SP here.
Probably like one of the few players in the room not having an SP in their extra deck.
Yeah, that's a good point. SP could have been quite useful here, but now we're going to set 3 and go to the end phase, and this is where things could get a little spicy, but I'm not too sure if we've got too much we can do here because we had to fire off that branded in red.
Yeah, and it's only a branded retribution, so maybe you're just using the Mirror Jade in the end phase. Because I don't really see what... I mean, you could hold it in case of a welcome or something like that.
A little bit still to come, I suppose. Banishing the Ariana with the Mirror Jade here. That's going to send Brigand from the extra deck to the grave. Or is that Lenitus?
I'm not sure.
I doubt it's Lenitus, right?
What's that end phase effect?
Of Brigand. Let's have a look.
Brigand the Glory Dragon.
add or special a Tri-Brigade or Fallen of Albaz from deck here.
So a Mercuria or an Albaz.
Unless I'm completely wrong here and I can't like see the card correctly and it actually is a Lenitus.
I think Lenitus is quite popular because you can set it and answer a field of
Dragon Link monsters.
Dragon Links or just Hope Harbingers,
Yeah.
Flamberges.
You think so?
Bit of everything, yeah.
Okay.
I think he added a fusion spell, the fusion deployment.
Yeah, it's definitely not Brigand actually. Yeah, they look very similar. It's actually Alba Lenitus he's got in his deck list here. Yeah, so that is definitely a Lenitus, which is going to add a normal fusion spell from deck or grave.
And now that Rob's given his opponent an Albion, he's going to use it as a fusion material, which is a bit impolite in my opinion. I think, if you give your opponent a monster and then you fuse with it.
Discarding the Mercurier, gonna fuse with this. We got D-Barrier. Wait, no, you can't D-Barrier. Can you, in response to the...
Yeah, you can.
Because of Lost? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Lost just prevents the...
negated.
Yeah. I think it just prevents activations from being negated. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, actually not fusing with the... Wait, no, so we are fusing with the Albaz.
No, that was a fusion with...
with the Cartesia, yeah.
With the Cartesia.
Mm-hmm.
A Boral Load... Is it Boral Load or is it just Boral Savage?
It's Furious Dragon.
It's Furious Dragon.
Which can now pick apart more back row here, which is really powerful.
Yeah, well, I can't this turn, but...
Yes. Oh, is it not on the turn it's summoned?
No, it's just not
on
the
because
turn.
of the
You've
barrier.
activated the Bestial Barrier.
Yeah. So we still get the body on the field here. We should be able to just out our own Albion in defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, Rob's just like overflowing with cards at the moment. Sometimes you just end up with so many cards you don't even know what to do with all of them.
I know. I mean, you want to tribute summon at this point? If you really want. I'm going to send the branded opening to the graveyard here with Albion, which is very important to prevent destruction effects of our fusions.
Yeah, no Mirror Force here.
Yeah, I mean, you say Mirror Force, but we did see Torrential in game 1, so I mean that's something you got to pay attention to.
And here we go, everything into attack mode.
You just love when like the motion comes down of just 3 monsters switching in rapid succession into attack mode here. Okay, this is an attack declaration. Succeeds by attacking over the Albion. Now it's time for Lewis to do something here because.
Has he got some simultaneous equations to do in his head? What do you reckon? It's the only card I can think of.
I mean, yeah, that's it, right? Like, are we holding off for it? It's time. I mean, it can't be, right? Like, surely you just fire that off like immediately. Do the equation later.
I mean, Welcome doesn't really help because there's too many big monsters on the field.
A chump block's enough for you to live, but. Yeah, I mean, it's going to put you in a pretty... Oh, wow, okay, just scoops it up. And doesn't even attempt to flip the trap cards here. We don't even know what that is. Wow, that was something. I mean, what an opening from Rob. That was such a crazy turn 1 with the whole setup of resolving multiple fusions in the end phase, tutoring out the Brandon Red, playing around the evenly matched. I mean, wow, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was really clean. And I think this deck, a branded deck, is actually very hard to play correctly. Much as your favorite Tearlament deck, I think it's kind of a bit different every time, depending on how you initially open up. I think we see a lot of decks like Snake Eye, where the combo, you kind of, no matter how you start, you get to about the same position, and then you go from there. Whereas branded, you really have to think each time separately about how to sort it out. And I think Rob sorted it out perfectly and had a very, very good opening field.
Yeah, 100%. The sequencing in Branded is something to be commended. You know, it's sometimes why we don't see it being as popular of a deck, because even though it's, a decent deck and it's quite strong, even played perfectly, sometimes it's still weaker to Snake Eyes. So sometimes the trade-off there is like, well, I'm playing a deck that's a little bit weaker, but it's also significantly more difficult. Maybe not significantly, but, outside of summoning up Gimmick Puppet. But for the most part, there is like a general, sort of a varied gameplay loop involved with Branded. So as you saw there, that was masterfully done by Rob, and well played, and adapting to the matchups as well, I think is really important, right? Because it's one thing to do your semi-standard branded line versus, you know, this deck, but when you have to play against something not as popular and something you might not have seen potentially for the whole tournament, maybe it could be his first Labyrinth matchup, you know, got to adapt on the fly and go from there. So, yeah, no, really impressively navigated by Rob there. So, congratulations, and that was a good duel, I think.
I'm just gutted there were no simultaneous equation cannons activated. They might have been drawn. Maybe you just weren't able to activate. It's quite a difficult card to activate, so...
Yeah. Do we think evenly was the right call in the end to be sided in this type of matchup?
Well, it's hard to say. We don't even know if he had evenly in his hand, so maybe some more eagle-eyed viewers can tell by seeing the tops of his hand, but I wasn't quite sure, so...
It was at least bluffed anyway, as we saw there from all of the activations rapidly for seemingly no reason, but it must have been the declaration of the battle phase there, but yeah. Well, we don't want to give away too much, I suppose, about the deck lists and such, but it's time to have a little mini player interview with Rob here to talk about Branded and why he opted to go with this deck for this tournament. Much to deliberate as we have concluded our top 4. And that means the match after this will be finding a new winner and new champion of the United Kingdom. Stay tuned and we'll be back just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Here's our player interview. Rob, you are the victor of the top 4 match. 4 unique decks in Top Cut. I mean, did you expect to play against Labyrinth in this this deep in the tournament?
No. I mean, I was going into that thinking it was Snake Eye, to be honest with you. Yeah.
So you didn't even know what he was playing.
I didn't know, and then the Butler hit, and I went, oh, and it changed my playstyle completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's the thing with Branded, right? It's a deck that you can definitely adapt to the situation. There isn't, like, semi sort of linear combos. So.
Yeah, no, definitely not. No.
What was going on with that Arias Torrential? I mean, it felt like it didn't achieve anything.
Yeah. I mean, I was speaking to him about it afterwards, and it turned out he had a very, clunky hand, and it was his only kind of interaction. And obviously, I had quite a strong, hand to set up pretty much what I needed. So,
Well, you chose Branded of all things. I think the decks to beat so far that we've seen as the most popular has been Snake Eye and then Tenpai.
Yeah.
How come you opted to play Branded?
It's just something I played for a long time. I love playing combo decks, and it's very much, I find, a combo deck in, doing whatever you need to. And obviously, the gimmick lock is very strong going first. And I feel that with power cards, you are able to go second quite strongly. So,
Yeah, so you've opted to not play too many hand traps. How's it been playing that kind of non-engine?
Yeah. Obviously, I take a lot of my hand to do my full combos, so I really only need one ball breaker, whatever, to even it.
Yeah, absolutely. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, without giving away too much, I suppose, because you do have a finals to play now. Yeah. I guess. Are you prepared? I mean, I don't actually know what's in the final just yet, but I mean, there's a good chance you might not see Snake Eye. How do you feel with the branded sort of I suppose your strategy, because it's very different depending on the matchups and what archetype you're playing against. I think you navigated that quite well because you recognized, I need to try set up branded in red. I need to try and make sure that I have things that deal with traps rather than monsters.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it was very much with my in the end phase. I set the retribution. Of that. So if he had any welcome or anything like that, or even any monster effect in hand, I'm able to kind of negate that and able to kind of push through, because dim barrier is obviously a big scare, and you need to kind of best set up you can for it.
Yeah, and I believe your opponent did declare battle phase in game 3, right?
They did. Yeah. Okay.
So because we were debating, like, should you use retribution or should you use the sanctifier to give them the monster?
Yeah. So obviously, the retribution only negates an effect that activates to summon. Sorry. So I was holding it for that, and obviously he did go battle phase, so I was there. Well, sanctifier is still pretty good here. So, and I felt kind of comfortable with my position because I had Cartesia and everything that I needed really to be able to push through for the next turn. So,
all right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You are the last remaining branded player here going this deep into the tournament. So I think that's somewhat of an achievement in and of itself. One final question, I suppose. How many times have you been ashed this tournament?
Fair few.
But still going through strong. That's really cool. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. This has been your player interview. We'll be back for the final in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the UK National Championship 2024 coverage. We've got another mini game here for you. But first of all, who are we joined by?
I'm Bernardo.
And where are you from, Bernardo?
I'm from Portugal, but I'm living in Edinburgh right now.
Living in Edinburgh, so Scottish representative for this championship. We're going to play Who Am I? So very simple. I'm going to think of a card, and you have to ask me questions to try and guess what card it is. But I can only say yes or no as an answer. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Card is locked in.
Is it a monster?
It is a monster.
Is it a synchro monster?
It's not a synchro.
Does it have a level?
It does have a level.
Is it level 3?
It's very specific. No.
Is it a dark monster?
No.
Level.
I hope I don't have to use the database for this, but it should be fine. Yeah.
Interesting. What other question could I ask? Is it level 8 or lower?
It is level 8 or lower.
Is it level 5 or higher?
Yes.
Is it a fusion monster?
No. You could just ask if it's main deck or...
It's true, actually. Is it a main deck monster?
Yes, it is a main deck monster.
Main deck level 5 or higher.
It's fairly recent. I'll give you that as a hint.
Ooh.
You definitely know
Is
it.
it a psychic monster?
Yes, it's a psychic monster.
Can I attempt to answer?
Yeah?
Is it Cashtira Fenrir?
It is Kashtira Fenrir. All right. Well, that's card number 1. Our next card is now locked in.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a trap?
No.
So, is it a continuous spell?
No.
Is it an archetype spell? Is that kind
It is part of a theme.
theme?
Yeah.
Is it a field spell?
It is a field spell.
Questions can be asked for field spell.
I feel like that narrows it down a lot, right?
Does it add a monster from deck
Yes.
to hand on activation?
Yes.
Well, that doesn't narrow it much.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, to be fair. At least you know it's recent, I guess.
Is it a planet field spell?
What does that mean? Please,
Or is it,
specify
is it
your
part
question.
of the Visor Starfrost arc?
It is indeed.
The theme.
Yeah.
Is it primitive planet Polarino?
Primitive. I was trying to make sure you got the right part there. Yeah, it is primitive planet Perlarino. Yes.
That's right.
All right, 2 for 2. Well done. One more then. Let's see if you can go for 3 for 3. Its card is now locked in.
Is it a spell or trap?
No.
Is it part of the theme? That's a...
I would say no. No.
Is it a tuner?
It's not a tuner.
It's not a tuner. Is it level 4 or higher?
It is not level 4 or higher.
Is it a fire monster?
Fire? No.
Hmm.
Would be too easy, I guess, if it was fire these days. Yeah.
Or hard, there's too many of them these days. as well.
That's true.
Is it level 3?
No.
No. It could be level 4 as well. What else could you ask? Is it 0 attack?
Nope.
No. Is it level 1?
Nope.
Is it level...
I feel like you're struggling with this. No, it's not level 4.
So it's level 2 then. Is it a light monster?
Yes.
It's not a tuner.
I think you know you're tripping yourself up here with your what level is it question. That's all I'll say.
Could be level 4 because I asked level.
You've asked me about levels.
I think I just forgot what I asked at this point.
You've only asked me about levels.
Is it a main deck monster?
No.
Oh, see. Is it a link monster?
No.
That would make sense as well.
There you go. You're on the right track.
Is it an Xyz monster?
Yes.
Ooh.
All right, we're starting to narrow it down here.
I forgot about extra deck monsters existing. Is it a rank 4 or lower?
No.
Oh, so rank 4. Looks like
it's pretty popular.
Oh, is it a rank 12?
I think it is a rank 12. Yeah.
Is it a light monster?
It is. You asked that already.
Oh, I did, yes. Oh,
A rank 12 light monster. There's not too many of them out there.
Trying to figure out, is it Divine Arsenal? Oh, what's the rest of the name?
Well, there's only one rank 12 Divine Arsenal.
Divine Arsenal double A Zeus. I think there's another.
Close enough. We'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, it is this. Okay, congrats. You went 3 for 3. That's really good.
I kind of tricked myself there in the end, but
yeah. See, it was the levels that took it away. People forget XC monsters don't have ranks. Don't have levels, rather. They have ranks. Okay, so you've got yourself a pack of rarity collection. That's awesome. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back very soon with the next round.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the grand final of the UK National Championship 2024. We've been in this position before. It's a high-stakes environment, and it all comes down to this. About 1,400 duelists came across from all over the UK, and even further beyond for some players to take part in this tournament. And now we are going to crown a national champion. In Germany, it just so happened that Plants were the victorious deck, courtesy of Julius. And over here, we have Jessica Robinson versus Rob Ilham on Branded versus a Plant deck again. So, are we going to see a double national taken down by Plants? Well, I'm excited to find out.
I mean, seriously, you've got to have congratulations just making this far, winning the European Championships, and then coming back to the National Championships, making it all the way to the final. She's currently undefeated. Can she make it all the way?
That's
a ridiculous
the most
record.
thing.
Yeah, like absolutely insane. She's innovated on this deck yet again.
Let's head over to the final and check this out for one last time. It's time to duel as we roll the important dice of this matchup here. We can hear groans and cheers from the crowd, and it looks like Branded has won this dice roll here.
Yeah, only a 3 from Jess and a solid 5 from Rob.
All right, this is it. So do we have some good cards to get into our big fusion plays to prevent the field of Plants swarming and special summoning and link climbing and doing all kinds of combo plays that this deck has become notorious for, and set up our Branded strategy. So Rob has proven to us before in the last feature that you've just seen how his mastery over this deck, and now it's time for Springgan Kit to come down.
Yeah, it's a very consistent card, Springen's Kit. Again, it's just another one of those tools that Branded has so many different ways to get to its most powerful card, Branded Fusion. One thing to mention, like, Rob is playing 50 cards, and Jess is playing 60 cards. This is, like, absolutely insane. There are 110 cards in the main deck in the finals here.
Yeah, I mean, the more cards you play, the better. That's just how it is these days, you know? It's just more options for you. There's Branded Fusion coming down here. That was the only downside of Kit, I suppose, that you have to put a card back. So, you know, going a little bit minus in the hand advantage here, but let's see what Rob puts together.
As long as the card's not Branded Fusion, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
The crowd there, very excited to see Rob resolving this Branded Fusion. Hear a loud
just
cheer.
the cheers when like a Branded Fusion gets the resolve. Seen it ashed a couple of times on stream this weekend. So let's see how this one plays out as we banish the Springgan Kit actually from the field with the Albion and the Albaz from the graveyard. And this is going to make a Lubellion. Keeping the Albion on the field is just a nice body to retain so that your Lubellion can contribute it to bring back from the graveyard, setting up your Lost. Discarding a Saronir here, which is really nice. Searched off of that Lubellion. That's going to be able to send the Retribution from the deck to the grave, and that's going to give us some follow-up. And yeah, things are going pretty well for Rob so far. No disruptions coming out of Jessica's hand as of yet. But we do know that she plays, I believe, a whole bunch of field-breaking abilities in her deck, like things like Droplet and stuff could be coming down pretty clutch when it gets to her turn. But for now, Rob is deliberating these plays and making sure every single action is perfect and every single play is exactly the way it needs to be in order to give himself the best chance with the cards given to him with this final, well, potentially the third last time we're drawing for this this tournament.
Yeah, one of the things about this deck super cool is that the interruptions are so kind of layered. Like, he's going to get the branded loss, so if he can fusion summon again, he's going to have a chance to add a Tri-Brigade Mercuria. So he's going to have cards coming from his hand to interrupt Jess. He's going to have cards from the field and cards from his graveyard. Like, just everything all coming in to attack. It makes it much more difficult to just have one clean answer like Droplets or like Dark Ruler no more. So Jess is really going to have to work to break through this.
Yeah, and I think that's why Branded works so well in this environment, at least when played optimally. The layering of those different types of disruptions are very reminiscent of something like another fusion deck like Tearlament, which allows you to use your back row, your hand, your graveyard, and your field. So as you said, there just isn't like a definitive kind of blowout card that sort of just auto wins you the game in the same way that you can drop like a Dark Ruler against a typical combo deck and be kind of be done with it.
Yeah, interesting play here from Rob. So he's using Mirror Jade to remove one of his own monsters just to get that effect to send Titaniclad to the graveyard, and then Quem to send Fallen of Albaz. So he wants to have a Quem in play, and then still during the end phase, we get to set Branded in red. So I'm interested, maybe he's going all in on resolving a Puppet Lock, or maybe he's got another trick up his sleeve, because once you use Mirror Jade, you're not allowed to use it again on the following turn. So he's not planning on using that Mirror Jade again, so he thinks it's more important to have the Quem in play right now.
Okay, let's see what this amounts to here. And Jess is now drawing her 6th card for turn, having used absolutely none on Rob's turn here. So a full plant field of special summons and things could come down as we begin with this Colosseum. Not the greatest card you want to see in your hand. Typically, you want to search that as part of your combo here, but searching out the Regulus rather than Lily Borea as acting as an extender doesn't quite have the grave set up just yet, but on resolution, it's time for Branded in red, targeting the Albaz, returning to the hand here. This is now the opportunity to go for a fusion summon.
Yeah, do you think he's waiting maybe so he can't be impermed? Or, I mean, why do you think he waits for Jess to play a card before doing this? You can do this all in the standby phase, right?
Yeah, you can. I couldn't really tell you. I just think that letting your opponent commit a little bit to the field is fine. I mean, you're not really at risk of them doing anything as of yet, right? I mean, there's no like crazy built-in special summons that you can drop immediately with Plant, so potentially just trying to see if they can commit any resources that you can take advantage of before going all in.
I mean, amazingly now, you can't respond to the effects of, well, you've got a little window where your opponent can't respond. Can respond now, but Jess doesn't have anything to respond with, so she's got to have something, because otherwise we're going to send a...
There it is, activating
puppet.
the effect of Granganol. Does Droplet work here?
Droplet
despite the loss?
Will work, yeah because...
Okay.
You won't be able to, like, so you've got this time now where your opponent can't respond, but this is not directly after the summon of a fusion monster.
Yeah.
But it still looks like, and the Mirror Jade.
There it is! Back. It hits the field. The Mirror Jade comes down onto the field of Rob from the Sanctifier, and then Gimmick Puppet onto the field of Jessica as she proceeds to set 2 cards. And, well... Not looking too pleased with this opening here.
Yeah, not the usual Plant opening field, is it? Set 2 pass?
Yeah, you don't really summon a machine to your field like this typically. Is it a machine?
I think it's a machine,
I think it's a machine, yeah. Although
Yeah.
saying that, Regulus is a machine. All right, well, play passes back to Rob here, and, well, not really much to worry about. I mean, we know it's not a Droplet. Is there a world where it's an Imperm? I mean, I don't think Imperm could have been used against anything here because of the law. Well, I mean, you could. No, it's not possible.
Yeah, it's hard to see what would stop Rob from just activating Branded Fusion and just attacking with all of his monsters. He's got well over 8,000 damage. You're going to have to remind me how many defense points Gimmick Puppet has, but I don't think it's very many.
I mean, you could just reuse the Mirror Jade, right? Because it's one spell on the field, so...
Yeah, if you're going to be like super careful, then you'd rather attack it, and then it's in the graveyard in case anything goes wrong, and then you can just summon it again.
Yeah, do it again. That's true. All right, summons out Lebellion here with the branded fusion.
Discarding a branded fusion because he's got so many of them.
It's just overflowing in branded fusions. This is where the real choke point of the deck is. If you don't stop branded fusion, well, you know, the more the merrier. Here's the branded lost as well, activating.
Yeah, it's hard to see what Jess could have up her sleeve, but she's here for a reason, so you don't want to counter out just yet.
No, not at all. I mean, it's been rough to go second against any deck. Sometimes some more than others, specifically if they summon a Gimmick Puppet to your field, but no stranger to this scenario. As a seasoned veteran of the game at this point, the reigning European champion here to try and take down the national championship is going to have to reverse sweep this one, as this is looking really grim right now. And we've got a Borreload Furious Dragon online as well. I guess that's how we're popping, as you mentioned. Ooh, I'm going to go for the back row, actually. Interesting.
I mean, I guess you might as well. It's not like the Gimmick Puppet is that scary.
Hard drawing Humid Winds and Disc Coliseum turn 1.
Shouldn't want to activate it and search.
See, that's the that's the problem, isn't it? Because you'd think like playing 60 cards, you know, water down the effects of drawing these engine pieces that are undesirable in your opening hand, but unlucky for Jess to get both Disc Coliseum and Humid Winds here.
Yeah, there's just so many of them. Is she... Oh, you can use the Disc
Coliseum. The Disc Coliseum battle phase effect. Yeah, we could dump Lily Borea. I believe it protects from... Oh, no, it's not great when someone picks up a card to read in this situation here.
I mean, there's still so much damage on the field. Like, you can just use...
Is it game through this?
Yeah, you can just use the Mirror
protect
Jade,
it,
right?
Do you protect it once, right?
Yeah.
So you've absorbed one attack here, and then we just have the rest of the monsters. It does have to sacrifice that Gimmick Puppet, so... You know, if we end up in an emergency situation, we can't reuse the Gimmick Puppet lock again.
Well, is Jessica running like Super Poly or something silly? Like, there's so much going on.
I mean, if it ain't over until it's over, so... and, well, now it is over. There it is. Picks up the cards. Jessica conceding game number 1. Rob taking down the first game of probably one of the most important duels he's played of his life. And it's he's in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice, Jess. You had that one little trick with the Disc Coliseum just to see if it made a difference. Nice even just to see if you can, like, make your opponent doubt a little bit, even if it's not going to end the game, just to see that they've forgotten something, maybe play on their mind a little bit going into game 2. But she's going to have a chance to show us what her deck is all about when she gets to go first.
I mean, Disc Coliseum is a great card that searches the negate, and that's generally what people know it for, but, you know, the little bonus battle phase effect of it, trying to almost trip Rob up there, and, you know, if it wasn't for Branded having access to this really powerful boss monster in the shape of the Ice Blade Dragon, it's very easy to deal with anything on the field as a monster. So, yeah, it takes that down pretty convincingly. Must be somewhat nervous after potentially slipping up to that, but he's 1-0 up, and now it's... the ball's in Jessica's court here to try and sweep back.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if there's what the Branded can do against going second against Plants. I don't know what kind of cards he's side decking to go second with. Should we have a little look?
Yeah, so I mean, Jess's deck is designed to essentially stun any kind of combo deck, right? Like the amount of interruptions and disruptions you end on is tributing for cost, you're stealing monsters, you're negating monsters. It's a whole array of different types of interactions you've got versus your opponent, and I think it's well suited to beat a deck like Branded. But on the other hand, going second, he does have access to things like Talents, Thrust, Droplet, lots of good board breaking abilities here from Rob's deck. So it's not completely out of the question to be able to you know, stick a little bit of damage on the field, chain your droplet to make sure your effects resolve, hit something in the process. But I'm going to say that Con is a ridiculously strong card in this matchup, and Sheet as well is going to put in a lot of work.
I'm wondering if Evenly Matched is the most clutch card, because I'm not sure any of Jess's interruptions are trap negations.
Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of Plants. It doesn't interact as well versus back row decks, Evenly Matched technically being a back row card. So in terms of Omni negations that stop it evenly matched, I can't think of anything she can have unless she can try get a trap underneath the Hyperatron. But other than that, I mean, yeah, you are looking at evenly matched as being a super powerful card in this matchup, and we'll see if Rob can draw and resolve that against her.
You just put it in your crossout designator, right?
I mean, or Branded Fusion.
Or Branded Fusion.
Yeah, no, that's one of the ways that Plants can interact now. She's also citing Naturia Rose Whip, I believe, which says you can only use one spell and trap per turn. So, I mean, you only need that one evenly matched potentially, but, you know, if anything has to be forced out, you've got that as an option. Let's head on over to the table for game number 2. Okay, here we are, and this is Jess's turn now to go first and attempt to repeat some of that combo tutorials that she showed you on the earlier part of the stream. For those of you who are interested, the YouTube channel is available for you to check out and see some of the action from before. 1 for 1, discarding Princess, by the way, which is massive since Princess being in the graveyard can actually be used to negate any hand traps at some point through this turn here. She brings out Lokai, and, well, let's see what Lokai does after the limitations of Dryas and Healer.
Yeah, I think Jess knows exactly what it does after the limitations of Dryas and Healer. She's built her entire deck around these combos. We're going to be able to use much more of the Arrow Mages and these new Ragnarika cards that have been released recently, allowing you to summon a bunch more plants than you were able to before, kind of making up for the lack of Sunseed Genus, well, not Sunseed Genus Loci, Dryas's in the extra deck.
Yeah, so we got the chain here being formed on the resolution of the Sunvine Sowing, bringing out the Healer from the extra deck into the Dryas zone pointing downwards. Twin resolves to revive back the Loci from the graveyard, creating more bodies and giving you your access to... arguably the heart and soul of the deck is Jasmine now, the incredibly powerful Link 2 monster that just summons any plant from your deck by tributing a monster that it points to here. And that's going to special summon out Laurel. Laurel is an Arrow Mage, Arrow Seraphy, that one. Yeah, anyway, goes to the graveyard when linked away, triggers to gain life points, and then when you gain life points, Jasmine then gets allows you to add any plant monster from your deck to your hand.
Yeah, this card's crazy. It's almost like reminding me of what Isolde did for Warriors. This is doing for plants. You know, you get one summon from the deck, one add to the hand. But even more crazy than Isolde is the fact that you can use some of these effects multiple times per turn.
Yeah, that's the thing. The tribute effect of Jasmine, I believe, is once per turn, but the effect to gain life points and add a card is once per copy. So, yeah, this combo does, in fact, go through multiple Jasmines in order to get multiple searches of plants from your deck here. And one of those searches, I think, was the Ragnarika Evil Seed, as well as Lilyborea, into the zone of the Jasmine here. Special summoning onto the field by attaching a plant, send a plant that's equipped to it to then add the Disc Colosseum. Disc Colosseum can then activate to add Regulus. And now we make the new Aroma Link monster.
And the second most powerful one after Jasmine, obviously. To add Aroma Blend from the deck to the hand. This can let you put a Humid Winds face up on the field just at the price of discarding one card.
And most important of all is further insulations from disruption here from the hand. We don't expect too much from Rob, as we've seen from his deck list throughout the course of this tournament. He is running and opting to play things like Thrust, Talents, Evenly, and Droplet. which is the whole point of the Regulus down here, which is going to be able to negate a card effect, not activation. So if she does side in this Rose Whip, negating the effect of a spell and trap means that you're essentially locked out of using any for the rest of the turn. So that's a very powerful play here. And I think the only way to really beat something like that would be Droplet on Rob's side. So we'll see if he's drawn it. Let's focus on Jess's turn here as she continues with these new Aroma plays.
Yeah, we were mentioning whether she had any answers to Evenly Match, and I guess we both forgot that Regulus is a perfectly good answer to Evenly Match, so I guess Rob's just got to draw 2 in his 50-card deck.
Well, it doesn't matter because it negates the effect, right?
No, if you have a Rose Whip and yeah, you're right, Rose Whip and Regulus.
No, but Regulus negates effect.
Yeah.
And if you have a second Evenly, it's once per turn, right?
No.
Is Evenly once per turn?
I don't think so.
Isn't it?
No, I'm pretty sure it's not.
Oh, okay.
You've never had one of your friends tell you that, you know, I had my Sprite Carrot and they activated evenly and I negated it and then they did it again?
Need more friends, apparently. All right, we're linking up into the new Ragnarika here. And then going further beyond with a second copy of Jasmine here. And banishing the Sunseed Twin plus a Link monster to then bring back the first Jasmine we made here. Activating the trap card, Humid Winds, I believe to gain life. And now this is going to trigger both Jasmines again to get more plant searches from the deck here.
Yeah, this is like just ridiculous. So I think she said she uses it 5 times.
In one turn, yeah?
Yeah, to add 5 plants. Like, that's a lot of adds.
We're doing a lot of gardening today, yeah. Okay, so Lone Fire Blossom is also on the field as well. That's going to be able to tutor any kind of plant from your deck here. I assume at some point there will be crossover into the Rika portion of the deck as we get that all-important Con as well. But first of all, here comes Malayas. That's going to be able to revive Lokai from the graveyard, and then that gives you just more fuel for your combo. And most important Link monster that we go into. Okay, here's the searched out Rika portion of the deck here, as we have 2 level 4s in the shape of is that Snow?
Yeah,
is it
Snowdrop
actually?
Yeah,
okay, so we have the
Snowdrop
Snowdrop as the level 8. Manipulating the levels here. I think this is where we overlay into Strenna.
Yeah, now we've got 2 4s. Absolutely obscene thing to do is to, you know, tribute a Strenna for a Lone Fire Blossom, which is what we're about to see here, to get out a copy of Hypertrion while summoning any plant from your deck, which, you know, if she's saying true to the combo that she showed me yesterday, she'd get out a copy of Mudan, which will then get you into Con and even more Rika shenanigans.
Yeah, Con tributes your opponent's monsters for cost when you try and use the monster negate in Princess from the graveyard, or the stealing of the trap card effect of Rika Sheet. So again, it's multiple layers of disruption that is done by plants. You know, taking cards, negating cards, bouncing cards with Bengal Lancer, negating effects, negating monster effects with the Queen, the rank 8 monster. There's not a lot of cards that like beat this field going second. It's gonna take quite a deep draw from Rob to find something to answer this full combos. He is patiently sitting through and waiting for his turn.
I mean, you say not a lot of cards. I'd say not a lot of like hands. Like,
yeah,
if you could pick 6 cards, as long as you're not allowed to pick Exodia, like it would be very difficult to beat this field with almost any 6 cards.
That's so funny that she's detaching the Lone Fire Blossom and then adding it back, because I think we haven't used our normal summon, right? We used 1 for 1. We started with 1 for 1, right?
I can't remember if 1 for 1. Yeah, I don't know if the normal summon's been used. You are right. We started with 1 for 1.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a good board. This is a pretty strong board here.
It'll do.
Oh, all right. So I think this is a second Strenna?
Yeah, Strenna number 2, Bengal Answer, Con, which then equips the Disc Colosseum to the Hypertrion, Set Street, and I think that's a day. But we haven't even seen the Ragnarika card, so maybe I'm missing
but wait,
something.
there's more? No?
There's always more.
Yep, here's that Con. Hypertrion gets to attach from the graveyard. So Hypertrion, for those of you unaware, it's a negate for the type of card detached from it. So if you detach a spell, you can negate a spell. If you detach a monster, you can negate a monster. So again, just lots of different options available to you here.
We also have Blend to Fusion Summon Magnolia. Just from your grave, because why not?
Yeah, that's really incredible as we use the Miracle Fusion style effect here.
Yeah, make your plants. It's like Miracle Fusion, but it activates from the grave after having done something else. It's absolutely crazy.
Truly fantastic. That's very reasonable. Let's see what Magnolia does here, because it is an important key part of disruption. So while your life is higher than your opponent's, plants can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And once per turn, you can pay 2,000 as cost and banish cards on the field equal to the number of Humid, Dried, and Blessed Winds you control, so probably just one. Yeah, so just banish one non-targeting, right? And once per...
Oh, and she got the Rose Whip as well.
Nice! What did I tell you?
Absolutely insane. The crowd really enjoyed that. So just the cherry on top to this whole field is the Rose Whip and
right.
Sheet.
Well...
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, he just nodded his head like, okay, challenge accepted. All right, so we have to win this game by only activating one spell and trap, which the one spell and trap can just be negated. And then we have to play through a monster or spell negate, a tribute for cost and steal, or a tribute and steal that then floats into a monster negate, the Link 4 Bengal Lancer, which bounces a card, and the banish effect of the Magnolia, and the negate of the Princess in the graveyard. Have I missed anything?
You have, because there's the Sheet, and the Sheet can tribute the Strenna. And
I
the
did say that.
Yeah, well, you tribute the Strenna, so you get another...
Yeah, it's flown to the teardrop.
Yeah, flown to the... Oh, maybe you said that, okay.
All right, well, much to fight through here as we send Albaz to the graveyard. Okay, good start, Alibur.
We're trying.
Yeah, let's. Is it time to put Tactics or Thrust online, potentially? Do we use a... Do we use a Hyperion? Do we hold? No, we let it resolve. Okay.
I mean, if we're going to do anything, I feel like Droplets has got to be involved somehow.
Does Regulus negate Branded Fusion if Lost is up? Does it negate the effect?
Yeah, it just negates effects, yeah.
Okay. Oof, I mean, you can't even do that, right, because of Rose Whip, so... It does search Branded Lost, though, actually.
Yeah, so it has to be Droplets. That's the only card I can think of.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
does anything.
The only spell and trap you can remember. Naturia Rose Whip is just it's okay. There it is. This is huge. So this is your one and only spell and trap for the turn. So you have to use it on the Naturia Rose Whip because you can only use one spell and trap for the turn with Rose Whip here. So we have to go Droplet. We have to send a monster. Otherwise, we'll just be negated by Harpetrion or the Regulus. And we are sending 3 cards, it looks like.
I mean, there's so many things you have to hit, right? You almost have to hit the Regulus, you have to hit the Rose Whip, you have to hit the Hypertrion.
Is there anything you can do to, like, play... So, you can, like, chain a trap and then target the Droplet with, like, Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, for example. I don't think there's anything you can do similarly here, as there's no traps chained. You could use Sheet, but there's nothing to take, so... Yeah, okay, Rose Whip, Regulus, Magnolia, and Hyperion. Okay, all right, that's 4 negates. And now it's time for Branded Lost.
Fusion and a Dream.
Yeah, so we still have online the Con tribute for cost. There's the Branded Fusion.
Yeah, Jess has got to be careful here because there's now going to be a chain of fusion summons almost, and she isn't allowed to respond to any of it.
It's actually ridiculous because the summoning window of a fusion monster cannot be interacted with your opponent when it hits the field. So any quick effects activated like Albion or Lobelion, Granganol, whatever you want to fusion summon, even not just off of the Branded Fusion, later in the turn as well, when a fusion monster is summoned, you can't interact. So Jess does need to be cognizant of Lost here. And make sure to play around that as Albion hits the field here. On summon, Albion does get to immediately trigger. Still can't respond. Chainlink to Branded Lost will get a Mercurier. So Mercurier can now check the... well, you can't check the Hyperion. Well, I mean, you don't need to. That's negated. So it's just Bengal Lancer and Sheet and Con. And Princess. That's online still. So after dropleting for 4 cards, we still have 3 disruptions.
Yeah, and only 1.
Is there anything else I'm missing? Is there more? There has to be more, surely. No? We're good? Okay.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, so like Princess can tribute your opponent's monster, or you can choose to tribute Strenna with the Princess to then bring out Teardrop. Then Teardrop can negate a further monster effect, but Your graveyard is well protected here. Branded doesn't have a way to interact with that princess, or really that sheet without going too deep into some commitments here. Okay, wait, it's scooped. Okay, wow, just gives up. I mean, I can't really say I'm surprised, but an effort was made with Droplet for 4.
Yeah, that was a big effort, but at the end of the day, like, I think he still lets her clear all of them just because he dropleted them.
Yeah, it's not enough to negate 4 disruptions. I mean, there's still 3 more there as we went through. So, like, what hand beats that? Like, as you said, you know, it's like multiple droplets, not multiple, multiple, you know, board breakers, like the sphere mode droplet, soul release.
Yeah, I mean, maybe sphere mode has to be it, because droplet, unfortunately, for every card you negate, you lose a card from your hand. So if you sphere mode, at least you get rid of 3, and then you can use 5 other cards.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just need a pile of hand traps to prevent that board from happening in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen just yet how plants play through disruption in hand traps. We haven't actually got to see that. It's mostly been actually board breakers that Jess has been facing against on stream anyway. So yeah, it's a different kind of matchup, I think, that we'll be accustomed to here as we go into game number 3. Rob will get to go first this time. Jess is probably hoping to not draw Humid Winds and Disc Coliseum together. Well, Disc Coliseum isn't terrible to draw. It's maybe not ideal, you know, but we need something to stop the puppet lock. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's not really about what you do, you know, it's about what you need to draw rather than about what you don't want to draw, right? Because getting that droplet is completely key, because it's one of the few cards that can prevent your opponent from summoning a gimmick puppet to your field. Looking at Jess's deck list, that maybe Caught by the Grave, maybe Droll Lockbird could come in as a powerful card against Branded. Other than that, I'm not sure what's going to happen here.
It feels like it might be a weaker matchup for her going second. Dice roll did seem to be quite an important part of the piece of this duel here, so we'll see if she can do anything to navigate through this. But I mean, yeah, if you get that that lock online, it's so hard to come back from, isn't it? I mean, Con, get a trap maybe, or a glamour, and then tribute your opponent's cards.
You have to get a Ricker on the field as well to
yeah,
do that.
Exactly.
It's difficult.
It's a lot, you know. It's very, very powerful. So that's the name of the game here. Droplet is what she's most importantly trying to draw. We'll see if she can do it.
Yeah, I mean, the plan, which I absolutely love of some of these powerful combo decks, is just to kind of run over your opponent going second. But I think both of these combo decks are so powerful, like they just can't be run over. Like if you let them go first, you let them do what they want to do, you're not going to be able to you can't just power through it. You know, you probably have to stop them. So I guess this is one of the things where the meta's kind of go in cycles. It's almost as rock, paper, scissors of some people wanting to use hand traps, some people wanting to use board breakers, and some people wanting to use just crazy powerful combo decks to try and take advantage of both.
Yeah, I mean, you've put it really well there. I mean, it's another story to tell, I think, at this national championship. I mean, plants are the story of Europe for whatever reason. I mean, it's with the new support as well. You know, Rosalina, we haven't seen just yet on stream. We'll see how this one plays out. Rob versus Jessica in the final of Game 3 of the UK National Championship 2024. All right, the final cuts have been made, and 1,400 duelists have now come down to these last two. And this is the last and final opening hands of this tournament. Who will be the national champion of the UK? Let's find out.
Yeah, we could hear the crowd like yelling their support for Rob, which is really great to like have a loud crowd. Like it really adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it?
Oh, they are so unaware that they're probably distracting him more than anything. Branded lines need a little bit of concentration, but it's still encouraging to hear here. Let's see if Rob can focus up here and get a gimmick puppet onto the field.
This is like really powerful opening hand right here. So nice to get that fusion deployment online before summoning Alaba, because that way your Alaba is protected from any interruptions like infinite impermanence or effect veiler. I'm not sure Jess sort of bothers herself with such trivial effect negations, but, you know, even so, nice to have that extra engine going on.
Oh no, we don't need any such nonsense as Valor and Ash Blossom. These cards have been power crept by Arrow Mage Rosalina and Ragnarika Evil Seed, so none of which will help us, unfortunately, against the Gimmick Puppet. So I'm betting it's just called by or droplet, right? Is the plan here? See if Rob can maybe set up ways to circumvent them. Here's Branded Fusion. And there's just a roar of the crowd every single time this card resolves. Like, it's like a momentous occasion when it doesn't get ashed.
Yeah, I mean, Jess, in her main deck at least, there's only one Ash Blossom out of 60 cards, so you gotta be really hoping to find it in your opening 5.
Oh, does she play one Ash? Oh, is that just a crossout target? That's so funny. Imagine she drew the one Ash in 60 versus that would be something. All right, here's Albion. We still got Cartesia on the field as well. Lubellion comes down. Somewhat standard to last game 1 here. Ooh, pitching Retribution is quite nice.
I mean, she knows from just what she can see that Rob has the ability, if he wants to go and try and set up this puppet lock. So unless she's got something in her hand, she's got to be a bit worried.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's so simple to get to the Gimmick Puppet lock, you know, admittedly. It is a little bit different when you have to play against that maybe aren't so trivialized by the Gimmick Puppet, like his last duel versus Labyrinth. But this is a very, very different deck to that, so we'll see if Jess has drawn those really important outs. As we go for the Granganol now, fusing with the Cartesia. And triggering the chains here, 1 and 2. Lost going to get a further search.
Yeah, I mean, all of this as well, like, even if you can do something about the puppet lock, you're still going to have to face down all of the other interruptions, all of the big bodies that Branded has, a bunch of follow-up for next turn. This is a really powerful start for Rob.
Hey! Look who it is.
There it is, making an appearance.
All right, we've got Albion the Shrouded Dragon being added, it looks like. Instead of the Mercurier, probably trying to interact with this Retribution we discarded off of the Libellion, I assume.
Yeah. Such a crazy card, Gimmick Puppet, isn't it? It's so creative. Like, you know, you look at a card and you think, wow, okay, this locks me into playing Gimmick Puppet. I'll leave that in my binder. And then someone's like, wait a second, what if I lock my opponent?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe conversely, I think what the problem is that not enough people are playing Gimmick Puppet. That seems to be really the issue, because if you think about it, if you're playing Gimmick Puppet, that's actually fine if they give you this.
Yeah, it's like just a free monster, so thank you. Thank you, mate.
I don't know. It's something to discuss for the main event anyway, so let's stick to that. We've got the Granganol, the Mirror Jade here, and Lost, of course, is still face up. That's going to be able to cause non-interactions for Jess's turn.
Yeah,
when he performs more fusion summons.
It's going to be really tricky, because if Rob can fusion summon with Branded in red at the beginning of the turn, there's almost like no way to respond to it, right? Because you can just use the Sanctifier on its summon, and then you can't even respond. So the puppet is going to hit the field no matter what, unless Jess has got like a Bestial in her hand or something, or a Caught by the Grave. That's the only thing I can think of that would stop this.
Yeah, it's rough. Well, here comes the end phase now. The graveyard effects are going to be resolving here as we... is that a Branded in red, I want to say?
Looks like a Branded opening. I think Branded in red, maybe Branded in red's face down in that case.
Search to the hand there, and yeah, resolving all these effects. And using the Branded opening still in the end phase, actually. Okay, discarding a Cartesia. Special summoning from the deck here.
Yeah, he seems to like ending on this Guiding Quem where possible.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to be thinking that's a Branded in red face down. And then, yeah, I mean, maybe he could have had the Branded Retribution up as well. That would have been absolutely crazy.
She's looking pretty glum, I feel.
Well, maybe she's got a good poker face.
yeah, there's a good chance of that. Yeah, I don't think anyone hasn't been fallen victim to the Gimmick Puppet. So let's see. Draw for turn. Is it time? Are we going to fire it off immediately, or are we going to hold for a moment?
Last time he just waited until Jess played a card.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. There's probably a reason for it.
I mean, probably just some sort of interactions with Imperm you're trying to prevent. So, I don't know, you think a Night Beam would work here? Well, it doesn't look like it. We're just going to use the Brandon Red immediately. Oh, reading Brandon Red to double-check some of the activation requirements here.
Does she have that Called by the Grave? That's the only real thing you could play right now, because otherwise
she
can't respond anymore.
Banishing the materials, Brandon Red comes down. Sanctifier Dragon. And on summon, Sanctifier Dragon in the Lost Window as well, alongside the Guiding Quem, all triggering their effects. Trigger 1, Trigger 2, and Quick Effect 3 on the chain links here for Sanctifier, targeting the Gimmick Puppet.
Crowd getting very excited to see this Gimmick Puppet hit the field. Rob taking his time.
I think they're about to do a Mexican wave out there. Here's the Gimmick Puppet, does a resolve. It hits the field! And there's no way to interact on Jess's part here.
Crowd fully behind Rob.
That is, that's what you want to see if you're Rob right now. They're cheering out there.
Like, who would win, 100 negates from Jess or 1 Gimmick Puppet from Rob?
He's literally like, what would win? Oh, man, it's something. Yeah, I mean, sometimes these duels can feel a little bit down to who gets to go first and establish their combo, whether it's 10 disruptions or 1 negate, 1 prevention of summoning. Dark Ruler no more that's a card.
I mean, yeah, you just kind of look at it and say, okay,
Yeah,
like it still
sure,
doesn't stop
that's
Gimmick
fine.
Puppet. Yep.
You know, can we Dark Ruler our own monster? Is that a thing? The funny thing is it's lingering. That's the issue. Thrust. Try and survive with something? Does it prevent normal summons as well?
No, just special summons.
Okay, all right.
I mean, you could get talents and crash some monsters just to clear them away.
Just to remove. I just like, does it even matter? Because like we can just reestablish the lock potentially.
Yeah, it's hard to see what's in her deck that could make a difference here.
I mean, the fact that she isn't just like immediately picking something shows that it's looking a little doomed here, because she's thinking, you know, like, okay, what are my options? Can't quite make out what that is. It's a spell, so no evenly. Well, I mean, it wouldn't really help here anyway, but yeah, it is a spell she picks up here. Oh boy, this is it's a tough situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really know what there is. I mean,
Okay, activating the effect of Mirror Jade on Resolution, even though it's negated by Dark Ruler. We get the Rindbrum in the graveyard. Rindbrum can then banish to, I believe, revive Albaz.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's prompted him to do this now. I mean, it's something he can do.
She must have added something. We just couldn't quite make out what it was. All right, Albaz being...
But surely you don't fuse away...
The Gimmick Puppet?
Yeah, like... Is this the end phase, perhaps?
Yeah, good point. It might be. All right, activating the effect of Lubellion, discarding Allure of Darkness.
It's got to be the end phase, right? You don't just remove the Gimmick Puppet from your opponent's field.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're making yourself susceptible to a lot of different cards in that scenario. Yeah.
You just got to make sure not to get nibbed.
Oh, boy. All right. It's writing might be on the wall here for Jessica, unfortunately. But all things considered, Rob's put in a lot of time and effort and work into this, so it is. Oh, okay. Was it end of main? Maybe I think is Rindbrum end of main phase. Is that why?
No, it's. I mean, everything's a quick effect, I think.
Okay, so I guess we just summon.
Battle? Does Battle search a monster, or does it search? Can it search Concon?
Looks like it's searching Princess here.
Princess at least is a little negate that you've set up, but without Concon.
Nope, scoops it up. GG, there it is. And that is the end of the National Championship, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Elam taking down the entirety of the UK player base this year. And unfortunately for Jessica, faltering out with the plant strategy. It wasn't going to be a double plant weekend.
It wasn't far off. I mean, honestly, congratulations to Rob. Commiserations to Jessica, but still a fantastic achievement on her part.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, well played and good effort by all the duelists who've made it all the way into the top cut. And, I think when it's your day, it's your day. So the star is on Elam's side as well. And it has to be said, it was just a real display of what these decks are capable of, right? The power behind the plant deck, the power behind Branded with the ultimate gimmick puppet lock, just both of these decks in some way completely restricting their opponent from playing.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a crazy combo final. Not what anyone would have been expecting, really. Like, if you'd asked anyone beforehand, what do you think would be in the final? You'd say Snake Eye, 1 million hand traps. But no, there are no hand traps in this final whatsoever. Just absolute haymakers. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We will be having a presentation for the winner and new national champion of the UK. If you've missed any of the action from this weekend, make sure you check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards EU on the YouTube channel to take a look at some of the previous duels and matches and pre-recorded content we created for you this weekend. And of course, YuGiOhCard.com if you want to check out the standings and pairings to see how this was played out and unfolded today. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes to crown our new champion. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, we're here for our winners interview. Congratulations, Rob. You're the new UK National Champion 2024. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm real. It hasn't sunk in. I've just lost for words, really. Yeah.
Congratulations. I mean, you've played your heart out through this entire weekend. You crept into that top cut spot and you've taken the whole thing down. So congratulations. Yeah, so I mean, we'll just keep your emotions on high here. Here is your National Champion 2024 trophy, and there you go. Congratulations, well done.
Yeah.
All right. Any closing thoughts or final statements before we head on out?
No. Just Bam Puppet.
All right, well, it was around long enough for you to get the trophy, so keep it with you.
Oh,
keep it tight. Congratulations again.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining us again. Check out the YouTube channel for all of the weekend's highlights and YuGiOhCard.com for the standings and Swiss rounds to see how this story unfolded. But it's all about Rob this weekend. Congratulations again. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, again, from myself and from Tom.
Yep. We'll see you at the European Championship soon.